everyone, to another wonderful educational stream. We have a lot to talk about today. A lot of brilliance, a lot of true artistry in the field.
It's very serious. We have had a continuous lapse in our judgment.
Yeah, and listen, we owe a lot of apologies to people, you know, and we even got the ukulele out, and we have Krim with us, too. Isn't that right, Krim? Oh, I'm here, right here, talking about Wicked and... I don't know why my voice is like that.
Yeah, Krim is totally here on stream with us right now, guys.
This is Krim. Krim's right here with us. He's right here. Krim is on stream with us. Everyone's here. It's Krim. It's Krim and who are you against? Have you met before?
Who am I?
That's a good question. Yeah. That's the real question, isn't it?
Who is anyone?
What are we even doing here in general is the real question. But listen,
we're still here just to suffer.
Yeah, we are here to suffer, which is why we brought a ukulele here in order to fully accommodate the true feelings that we're going to express today, because there's a lot. There's a lot going on. It's a very serious discussion this April 1st. We owe a true apology to a real untold genius. I think we've been dismissive of this genius in the past, but I think we need to really accept that we were wrong about everything, completely. It's not a bit. This isn't at all this isn't April Fool's joke at all.
It's not a jape. It's not a joke.
No, we
definitely don't think this is funny.
Not in the least. Not at all. Especially Krim, who is here with us. In fact, Krim organized this together. It was all Krim's idea to express what we all felt.
Says Krim.
Do it again.
I agree.
There we go. See, Krim agrees.
Yeah.
Totally agrees. Krim, don't kill us for... Anyway, so, I guess there's no way beating around the bush. We're here to talk about a couple lapses of judgment on our parts. But most importantly, we want to discuss a true genius. Just might as well rip the Band-Aid off right now. We're going to be going over a few things involving this masterful creator who has really, truly elevated the video essay format to all new levels of genius. But we'll get to that in a bit. It's a big thing right here. We're going to be talking a lot about this. I do want to also bring up some artistry I saw recently. I saw some artistry that I do want to talk about. Associated, another mistake we made, not appreciating the truly talented artists when they were with us the last time, when they had their ear. I found this wonderful poetic verse I found online, praising true artistry, true talent from Shad M. Brooks here. Sai, do you mind reading this poetry? I feel like only you can bring it justice.
Let me see. I have to enlarge it on your screen a little bit here.
Yes, of course, naturally.
All right. Obviously, I have to do it in my very accurate Shad impression that I do because I respect him so much.
Deep respect.
Wow, looks like even better than the plain Ghibli style. Most haters assume dedicated AI artists are not artists and can't draw nor have any skill in traditional artistic mediums. They say pick up a pencil. Oh God, the Shad is choking me.
Shad, it's intense.
It's so brilliant. They say pick up a pencil without realizing I've drawn most of my life, although it's a hobby and I don't consider myself anything special as an illustrator. It turns out I can actually draw to an equivalent level or higher than most of these critics saying I'm not an artist. It's so true. He's obviously so much better than me, guys. I've been jealous this whole time.
I know. As a writer, an artist, a creative, it takes so much effort plugging in those prompts and just, using basic
obviously
Photoshopping
you're jealous of Shadow of the Conqueror. You could never hope to write anything that good.
Never. I would never have the idea to write so many scenes of a hero being the worst person imaginable, but yet still finding a way to defy convention and taste in literature and coming out on top, both figuratively and in some cases quite literally. We have a few comments in chat I do want to read out loud before we get the chance to really settle in here. That's not the right button. Yes, we have a super chat right here. Tapir Clip, thank you for being a member for 3 months. here for a serious discussion and serious stream. Exactly. This is a very serious April 1st stream today. So I hear you there. Booglevonk says, make Krim say Riku in Kingdom Hearts is straight. Okay, well, that's an odd thing to do, and we don't have to make Krim say anything. You can say it right now.
Krim can speak for himself.
Yeah, isn't it right? Don't be shy, Krim. Don't let me stop you. Riku in Kingdom Hearts is. Hang on, I have to try this again. It looks like something's going on here. Riku in Kingdom Hearts is. We seem to have some technical malfunctions here.
Okay, there.
The audio won't let me complete this. I mean, Krim is gargling on his own words right here. He's so excited to say how Riku is in fact heterosexual, but for some reason, whenever Krim starts talking, he just, I don't know, something happens. The words get plugged up in his throat there. Let's try this again. Riku in Kingdom Hearts is. Yeah, it's not coming out. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. Strange. Anyway,
strange.
It's weird how it works out. I don't know. Yeah, sorry, Bogglevong. You have to ask Krim later in private. I'm sure he'll inform you of his opinions there. All right.
At length, yes.
Oh, we have some more comments here. Saucy Lewis has 2 super chats right here. Sorry to hear your channel got hacked by CD Orchid. Sai. I think it's Sabin who did it.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, and the second message, sorry to hear your channel got hacked by CD Orchid, Sai. I think it's Sabin who did it. It's pretty rough how that worked out twice there.
Deja vu, yeah.
Hato, thank you for super chat. Lily is a genius. I should go back to her. Of course.
So brave.
Very brave of you to say that. I appreciate the bravery of you coming forward with that statement as well.
Coming out as a reintegrated Lily fan, yes.
Exactly. Random Lad, thank you for super chat. What a messenger would make Safanai, one of God's messengers, blush in shame.
You're not even drunk yet.
Yeah, I know. I cannot pronounce
By
words.
the way, yes, we plan to become inebriated because we are so sorrowful because of our deeds and words.
Yes, I have here with me a vat of the tears of bronies to celebrate. I've collected them over the course of many years, and we'll pour some out today.
Oh, is that
at some point?
Is that a vintage year?
A vintage year, yes. It's collected. It's a coalition of different years. The mechanic. I'm glad you finally understand.
Yes, mechanic. We've all seen the truth and the light, just like you.
Yes, absolutely. Almost broke character for a second. I mean, almost confessed the good word right there in this stream. Gwendolyn, thank you for super chat. Say Krim talk about how much you love the Ava movies more than the original show. Okay, even I can't pretend that one. Okay, that's a step too far even for me.
Wait, no, poke Krim a little bit. I'll do it.
Oh, okay, here we go. All right, Krim.
I like the rebuild movies better than the show. Wow, Krim, what a bold statement of you to say.
Wow, Krim, I'm so glad you have the ukulele there because you have to apologize to me for that one. That actually offended me a little bit. Because I'm bored, thank you for super chat. Krim, can you say Dom Noble was right about Wicked? Okay, considering what the subject of his last stream was, I think he said all he has to say on that front. All right, but I do want to do a few things right here. One thing I want to do is I want to reevaluate. I do want to say that I need to reassess a few things with Lily. And to do that, we have to return to the page where Lily has a page, but I don't, TV tropes. You see, wow. Lily was honored with the TV tropes page, something that I don't have at all, actually.
That just shows how unimportant we really, truly are in the face of Lily Orchid.
Exactly. Chloe Sunflower, oh God, what have I stumbled into? You've stumbled into an apology stream, Chloe. I'm very sorry to tell you. This is a deep apology to everyone. We're talking about truth and honesty. We're celebrating. Well, Chloe, we just had to celebrate first Shad Brooks's beautiful AI derivative art where he takes stolen assets from Studio Ghibli films and reassembles them like a collage of sorts.
And improves upon the Studio Ghibli style, which of course was just not made for any particular reason,
No,
or
certainly not. And
it's just people just like the stories attached to them. They don't like the drawings, which are just so boring.
no,
Shad
no.
is so correct.
No, Miyazaki. What does Miyazaki know from like decades of life studying and examining real life models and like trying to match real life and drawing food so well? He doesn't know anything. He just what does he know that an AI
he
couldn't
could have
do?
just done it with a machine the whole time, just like Shad. I don't know why he doesn't understand this.
Chloe is recommending though an invitation to the Church of Satan though, so I think she's got that. She may have some advice there that I could take advantage of. Forgive your unspecified sins against God, man, and Lily Orchard. Well, first and foremost, I do want to take a look at the TV tropes page that she has, but I don't. I wish I had a TV tropes page.
Yeah, you could read it out to us, and we'll ascertain. Just this is a summary of how ingenious her work is,
An overview.
made by people who have really studied and examined it.
One might say in a mirror, but I don't know. Early installment weirdness. Her first videos were in the style of zero punctuation, but with topics ranging from a censored South Park episode to an urban legend surrounding the Pokemon games, I think she really came into her own, artistically and commercially. That is.
Oh yeah, she got rid of the crutch rather,
Very
of
quickly.
aping Yahtzee Croshaw ages ago, and really
yeah.
grew into her own reviewer. She doesn't really rely on that anymore.
No, she's never stolen from Yahtzee within the last 2 weeks at all.
And she definitely doesn't misunderstand his jokes. She gets his sense of humor perfectly and replicates it without flaw.
It's true artistry, true genius. However, after the first few, the zero punctuation art was dropped, but some of the analytical style remained. Over time, Lily has changed a lot of her opinions and has deleted all of these original videos, hiding evidence of any mistakes or growing pains as a creator. That's what you got to do. Whenever you have an issue creatively, just hide all the evidence that you ever made a mistake in the first place. That's the best way to grow up and advance. Pretend you never screwed up. Truly.
If you pretend, if you don't admit to screwing up, nobody can hold you accountable for it.
Exactly. And what is creativity if not hiding every time you made a mistake ever and never taking accountability for your errors?
It takes a lot of creativity to come up with excuses for errors and convince everybody that they never happened.
Exactly. Listen, you may think, you may dismiss this as, oh, she's just trying to delete any errors she ever made in her life. But in actuality, it's about putting your best face forward. It's like if you don't admit fault, you will never lose. I believe I read it in the.
After all, we're only human.
Exactly. I think I remember reading it in the artistic book, The Art of the Deal, which I think Lily takes a lot of pages out of. I think.
Now
Lily
that sounds
studied.
more like Sun Tzu to me.
Sun Tzu, you think? More creative, more intelligent? Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
I mean, obviously Lily would be that highbrow.
Exactly. What am I talking about?
We just didn't know how unintellectual we really are.
Yeah,
We had to realize that very recently.
Well, I mean, I think I trace it back to my Dante video to understand properly how a hack like Wendigoon could ever talk about Dante. I had to dig into the history, and likewise, all these other video essayists that I valued in life, I realized that they're just not that intelligent or clever. I mean, what does Lindsay Ellis or H. Bomber Guy know? Lily, I think, is cracked the code in intelligence.
Yeah, she doesn't need any of that fancy education or critical thinking or research. She just tells it how it is.
Exactly.
And she comes out on top every single time.
Now, I will want to bring up a theory as to how I think Lily has achieved such brilliance and really cleverly in understanding it. I see someone mentioning Mahler in the chat. I think that Mahler should study Lily some more. Maybe he'll be able to make a thought that's quick and concise if he does that. But I digress. Anyway, hypocritical humor on that front. Subverted at the start of one of her videos where Billy, I don't remember Billy. That's just a proof that she's managed to really suppress everything that we used to do
Wow,
from the past.
she really has such a large cast of characters that there are some we've never heard of.
I know. It's amazing. They come in and out of style. It's just... But
And she knows just when to use them and how often, and it always makes complete perfect sense.
And you know what? She changes them like socks. Before they start smelling bad, they just pull one out, put one back in. Isn't that right, Krim? Don't you agree? Yeah, just like socks.
Yeah,
See,
Krim would know a lot about socks.
exactly. Considering, that he wears them. Obviously, like all of us do.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
All right, we have a few super chats before I read the hypocritical humor section here, but let's take a look what it says right here. Nick Wolf, thanks super chat. Oh no, Anthony pulled out the milk chalice. Oh, this is the milk chalice. Oh, don't worry, we got more cups.
Oh no. Obviously, we have to admit that Yandere Dev is also an appreciated genius. I mean, let's be real.
Listen, Sai, let's not even kid ourselves. Yandere Dev is one of the best game designers of all time.
I mean, have you worked on a game for 10 years? I don't think so.
I haven't worked on a game for a few minutes, let alone written that many lines of code.
Do you even know how to code? I don't think so.
I can't code at all. Nor do I think, and also I didn't see any of the similarities between Razafon and Evangelion at all. He was the one that cracked that code.
And then he pointed them out because he is just that brilliant.
Exactly. It wasn't until I read his Razafon Evangelion website as a kid that I really picked up on all the details between the two. That part's true, actually. I did stumble upon his website as like a young Ava fan, but that's neither here nor there.
What do you mean? Everything we're saying tonight is true. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, of course. Silly me. How could I be so foolish? Adrian Parchman, Sai's Steven Universe AU has a trope page. Oh, it does. So, Sai, you're on TV Tropes, but I'm not? Ugh.
Yeah.
Chat, we have 270 people in chat right now. If any of you are TV Tropers, I'm not saying make a TV Tropes page about me, but I'm just saying it's kind of cool.
Also, there's 270 of you. Y'all need to like the stream or you're freeloaders. We'll pull a Malcolm here.
That's also true. Yeah, like the stream, please. But also, if you have the spare time, make a TV Tropes page about me. It can include 5 entries, all of which are, wow, this guy sucks. Especially compared to True Genius. Angels Art in Gaming. Is it true you 3 fused and became a straw man? I'm glad you unfused to see the true light of these unsung artists. We will have to recount the documentary of our fusion later. I have heard rumor of that, though.
We did do the Dragon Ball fusion dance, just to be clear.
Yes, all 3 of us collect. Well, first we did the Dragon Ball fusion dance with 2 of us, and then we did a third time over.
And Krim stood on the shoulders.
Yeah, Krim and Sai stood on each other's shoulders, and I did, to match my height, and it all worked out.
We had to do a bit of a Ginyu Force move, but it worked out.
Mm-hmm. SM Jatai, thank you for super chat. If you never admit fault, you'll be perfect. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Sam, I am. Lily Orchard is a master. Oh, that's a master of something, certainly.
Of everything, basically. Everything in life.
What?
Yes, anything you tell her to do, she will master instantly because she's just a genius. And we've been jealous of her this whole time, and we've been so bitter that we just keep making mean videos about her.
I sent some of the stream highlights of her Legend of Zelda stream to a famed Zelda YouTuber, and they told me that Lily's skills are unmatched in Zelda. Truly.
Oh yeah, I mean, I basically should just give up playing video games. Like,
You'll never
she just
compare.
puts me to shame in any game. I'm sure she could play any game perfectly that she puts her hands on. She doesn't even need to watch the cutscenes to understand story. She's just that smart.
No, in fact, and I'll get to this later, part of her skill is the fact she's able to make such astute observations about media that she never actually stops to read about. Truly just intuitive genius there. Truly
she can
intuitive.
just absorb meaning by watching the first couple of episodes, and she just gets it. It's incredible.
It's like she has
a mind.
It truly is remarkable. It comes in once in a generation, that level of just pure detached genius. Adrian Parchman, you guys are dead naming her by not calling her CD Cal. You're right, of course. For the remainder of this stream, we shall refer to the genius formerly known as Lily by her chosen name, CD Cal. I agree. We will have to make
CD Cali, yes.
We have to CD Cal. We have to make sure we get that correct. Because I'm bored, you need a Facebook account to post on TV tropes. Oh, that explains why I'm not going to go on TV tropes then to post anything, because I'm not getting on a Facebook account right now.
Does Facebook own TV tropes?
Apparently so. Oh, Sabin Brown, everyone's favorite. Thank you for the super chat.
Is that solid, Sabine?
Sabine, it's solid Sabine, yeah. I would say some slurs, but that would require effort that you two are obviously not putting in. Hey, you know
We're
what?
putting in a lot of effort to our very serious apology here, Sabine. I think you should maybe appreciate that. I mean, we are you got banned from Lily's server. We are the ones repentant, on our hands and knees before her genius, apologizing to her.
Indeed. I think also you may want to consider that we're putting in slightly less effort, or slightly more effort, than our founder of the feast, CD Callas. Anyway, of course, hypocritical humor. Let's take a look at that. Subverted the start of one of her videos where Billy wants to get a Barbie doll for Christmas. She tells him no, due to it being a girl's toy, realizes what she's saying, and says yes. She later stated in a live stream this was based on an actual conversation between her and her nephew, lifting from faults in real life for your art. You know, true art is inspired by experience.
She is really enlightening us all, you know.
Yeah, truly beautiful. You know, I've never seen such artistry done since I saw the artwork of Van Gogh, which he painted from the windows of his cell at the asylum, like Starry Nights. True beauty. True beauty. And I think that's essential. We appreciate that.
And obviously a unique kind of mind required.
100%. Okay, so Brent C. I feel like we also have to recognize the king, Darkside Phil. You know what? You're absolutely correct. Darkside Phil is the master.
Darkside Phil is easily as good at video games as CD Cal.
Let me bring it up right now. Darkside Phil playing Metal Gear Solid 3. I think that's the most important, truly the greatest. I think there's
obviously CD Cal is just continuing his brilliant work,
and I think no one has really mastered Metal Gear Solid 3 since the fight with the end.
No one understands Metal Gear like Darkside Phil does.
This was one of the greatest examples of gaming ever.
Ammo. Fuck. There's a shotgun.
Yeah, I'm going to mute it because
he could have set his clock forward and just waited for the end to die of old age, but he didn't because he wanted the challenge.
He knew if he listen. You may say this is how you don't play Metal Gear Solid 3, but taking a shotgun out against the end in a sniper fight was truly brilliant. You see, he was challenging himself to go beyond.
What kind of idiot brings a sniper rifle to a shotgun fight anyway?
Yeah, and look at him refusing to use any cover in this obvious sniper nest. Where he's
just that confident.
You see, he doesn't really want to co-sign to the mechanics of gameplay. Instead, what he does is he resists.
He overcomes them. He defies them.
Yeah. True beauty. True beauty. All right, let me just...
Oh, it is solid, Sabine.
Yep, I'm going to remove that. Thank you for the super chat, but there is no doxing in this server. Anyway. Oh, and by the way...
doxing? That was a completely random name.
That's very true. Oh, it is? Oh, I'm not going to even bother looking at that then. Sabine, you are now in timeout for the next day. Hope you don't mind. Thanks for playing, Sabine. I don't play around. But thank you for the super chat.
No, we got money out of Sabine, at least.
You got some money. But I'm not going to play around with that. So, Sabine, you're in timeout for the next day. Have fun trying to send super chats regardless. You see that right there? I want to just go back to something real quick here that was really brilliant. We almost missed because Sabine was distracting us. This right here, you see there's the end running away. And what does Darkside Phil do? Much like everyone we're going to talk about today, he just plows ahead, noticing his target, going, and what happens? He's not looking, and thus encounters the various mechanics of the game. Look at this beautifulness. See, he's taking in the scenery, he's taking in nature, and then...
He knows he can take his time because he's confident in his abilities.
He's very confident. But then what happens is... So right around here. Right here. Take a look. Beauty. He gets knocked over by a goat. He tumbles over. He walked right into a goat and gets flashbanged and dies. Right with but he finds the end right there. And misses.
All part of his strategy.
Oh, he hits though. He hits. You know, it's true brilliance. True brilliance. I think. Yeah.
That's a lot like CD Cal's Tears of the Kingdom gameplay.
100%. Which we will play some of later because it's just some of the best gameplay. I've been told by experts that it's the peak gameplay you can ever expect for this. Anyway, let's read some super chats real quick because a few just came in. Great Bar, thank you for super chat. Honestly, I think we need to show more appreciation to other great artists like Shadiversity and Mahler and many others as deserve all the praise. I fully agree. You know, who else would tell me that the Joker is in fact good if you didn't spend 12 hours responding to someone spending 40 minutes saying they didn't like the movie very much? How else would I know a movie's good?
You definitely you can't understand a movie unless you watch a video on it 4 times its length.
Oh no, that was about see, the Joker's 2 hours long. You see, Mahler went the extra mile. Mm-hmm. He did it 6 times the length of the film.
Oh,
I could have watched Joker 6 times, or I could have watched Mahler's response to a 40-minute review once. And you know, I'm all the better for the choice I made as a result of my clear preference for taste. And that I didn't watch any of them because Joker sucks. Okay, that being said, though, controversial opinions aside, Angels Art and Gaming, thank you for Super Chat. CD Cal is also a good Pokemon trainer. She can win a game by using only a Gardevoir and understands the story and characters. Yeah. I mean, listen to her insightful.
Oh, yeah.
She had such insight about Red and Blue's connection.
And she's the only one who understands N's character. Now, she really tells it like it is.
I was so overwhelmed by her brilliance that I couldn't even finish the video. I just had to stop it. You know, it's like a good novel. You have to take it in, like a fine wine.
I know, and you had been secretly malding ever since you couldn't make it through her 6-hour Pokemon video because you realized it was too brilliant. Realized you were out of your depth, and so you just took pot shots at her until we had to make this apology.
You know, it's so true. I couldn't. Listen, you know, you encounter brilliance, and we're going to discuss the structure of the good video essay shortly, because I do want to get into that, because there is something brilliant about her approach that I think is really important. Anyway, we'll get that in a second. Because I'm bored, you have 2 right here. I finished Lego Batman DS, so I can't play it right now. I'm very sorry. That sounds really disappointing. And by the way, Ann, did you see the MJ Venom reveal? Yes, I did, actually. And breaking kayfabe for a second here. That would be the subject of Friday's video, the Mary Jane, how Marvel ruined Mary Jane video, which is coming out this Friday. Sai's working on the thumbnail.
That's how I found out about that.
Oh, yeah, no. That's why
I'm doing the thumbnail.
I basically sent Sai every single photo I could of MJ, telling someone that they come out emerging from Venom's torso like a strange xenomorph. That I'm very excited to do. It's turning out pretty well so far. I'm pretty excited to talk about it. And talk about everyone's favorite character, Paul. Everyone loves Paul. Paul's everyone's favorite Spider-Man character.
I totally have heard of him.
Oh, don't you know about Paul? Sai,
the greatest new Spider-Man character.
Do you not know who Paul is?
Isn't he like MJ's new boy?
Yeah. He just shows up one day. This is how I'm going to show you the
They are so brilliant for just tripling down on one more day.
Oh no, I'm going to show you Paul's introductory image. This is the image that fans have burned in their memories ever since. Just Paul.
Why does he look like Frenchie from The Boys?
Yeah, right?
That would be way better. Just make it Frenchie.
So what if I told you that Paul is the survivor of an alternate dimension hellscape where he is the son of basically an interdimensional devil figure who has survived the apocalypse for several months with MJ on his own, then built magical bracelets for MJ to use that triggers jackpot powers, and they adopt 2 children together from an interdimensional existence that fade from reality in their arms.
What the fuck? Was that the Scarlet Witch's kids?
No, that's about 20-inch issues of Spider-Man written by Zeb Wells. And then Kamala Khan dies.
Somehow this is Miguel O'Hara's fault, I'm sure.
It probably is. Well, I mean, and then they kill Kamala Khan because that makes sense. In a Spider-Man book. Yeah, a character with a decade of publishing history who has a legion of fans who adore her and feel inspired by her, killed in someone else's book.
Wow, comics are doing so well right now.
Love it. I'm gonna leave Paul up here while we read the rest of the super chat, so he can just stare at you with his.
Okay, we'll stare at Paul and his aggressive averageness. Yes.
Basically, yeah. Well, actually, Paul's ripped, actually, which is pretty crazy. Let me see if I can get Paul with muscles here, because he has some. He's bizarrely strong for someone who looks so bland.
Okay, who the fuck's self-insert is that?
Yeah, this is also how he looks. I'm just gonna. This is not compensating for anything.
Yeah, Paul. Wait, why is look a completely different dude there?
This is not them changing Paul's design afterwards when people made fun of him for looking like Frenchie from The Boys. This is not at all an upgrade.
This is a completely different person.
Well, this is him in the alternate dimension of hell. So he relaxed after leaving the hellscape dimension.
Oh, I see. Okay. He didn't have to work out as much. Yeah.
No, exactly. Anyway, so honestly, okay, great bar. Thank you for super chat. Honestly, during his playthrough of Batman Arkham Asylum and him taking 40 minutes to do a zipline tutorial, truly a genius. In reference to the true genius, Darkside Phil, who is the master of everything. I agree.
Best gamer on the internet, yes.
True gamer. All right, the guy, 493. Lily slaughtering the werewolves for a crime they didn't commit was pure genius and shows how deeply she understands Dragon Age. Now, Sai, as a self-proclaimed Dragon Age enthusiast, a so-called Dragon Age enthusiast.
No, I have to admit she was right. The perfect solution to that problem wasn't having Zathriel break the curse that he had put on people for hundreds of years. The correct solution was to just murder them for the crimes of their ancestors, because that's what you do.
Exactly.
You know, Lily is really bringing us back to like old judicial ways of how the world should be.
Yeah, true brilliance, true appreciation. I agree. All right, cool. Let's keep going right here. Adrian Parchment, thank you for super chat. Redo of Healer is the GOAT anime of all anime ever. You know what? I think Krim, aren't you a big Redo of Healer fan? That's right. I love Redo of Healer. It's so much better than Evangelion. I agree. I mean, Krim.
Wow, Krim, you were just spitting fire tonight.
Yeah, Krim, you really are a master of this. I mean, Krim, he even told me in private that he thinks Redo of Healer and all the characters in that are like vastly better than that lame Kaoru Nagisa or, you know, anyone from like, or Ryu from Devilman or anything like that. Anyway, Gabe the GM, C. Diddy's right about God of War. It's not Gooner bait. I agree. That's low punny. Hato, can't send links, but someone made you TV Tropes page. Oh, well, let's take a look at that beautiful page. You know, I just typed it up just now. I'm going to bring it up right now. Oh, here we go. True brilliance. I'm excited for this one. This guy sucks, LMAO.
Oh, perfect.
True artistry.
That's all you need.
That's all you need. That's all you need. Right there, poetry. True poetry. I have what I want.
Now you have one, just like your hero, CD Kyle.
Just like CD. Yeah, you're right. They grow up so fast. Okay, back to this. Let me knock off Paul on my TV Tropes page. True beauty. Shipper on deck. You know, CD Cal is a shipper. You know, has partaken in a few ships.
Oh yeah, she started the ship of Firebrand and Inkrose. That was her. She gets all of the credit for that.
100%. And you know, she's offered some insight on classic Steven Universe ships, truly understanding everything. And has also said, this is another thing, I was truly blown away when CD Cal made the brave statement that said that Princess Mononoke was just an okay action story.
Yeah, I mean, Princess Mononoke is basically wall-to-wall action scenes. There's really nothing introspective in it. It doesn't really slow down at any point.
No
shots of beautiful landscapes set to amazing music. It's nothing but a bunch of action scenes and bloodshed.
It's not one of the greatest pieces of animation ever created.
No,
ever.
People just like Mononoke because they want to feel grown up, and all the other Ghibli cute and sweet.
Exactly. It's foolish to ever think we could ever create anything as... Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Greatest... No, not great. The best one is... The best Miyazaki film is obviously none of them because it's Japanese, clearly. That's the big issue.
Of course.
With it.
Well,
it wasn't Japanese,
obviously Japanese art can never be as good as Western art.
No, because creatives don't exist all over the world at all.
I don't know what Miyazaki was thinking with Princess Mononoke. I think he was trying to appeal to an older teen audience and realized that really wasn't his field.
What he really needs is a slice of life series where all the characters go to Antarctica, clearly. And to think anything else would be foolish. Anyway, Shipper on Deck. So Shipper on Deck. Here you go, Shipper on Deck. Claims to have started the ship of Firebrand and Inkrose, and very clearly ships them. Oh, definitely. That's
to this day, she obviously does.
To this day. Sir swears a lot. She has quite the colorful vocabulary, both when following a script or casually talking.
We know that Lily has a very extensive vocabulary. I'm jealous at how intelligent she comes across.
Truly autistic.
Definitely autistic, yes.
She has occasionally indulged in the straw critic trope, lampshaded and used non-ironically in her glass of water.
Oh, yes, of course. It's always a lampshade. She never actually means it when things. No. It's clearly a joke.
It's a joke. I mean, like for example, if she presents a figure that is meant to be a straw man and she just slaps her violently and has the entire scene go into a hushed silence as she angrily tells the person to stop talking. Classic.
Yeah, I know.
CD.
It definitely isn't worrying. It's definitely very funny, and anyone who thinks so just doesn't have a sense of humor.
You didn't get it. You didn't get the joke. It's okay. Listen, you need to have sometimes you need to have a high IQ to get something. And CD Cal's review work is truly heavy stuff.
I mean, CD Cal's IQ has got to be somewhere in like the 280s. She's just so above us more humans.
Easy IQ of 290.
That's really why we've just been so impotently attacking her, We really have to admit that to ourselves.
We're not smart enough to handle her skills. It's just truly how it is.
Not at all.
Oh, here we go. Trolling creator. Gravity Falls is garbage, and here's why, is an April Fool's prank video. Can you imagine someone doing that, an April Fool's prank video?
An April Fool's video? That would take so much work, and you'd have to be really smart and funny to pull it off.
Yeah.
Only Lily could.
Yeah, by the way, have you seen CD Orchard's most recent video? Truly some great insight here. Let's take a brief interlude, taking a look at this beautiful artwork.
This is absolutely Lily's channel. I mean, look at the PFP.
It says right there, it's CD. It's CD.
Yeah.
That's
CD. It's her new name, CD Cal.
Yeah, exactly.
Kingdom Hearts is a video game released in 2002 that begs the question, what if two mega corporations combined forces to make all the money? The result is a bizarre little franchise that has done nothing but circle the drain for the last 23 years, with increasingly convoluted plot points that never come to a satisfying conclusion. I can only assume it's all the result of creator Tetsuya Nomura huffing ether.
That's what Nomura looks like on an average basis, though.
Yes, all the time. That's just what he looks like.
That's what he looks like.
Those are just his eyes.
Yeah, he just, it was really strange.
They're not even sunglasses. Those are just his eyes. That crown is surgically implanted on his head.
Surgically, it was a strange growth as a child, even coming out as a baby. He had the crown. I must have heard it wrong. It's a very rough pregnancy.
And as we know, marijuana is definitely legal in Japan to smoke in public. It's a good thing Kingdom Hearts is old enough to drink now, because you'll feel drunk with all that floaty combat. But insight.
Truly beautiful. Truly beautiful. You see, I love how she's holding her teacup as though...
Yeah. Well, she holds her teacup like an intellectual.
Exactly. I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to hold this cup from here on out like she does for the duration of this video.
And hopefully, like, even a crumb of her genius will fall into your cup, and you can drink it up, and you can be smart, too.
Well, listen, Sai, I didn't want to brag to anything, but I think I have a cameo in this video.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You do?
Let's jump ahead, because you really got to experience this one all your own. But
yes. Definitely go watch it all on your own, the entire thing, and give it a like to support
and share with your
more
friends.
Art like this.
There's no ulterior motive whatsoever with this. Okay, but let's take a look at the brilliant part where CD managed to insult the great Phil Collins music from Tarzan and happened to break the game because the gods show wrath upon anyone who ever insults Phil Collins music from Tarzan.
Apparently.
Yes. Don't you know it's the honored music?
And people keep thinking that was a Nostalgia Critic reference and not that all millennials just hate Phil Collins.
I don't hate Phil Collins. I think Phil Collins is neat. I like his music.
Older millennials.
I don't know about him as a person, but his music's pretty nice. Most people who grew up with Tarzan love it because I was like 9 or 10 when that came out.
I was an adult when it came out.
Yeah, different perspective there, I suspect. Anyway, back to this.
About 4 hours into this anti-meritocratic slop, I started to hit some serious game-breaking bugs. Look at this! There's no excuse for this, Nomura! I said Phil Collins sucks, and suddenly I'm sent to Gorilla Valhalla!
Yeah, you should be.
It just goes to show what a sloppy mess this obvious cash grab was all along.
But CD, you're
Oh,
not
there
playing
I
this
am.
game on the original hardware.
Look a little Well, different.
Yep.
straw man of my various enemies, here's the thing. I don't care. So right.
Now, what's unrealistic about that is that CD has stated before that if she did talk to one of us, it would be in a locked room with a bat. But beyond that,
A bat maybe was too violent, you know, but
too vicious. Yeah, you're right.
that's definitely how you scream, though.
It is. I do indeed sound like Mandark from Dexter's Lab.
Yes.
Or I sound like the kid from Polar Express, my favorite movie of all time. I love the Polar Express. It's one of my... I made a whole video talking about how much I love the Polar Express.
I mean, that kid wasn't just you as a child actor?
No, for one, I'm not a blonde. That couldn't even tell. It was just that much of a likeness. You didn't even notice the kid's hair color was different, I'm sure.
Yeah, wow.
Truly remarkable stuff. Oh, but let's take a look at some of the your mileage may vary things that are clearly not... Oh, and there's trivia. We gotta look at some trivia, too, in a second.
Oh, God. Yeah, we have to do the CD trivia, obviously,
Oh, gotta
because,
do
you know,
that.
we are educating ourselves on her genius that we have denied for so long.
Exactly. Yeah, why wouldn't you? What else can you do but embrace every facet of her? Oh, and I do see that you have... We'll take a look at some of her creative genius in a second there.
Oh, yes, I've been provided with some of her more famous writing for us to look at.
Yeah, the hidden lore that we have to embrace. Anvilicious.
It's in the chat. Yeah.
Can you believe that CD Cal might be anvilicious at times? Dumping the anvils on us? No way. Glass of Water and its predecessor rather vocalized Delusion were both directly invoking this for a wide variety of topics. Invoking the need to be... And what is the anvilicious trope again? Let's analyze that. What is CD Cal deliberately doing? A portmanteau of anvil and delicious. Anvilicious describes a writer's and or director's use of an artistic element, be it a line of dialogue, visual motif, or plot point, to so unsubtly convey a particular message that they may as well etch it onto an anvil and drop it on your head.
I mean, CD Cal is at such a higher intelligence than the average. She basically has to put things on people's heads in order to make it clear, because we're just not on her level. No one is on.
Exactly. And you know what? I think we have to embrace one of the most important messages of our time from another genius writer who I think we have to embrace. We have to listen to them on this situation.
I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards.
Yep. See?
Oh, so true.
So true.
So true.
Truer words never spoken. I think anyway. That was, I think we have to repeat that again. Just make sure no one missed this. This is the philosophy.
I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards.
All of them are cowards. Thank you, Garth Marenghi, who is in fact a very real person, I'm sure. Anyway, now can you believe this? There's a broken base for CD. CD, it's a little concerning. Is CD's comment moderation for her videos born out of a desire to seal herself in a bubble and not allow anyone else to argue against her, or an understanding of the atmosphere that YouTube comments typically suffer from?
Which is that? I mean, obviously, everyone knows YouTube comments are full of insane people, and obviously, it's okay for her to curate her community. We never really appreciated that enough.
Exactly. And that's the thing. We used to think it was... that she just censored all of her critics and silenced them because she didn't want to hear any bad words said about her. But really, she understood that the YouTube comment sections are absolutely uncontrollable.
Yeah, and she understands that, she just knows better than everybody else because she is just that much smarter than the average person. I don't think anyone on Earth is smart as CD Cal.
100%. 100%. All right, so what else we got here? Oh, critical dissonance. There's some critical dissonance with CD Cal, invoked by Glass of Water, which repeatedly looks at the differences of opinions between the analysis community and the casual viewer, particularly Forsaking the Background and Tropes versus Orchard Blossom, which are specifically centered around how a practiced critic and the average layperson views the series. I agree.
As we know, only bronies could understand this show for little girls who just didn't get it. Not like they did.
I mean, granted, they did have like Big Lebowski references, so I don't think a little girl would get that reference. It's almost like they should have focused on the show.
The show was clearly for adult men.
Oh, 100%. Adult men in their mid-30s. That was the target demographic of My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic.
Of course, obviously.
100%. 100%. Oh, here we go. Harsher in hindsight. So some things C.D. Cal has said may have aged badly. I don't know. We're going to find out. So, let's take a look at some of these right here. Many of the early, rather vocalized Illusion episodes centered around anti-feminism, anti-social justice, and a fetishization for free speech that one would typically expect from a teenager with little perspective on the real world. Cut to 5 years later, and CD has grown up, while darker sections of the internet seem to have adopted these same mindsets with an almost violent passion.
Now, see, not only was she ahead of the curve, but she grew and learned.
Developed.
And we've been denying that she can do that.
Exactly, because she's so different now, and not at all presenting anti-feminist ideas or violent reactionary beliefs right now to this very day.
No, not at all. She is obviously a true leftist, and she is just on the height of leftist thinking, on the bleeding edge of leftist thought, clearly.
Ahead of everyone else.
I mean, she's so right about how homeless junkies deserve it.
And her beliefs on the Canadian Indigenous population is not at all horrifying, terrifying, and gives me reason to be terrified at night for countless people who
she
should have
knows
control
that
over.
Nobody cares about Canadian politics, so she only talks about American ones, the only ones that matter.
Right, that's right, because nothing else would matter more to a Canadian person than what America's doing even before America was doing what it was doing.
Yeah, of course. She could predict it because she is just that genius.
Well, she's so focused on American politics that she doesn't even have to care about, like, when the elections happen, when a new politician's elected, or if, let's say, the legislation in a country changes dramatically. Anyway.
Yeah, because Canada doesn't matter, and everyone knows that.
Exactly. Oh, misblamed. In her Steven Universe's garbage video, a true mastery that did not source any sources from other writers who were uncredited.
No, it was all her entire original.
Entirely. 100%. She didn't steal anything from anybody at all. CD places the blame for everything she considers wrong with the show on series creator Rebecca Sugar. While Sugar is the creator of Steven Universe and contributed to the basic plot and characters, she is not the only person who works in the series. In particular, CD's frequent gripes at the animation and storytelling actually comes from the episode's storyboarders, which, at the time of the video's upload, Rebecca herself had only contributed to 13 episodes out of 153. In comparison, the usual episode boarders were credited with anywhere from 30 to 40 episodes each. So it's almost...
No, see, that's just ignorant, though, because Lily understands that a showrunner completely controls every single person working on the show and dictates every single thing they do down to the last detail.
Exactly.
You know? She really has strong insight into how the television industry works.
Yeah, I was going to try getting into the editing section there. I have an old account, but I forgot the password, too. I was going to see if CD has... had a back and forth on the page there, because I feel like CD wouldn't actually have that be a main thing posted on her page.
If Steve Cow wanted to contribute to her TV tropes page, why shouldn't she? Obviously, she has more knowledge than anyone.
Exactly. Why would she allow anyone else to ever have a say in anything that goes on? Mind you, I'm going to start drinking the tears of bronies right now, so bear with me as I fill my cup with...
Well, obviously Lily's aren't in there because she was always correct about My Little Pony as well.
There we go. That's good.
That was loud.
Yep. Well, there's a lot of tears to shed.
Let's see.
Good tears. So let's take a look at some of the tears in the comments section right now as we embrace that we were wrong about this untold genius.
Yeah, we're all learning tonight. We're all admitting things. We're all accepting our flaws in the face of...
Just true beauty, I think, honestly. Okay. Evil Morty, thank you for the super chat. Virgin man-child Peter Parker versus Chad Paul. Oh, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
What has Spider-Man ever done? He has no strength. Great Bar, thank you for Super Chat. Oh yes, Seedy is truly a lovely person. She helped me get back on my feet after going to the hospital. Truly a great person and critic. You know, that's proof that she's able to really show and share her genius.
Yeah, and she's always giving of herself to everyone around her, and we just ignore that because we're malicious.
100%. It's just cruelty on our parts. Really, we're foolish. Starbit, thank you for Super Chat. Okay, but for real, how much of that TV tropes page did Lily write herself? Probably almost all of it, except for the Miss Blame section, breaking kayfabe for a second. What did I say? No, why would you ever assume that?
What's kayfabe?
Kayfabe. What's kayfabe? Kifabe? What?
You keep making up all these new genders.
Yeah, right. I love the two genders, face and heel. Nick Wolf, that's a wrestling joke. If you didn't get it.
What is it with nerds and having a bit of an overlap with wrestling?
Well, I mean, actually, all joking aside, you ever notice that there's a huge overlap between the horror community and wrestling?
I've mostly noticed it like nerds, like gaming nerds in wrestling.
Because wrestling is just like gaming. You go to matches and you yell at people, and it's all like hype and silliness and goofiness, and it's great. I mean, I think that it is one of the
soap operas for men is what those are.
Well, a lot of women love wrestling too, especially women's wrestling. For reasons. I know a lot of ladies who are not straight who love women's wrestling for some reason.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Can't figure it out.
I wonder what they could possibly get out of it.
They're really Rhea Ripley fans for some reason. I'm not sure what that tells you about anything, but I digress. Nick Wolf, thank you for the chat. Her heartwarming trope page ought to be good. You know what? Let's examine that next, actually, because that sounds.
Oh, there's like a whole sub page of all of her heartwarming moments.
It's a whole. It's a whole page. I'm impressed. It's a lot going on here.
Obviously, her heart is warmer than we ever gave her credit for.
We have to look at her true warmth. Angel in Gaming, thank you for Super Chat. I've seen fan art of that guy and how they'll make a 10-hour video and be a total straw man. I had no idea who drew it, but they had no CD or shad. Oh, 100%. No way. Lily's pissed they got rid of the fetish show page. Thank you, Yeah, they did get rid of that page because people were editing it uncomfortably fast. Also, the page for the Channel Awesome crew was deeply uncomfortable. I will say that right now. That was weird. It's Muhammad. CD. Who's D? And why do I ought to see her? It's a fair question.
Deep thoughts.
Deep thoughts today. We, the evil YouTube section, are legion. That's very true. Because I'm bored. Yeah. Silly Lorch. You can't call without a CD. That's very true. Matt, Lillian Orchard is in the edit history for Your Mileage May Vary. What? What? Are you saying she'd edit her own TV tropes page?
Well, even if she did, she's completely justified in doing so because she knows better than everybody else.
Exactly, about everything. Adrian Parchment, Crim, can you say white people deserve a history month and anyone else who complains are racist? All right, even I can't pretend that one. that one's a bit much even for me.
How could you say that, Crim?
Wow, I didn't know Crim was so
Crim,
such a white nationalist.
I know, right?
Oh, Crim, how dare you? That ukulele's gonna do a lot more work here. Let me make it a little bigger for you so you can have more ukulele work there, Crim. You really got to work on your apologies there.
You sure that's not just a guitar?
It may be a guitar. I wouldn't know the difference between a ukulele and a guitar. I've never used either. Great Bar. Hey, what do you guys thought on Drinker making a new movie with Mahler as a writer? I forgot to ask on the genius takes on a person first time writing anything be a movie.
They're making an actual movie?
Are they legitimately doing that? Because that sounds horrible.
I think you mean that sounds genius and brilliant and
right. Yeah, that's totally what I meant.
Won't prove their own lack of talent.
And I'm sure Mahler's really gonna be able to deny the whole "I'm just a right-wing grifter" type when he's, making a movie with the king of right-wing grifters. Really?
Maybe it's going to air on the Daily Wire.
You mean the bankrupt the the
This
filing
will
for
save
bankruptcy.
the company, and obviously two of these brilliant minds coming together with no experience to make a movie.
Oh my god! Yeah, but actually, Critical Drinker does have experience with making a movie.
Does he?
He released an adaptation of the book he wrote.
He wrote a book?
Oh, there's a reason why that's not used.
I'm sure it's
Ever.
really... I can't even keep this up for him, no.
No, it's bad. It's terrible. You know what it is? It's actually the worst kind of bad. It's boring. That's the worst kind.
If we're gonna be bad, at least be funny.
Exactly. Oh, so okay, Krim, can you say Shinji and Mari is the best ship? Shinji and Mari is the best ship.
Okay, Krim, we forgive you.
I don't
You can
forgive
stay.
you. That's actually the worst thing.
We'll forgive you for the white supremacy, Krim.
No, I think that's worse than the white supremacy. Okay, all joking aside, because I'm bored, goddamn Rebecca Sugar made me lose my Balatro run. That's actually the worst thing possible. Hato.
Sugar, she can't keep getting away with it.
You can't keep getting away with this. Hato, it is a ukulele. It has 4 strings. Guitars have 6. Oh, thank you for the save there. That's actually good. So I'm not stupid.
Badly drawing guitar.
Not dumb. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Got it. All right, let's do some heartwarming stuff right now. So right here, her friendship with I Love Kim Possible a lot, showcased in the mental health videos. Call Me, Beat Me in the Squidcast. Seeing them being supportive and or goofy off with each other, in spite of everything they've been through, is really heartening to see.
Yeah, this is totally not out of date at all.
Oh, no, they have an update.
This is totally completely updated. They definitely didn't have a...
Nope, there was... Nothing else happened. Don't read into it more. It's totally fine.
Don't look up any videos about Lily by Kim Possible. Don't even. I mean, there's nothing to find.
Not in the least. There's no allegations or any information that would expose her as a terrible human being who should be...
Yeah, there's definitely not an incriminating phone call in this video that doesn't exist that Kim Possible made.
Nor should you look up any of the accusations against CD at all. By no means.
Which they're any accusation against CD Cal is just because people are transphobic. That's really all it comes down to.
All of which have been updated with her new name so that people can search it more easily and that you can find it, despite how she tries wriggling out of consequences.
I mean, you can't... You have to be able to find her because she's such an unappreciated genius. We need to make sure everyone can find her at CD/call on YouTube.
Exactly. You gotta find her and make sure you connect the dots between the accusations and everything she says.
Do not go to her old Lillian Orchard because that is her dead name. Obviously, she is never going to have that URL ever again.
And she's never called herself that incidentally, just because that the whole rebrand is just that a rebrand.
Definitely didn't accidentally call herself the L name on stream just the other day. You know, she's had this plan for a while, guys.
That's right. She didn't call herself that more times than by her new name at all. And nor did all of her friends on stream.
Yes,
Completely.
exactly.
That'd be ridiculous.
They all always remember to call her CD Cal.
Exactly. And she's really good at Legend of Zelda.
Extremely good at Legend of Zelda.
Really good.
She has great insight. She has wonderful insight on Zelda, such as how Tears of the Kingdom is the first Zelda game with targeting. She is so absolutely astoundingly correct about that.
And she's really good at the shrine on Shrine Island. She really solves that shrine on Shrine Island so quickly.
Because she's a genius.
Yeah, she's just great at specifically she's so good. She bragged about how good she was at the shrine on Shrine Island so well.
Anytime she sets her mind to anything, she can just do it because she's that brilliant.
Yep. Because there's absolutely a shrine on Shrine Island. That's a thing that is totally real. And it
sounds real to me as someone who's never played it.
Okay, so I'm going to break character for a second. There is no shrine on Shrine Island. They made an island called Shrine Island and did not put a shrine on Shrine Island.
Why the fuck is it called Shrine Island?
I don't know! It's bizarre! It's a mystery! I don't get it! Okay.
Maybe they were just trolling the audience.
Yeah, right? Maybe they were. Anyway. Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
There is no shrine on Shrine Island. You do the bossing say thing.
Anyway, on that lovely note, I knew I'd get Skitty out of the comment section by saying I saw you there. Yeah, I saw you there. Anyway. Okay, so I think we need to discuss one of the greatest works of media ever created.
We're not going to look at more of her wholesome, heartwarming
You know what?
entries?
Let's look at
You done with that
let's
for
look at you know what? Let's look at one more thing from here, and then we'll move on to her great artistry because there's so much we can cover here.
Oh, look, the next article is Lindsay Ellis. She is definitely up in the higher echelons on the...
Oh yeah, well it's alphabetical. That's
In
the only
fact,
reason
she
why.
has surpassed Lindsay Ellis, obviously.
Yeah, no. Oh no. So the ending of hang on. There's you know what? Let's look at some awesome moments here.
Oh, moments of awesome. I'm sure there's so many of those.
Here we go. Final Fantasy 14 is a perfectly adequate MMO. See CD give comparisons between the titular game and World of Warcraft. Lily says that CD says that 14 has a pretty decent story. Certified heroes and villains who remain consistently written. Callbacks and satisfying payoffs. No random secret behind everything bad guys. Definitive conclusions to story arcs and characters. And it's not written by a serial... Oh, wow. Who got control of the story to destroy a character that the writer irrationally hated. What?
Oh, yes. Sylvanas Windrunner. She's always absolutely correct about how they write her wrong, and she never shot a villain. Also, CD Cow was so brave when everyone else was jumping ship off WoW because of Blizzard's controversies with sexual misconduct and censorship. She stuck to WoW. She stuck to Blizzard, and that really was so brave of her.
Exactly. True bravery and brilliance. Entirely here. CD admits that all of this is objectively good when it comes to writing, but she argues that all of the above is the bare minimum, not the gold standard. And it's more
Clearly,
of a
WoW is still the gold standard of MMOs and always will be. Clearly,
exactly. Nothing's changed in 20 years at all. Everything's still the same. Everything. So, yeah, I think we're done with this page.
Yeah, well, we're gonna look at some of were we gonna look at some of the crowning moments of awesome? We're just gonna move on to the...
Just gonna move on. There's so much we gotta talk about, you know?
That's true. We have so much we have to go over in expressing our just how sorry we are.
I'm just gonna open up.
Okay, Madhouse, her magnum opus.
Now, this is one of the greatest
Or Opus
works.
Dei, even.
This is one of the greatest works of fiction ever, and I want to draw attention right here. Look
Greatest webcomic, greatest fan fiction.
Look at these windows and how perfectly aligned they are.
I know.
Just.
I can
true
definitely
artistry.
tell that's a skyscraper. Yes.
Mm-hmm. You can tell that because despite being built in a really busy city with tons of buildings around it, it's the only building in the skyline.
Well, it means it's really important, obviously.
Yeah.
It's symbolism. It's metaphor. She definitely understands metaphor at a higher level than our stupid brains can,
100%.
you know?
And then we got the smart scientist guy. You can tell he's smart because he looks kind of like a cross between Dr. Robotnik and Professor Egad from...
He's got
Luigi's
glasses, and he's got a
balding.
lab coat.
He's got a mustache.
I mean, that's all you need.
Exactly.
That's all you need.
Why would you watch that one furry during the pandemic who knew a few things about viruses and all that, and antibiotics and chemistry, when all you need is an old guy with a lab coat and a mustache? That's all you need.
And science definitely works the same way in the Pokemon universe it does in real life.
100%.
And also, just to caution everybody, trigger warning. When we say Lily Orchard here, we're talking character. We're not dead naming CD Cow. We would never do that.
Never. Now, take a look right here. This is clearly, so I'm gonna...
See, this is brilliant. She just goes to this meeting without even knowing what, and just agreed to come here, as you would.
Exactly. So, what's the project you wanted me and G for? Oh yes, we have devised a way to use cloning to stave off the catastrophic extinction of your God of War species. Didn't know God of War was extinct or endangered?
Oh, well, this is a plot point introduced in Poke Madhouse, where God of War are going extinct because... Well,
Why are
because
they
it's
going
just
extinct?
a brilliant plot point,
Exactly.
obviously.
Oh, 100%. And they want to make sure they make infinite waltzes because that will at all cause catastrophic damage to the ecosystem and
That is
overabundance of one species.
That is such an advanced scientific formula, I can't even...
And it's not like, you know, the Pokemon universe has a way of bringing back dead, extinct Pokemon through the fossilization, like, revival machines at all.
What are dittos, am I right?
No, what are dittos? And Pokemon breeders. You know, that's ridiculous. Why would they ever have that? If successful, we will be able to clone enough independent Raltzes to bring their numbers back to life. You know, back into line. You know, what's funny about cloning is you reuse the same genetic material. So really, if you have a few Raltzes that are cloned a bunch of times, all you're really doing is creating, like, genetic, like, inbreeding. Like,
Well, yeah, but obviously that is perfectly okay. Inbreeding is perfectly fine. There in fact is a joke about inbreeding in the comic itself.
I'm concerned. I mean, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I'm so glad I'm reading this and not at all repulsed
I may
and
go
horrified.
find that page because it is the greatest joke ever put to paper. You can keep reading.
Okay, well, so what do you need from us? Healthy blood from a god of war. You have the only one left that can be acquired. This is the last God of War. It's like the last Airbender, except God of War.
I guess G is the last one. I assume this was established ahead a little bit. You know, silly us.
I guess. She has a degenerative illness, and it would be ill-suited for the job. What? Wait, what? That can't be. What about Cora? Cadence? Wait, this is
You
right
know,
to left.
it's great when a comic doesn't have any tails on the word bubbles to tell you who is speaking.
Wait, hang on a second. What?
You know, it's just a brilliant artistic choice on Lily's part.
Wait, Sai.
To tell her wife to do this.
Sai, how do we read in English? Is it left to right or right to left?
I'm pretty sure it's up and down.
Right, but like, this is before this bubble on the right's before this bubble on the left, and they're just about level. But it's like right to left, like it's a manga, but it's it's a Canadian webcomic.
Yeah, that does seem to be like it's right.
right.
It does seem like it's right to left.
Why is it right to left?
I guess maybe Lily just has her own interpretation of the English language, and we need to respect that.
Also, where's the background?
That is the background. What are you talking about? That's the lab right there.
But where's the everything? They're just floating in the void.
You just don't understand her minimalistic approach, Anthony. You're just too stupid to appreciate the artistry of it. She's a master of minimalism. She's a master of telling her wife to draw minimalism. You know, it's like Haruko Ichikawa level.
You're right. I need a different cup here.
You definitely need more cups to understand
You're
the
right.
argument I'm
I
making.
need a different cup here. It's not like okay. What do we got here? Oh, sorry. Okay. Let's see. Here's a different cup. We got this. Good. Excellent. So, let's get another page here. That's not right. Oh, right here. Oh, we got a repeat of the. Oh, good. Sorry. Repeat of the page. It's all good. Everyone likes repeating pages and panels.
That's fine.
Gyra at a sanctuary. Clinical depression and suicide. What the? What the fuck? Oh, I mean. What?
Wow,
brilliance.
this must be why the Gardevoirs are going extinct because they're all suicidally depressed. What a brilliant plot point.
Also, good morning. Why? Oh, it's a girl. Who is this person?
This is the lab assistant or something, and she just thought to greet the guests they invited here because I guess maybe social cues are just different in Lily's Pokemon world in her interpretation, in her brilliant mind.
This is the next page I was sourced. There must be a page missing because I don't really see the transition here. It goes from this discussion to Diantha's God of War. I don't get it.
Diantha is possibly a character introduced earlier in the comic that we just are not aware of.
But there's no Diantha. I'm confused. I feel like we're jumping around here. I don't.
Obviously, you're just too stupid to understand this, Anthony. We've established this.
You know, I just did a video where I had to read Dante's Inferno and like analyze the historical context spanning centuries surrounding the story to contextualize it for audiences. And I feel like this is losing me. Is it because the story is poorly written and paced and doesn't introduce ideas properly and has no coherent sense of introductory
No,
ideas?
obviously, Anthony, Dante's Inferno is like a kindergarten level book. This is like uber,
right.
super, mega, ultra, times 12 college level
You're
type
right.
literature right here that we're looking at.
How could I be so foolish? You're right.
How would you be so foolish? Oh, look at the brilliant design of that machine.
Oh, we have a background, finally. Oh, true.
That who's a what's this?
Who's a what's this? Exactly.
It's
Anyway,
a filing cabinet with a monitor and a refrigerator and a couple of test tubes. It's brilliant in its minimalism.
Sai, I might be too foolish to figure this out. What's the monitor plugged into?
It doesn't need to be plugged into anything. It's science.
Right, but what's it reading out? It's like a TV.
It's reading out science, and they do science here. Can't you tell by the lab coats?
All right. So anyway, your God of War is the only viable candidate for this experiment. Now, may we take blood from your God of War? So wait a second. So what you're saying is you're going to repopulate species of God of War by cloning one God of War.
Mm-hmm. And it'll be a routes because Pokemon evolution.
Right, but like, doesn't that like mean that all gonna be siblings?
Well, yes. What would possibly be wrong with that, Ant? What would possibly be wrong with that?
Oh, of course. How could you be so foolish?
You can have a breeding population of siblings. Obviously, it's the highest form of love.
You're gonna have to ask her. I don't give her orders. I'm sorry. I've had her since I was 3. She's my best friend. Just do it. May we take some of your blood, Mrs. God of War, ma'am?
Okay, so obviously in Lily's continuity, people don't regularly talk to Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. Never. What's a
they're
Pokemon
basically
trainer?
just animals, So she's really bringing the realism to Pokemon that it desperately needs.
Desperately, absolutely needed it. But what exactly are Okay, there's more of this. Oh my god. I mean, oh great, there's more of this. I get to read more of.
Don't worry,
more of this
yeah.
comic.
We're about to hit peak, Ant. This is why I sent you this part of the comic. This is peak.
Wait, what? What? Why? All right. She wants to show you.
Gardevoir's nibbling on her temple there.
She's nibbling
on
her.
This is how they communicate.
Isn't the ear lower typically?
No, well, this is how they communicate psychically. So obviously, Gardevoir puts her mouth to Lily's temple to communicate directly into her brain. I mean, come on.
Of course,
man.
I'm sorry.
It's so clear. You're just not smart enough to get this.
You know what? Maybe I should get back to reading Shakespeare because this is basic, simple things.
Yeah, go back
like
to your
Shakespeare.
3rd grade Shakespeare books. This is the real grown-up time.
I'll go read King Lear again. It's easier than this. Mm-hmm. This is complicated stuff. It's really
King Lear is definitely easier to understand than Poke Madhouse. I agree.
Actually, genuinely, yeah, it is much easier. It's very simple. Old guy makes a dumb decision, pays for it. Basic, understandable, logical.
Mm-hmm. Classic. But,
Classic.
Definitely not as good as Lily's writing, because she's just so beyond any of it.
No, we can't compare. She wants to show how to get DNA from blood to clone something. She wants a demonstration first. I want you to show her how to get DNA from blood. Okay. Oh, well, we can certainly demonstrate the DNA compiler. That should give her all she needs to know about without actually cloning something.
Because you can obviously just show somebody how a machine works and they'll completely understand. Because, Lily... See, this is the thing about being a genius, though. Lily doesn't understand how average people think. So she doesn't know that someone can't just watch how a machine works and not instantly understand it like she can.
Oh, yeah. We will need a test subject to get some good blood, though. What? Me? Why me? Oh, well, you asked for it, Lily. You asked for blood, so...
I see that G is kind of pointing at Comic Lily there with her hand completely against her chest with a tangent with her shoulder. That. Yeah, it's a very unique, bold way to draw to not make the gesture characters making clear.
No, exactly. Well, why would I ever expect them to make it clear what they're pointing at?
Lily, in her brilliance, instructed Michaela to draw it like that. It was very, very deliberate, very obviously deliberate.
We will need a test subject to give blood.
I'm gonna need some more sangria to properly.
Well, they have sangria right here. That's
properly
sangria, right?
Understand this comic. Let's see. Oh, it says.
The DNA compiler
Oh.
examines the entire genome of the subject in question, or multiple subjects if so inclined. They're not given information.
I totally trust that Lily understands what a genome is.
Exactly. Yes, the compiler is a brute force system, so it will compile any two organisms and attempt to clone based on its DNA, regardless of whether or not it's capable of... What?
Yes, the scientific term brute force.
That's how that works, and not like splicing or
No,
reassembling
you
the
don't
genome.
And you don't splice DNA, you crash it together. That's how this machine works. It's very advanced. Oh, look, and there's dramatic shading in that last panel. That is genius.
So you could put the blood of two human women in here and make a biological child for them.
Well, yeah. What are you against lesbians or something? Why wouldn't you support that, Ant?
However, the League has officially barred us from testing on humans. Oh, all right.
Oh, so who's going to be a test subject?
Oh.
Wait, I thought they said they weren't allowed to test on humans.
What?
Okay.
Can I see it? Why? Just curious. All right, you weirdo.
All right. Gardevoir wants to see the blood. Very good.
Goes back to blood.
Has an evil look in her eyes. Perfect.
Terrifying. Okay, that's a funny joke, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Is your Pikachu an alcoholic? Take tests. that's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. And he's plugging in the machine.
Alcoholism is a common problem with Pikachus.
Ash's Pokemon couldn't get off the bottle. It was terrible.
Oh, Ash's Pokemon, she is always like day drinking, drunk off her face. You can tell.
Oh, terrible, terrible.
She's always in her trailer between shots. You know, terrible.
No, it's ridiculous. Oh dear! Something caused a power surge to hit this console. Unfortunately, not. This console was on a separate breaker. We're still in the.
So she was able to tell there was a power surge, even though it didn't affect the machine she was using at all.
That's not how any of. Okay.
No, electricity works differently in this story. You just don't get it.
Wait. How's it like we get this bad boy started if there was a power surge that stopped the sequence from happening, and
she just
couldn't get started?
She just had a reboot. She just rebooted it. Duh. And then that's the perfect readout from a sophisticated machine you want to see, compiling data from 2 subjects. Please stand by.
You know, I always love it when my computer displays of advanced science have it in all caps. That right there is the best option.
I like when there's no indicator that it isn't frozen, just text on a screen.
And then we got this door. This is just here.
It's part of the cloning machine, Ant.
It's already building something.
Wow, it's doing exactly what they expected it to do. That's brilliant.
Wow, it actually functions. It looks like we made a hybrid.
And apparently the scientist's name is Skippy.
Oh, that's Skippy? I thought it was Skitty. Like a Pokemon.
And I think it says Skippy.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. This is frightening.
So Lily, obviously, in her genius, immediately knows this creature means no harm. And is not an abomination of nature.
This is like... Okay, so they at no point ever explain why they didn't experiment on humans. Why is it forbidden? Is there a particular reason? Let's figure out.
Let's see, the newly made creature sniffed her hand like a dog and immediately imprinted on her.
Also, who's talking right here? Because they're both, like...
I think because it's orange and the girl has orange hair.
Yeah, but does that mean then that, like...
Well, you see, you don't need tails on your word bubbles if you're a fucking genius, Ant. This is just artistry beyond anything we could comprehend.
But then, well, hang on a second. Does that mean that she's in charge and the old guy is not? Like, that's her, like, her underling?
Are you assuming a woman couldn't be in charge, Ant?
I was thinking seniority.
Doing this right
Why does that have to be a young, pretty woman as opposed to, like, a maturer...
Are you saying young, pretty women can't be scientists, Ant? Why are you sexist?
No, I just
Krim,
think
do you have anything to say about this?
Krim, do you have any thoughts on this? Ant sucks. Oh, thanks, Krim.
I agree, Krim. I agree.
Also, What's that, Cream? You have more to say? You got something else you gotta say? Wicked the book isn't that good. I've been lying to you this whole time. It's terrible, actually. Oh, well, Crim,
No,
tell us what you really think.
That was brave, Krim. And you were clearly holding that in this entire time. This is a night to tell truths.
Yes,
and
honesty.
not be liars anymore.
There is no lying in. There is no lying on April 1st. None. At all.
There's no japes, no lying. Everything is deadly serious on April 1st.
100%. So she's in charge, I guess. Okay. All right. Knock these windows down. What? What do you mean terminate the subject? That thing you're holding? We can't keep it here, can we? No, she's just a baby. Technically speaking, she's the same age of maturity as a 3. But life experience, though.
No, the machine readout obviously told her that this creature has the same maturity level as a 3-year-old because measure. They just didn't draw that part.
But why though?
Because Lily is a genius and is better than you. If you don't understand it, that just means you're stupid.
But how does one write that? How does one? I'm a little curious how this works because experience is.
You're just not genius enough to come up with something like this.
Like, does it mean like frontal lobe development? Does it mean like development of the brain? Like, I feel like I'm missing something here.
Let's ignore that and just congratulate Lily for using a Mass Effect Renegade interruption reference. Very few people would put that in their work, but she went ahead and did it.
She went the extra mile. That's true. But also, did they ever explain why they can't experiment with humans?
Because it's illegal.
Yeah, but why is it illegal?
Because it's illegal.
I guess it's fair, I guess. That makes sense enough for me. I can...
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Again, you just have to accept... You have to accept the logic of the story because Lily is just smarter than you.
You're right. I could never write anything this brilliant.
I mean, CD Cal.
CD Cal.
I'm sorry, I got confused with the comic Lily here. Silly me, I'm just an idiot.
The genius author. I apologize, of course. I really needed to understand this.
The genius author, formerly known as...
Honestly, though, having read this comic now, from what I've read, I get the vibe that this world lacks backgrounds, lacks anything behind the active characters, and things
That's
just kind of
she's focused on the human element. You don't need background. You're focused on character.
Yeah, but
obviously.
what human element though? Like,
there's humans on this page. That's the human element.
Yeah, but like, how many human stories involve going to a lab and like getting your genetic material replicated by a machine? That's not really a very human story. It's more like...
I did that last Tuesday. What are you, some kind of loser? You don't do that?
You know what? Shockingly, I don't go to... Well, actually...
You don't just get your DNA resequenced every couple of...
Well, DNA sequencing is one thing. DNA resequenced is another.
No, it's the hottest new trend. It's like a colon cleanse.
That's terrifying. That is a horrifying prospect. All right, let's read some super chats because I feel like we've let those we've neglected them for a while.
Colon cleanse is a good segue for super chats. Yes,
exactly. Oh, there's a few actually here. That we wait.
Oh, Chad,
well, we have to go back a little bit.
Chad, I'm not even drunk yet.
Critical Drinker should take over Brett Cooper's role as Snow White. The show must go on. Yeah, you're right. He should.
Oh my God, critical Drinker as Snow White would be. Maybe that's his movie. Maybe that's his movie.
Maybe he should just do like a full production of Snow White with him as Snow White, him directing and writing the movie.
Yeah,
and
he directs it. He writes it. He can get a Party City dress to wear.
Exactly, and what's his name? Can be the evil queen.
Mahler?
No, not Mahler. He would never act. I don't think he has much charisma. No.
You're right. Mahler's not a queen.
No, 100%. No. The guy with the big bushy beard, who's going bankrupt from selling coffee.
Oh.
The Quartering.
Damn it.
There we
Quartering.
go. There we go. Quartering should be the evil queen. There we go.
Yeah, he would definitely do a better acting job than Gal Gadot.
Yes, exactly, and have enough wine to fill the Nile.
And then he could pay off his debts.
Yeah, exactly. Enough champagne to fill the Nile. There's the line.
I mean, it'll obviously be a hit.
100%. I mean, everyone wants to see a Snow White movie. 100%.
I know. I mean, there's not like there's been like hundreds of them.
There actually haven't been hundreds of them. There's actually, what was funny, because I did a video on Snow White a little while ago. There's actually a remarkably small number of Snow White movies.
I guess it just feels like there's a lot of them.
Oh yeah, it feels.
I always bring up the Sigourney Weaver one.
That one's underrated. I feel. It's vastly underrated.
Of course, you've seen that one.
Yeah, because it's the scary one. Anyway, great bar. Hey, Krim, you should sing the iCarly theme. It goes well with ukulele.
Neither of us know the iCarly theme.
I actually don't know the iCarly theme. Actually,
I have no idea. We're too old.
That was
Krim
like
might know, but he's quiet right now.
Well, that was at the cusp of when I was like just growing out of like those kinds of shows, iCarly. Angels Art and Gaming. Shinji / Mari is worse than white supremacy. Ant. I'm just saying the truth right there.
You just know that the chat is probably clipping a lot of these comments.
100% out of
which
context.
Which are totally truthful comments.
Well, I got some weird comments with the Wendigoon video. Even I was like apparently like a Nazi sympathizer for not criticizing him more. It was wild.
You didn't criticize his Hawaiian shirt like I post.
Listen, I don't have a problem with Hawaiian shirts. I wish I had more Hawaiian shirts. Whenever they
obviously Hawaiian shirts are a dog whistle. Did you not see iPod's video?
I didn't get that far in the video. I'll be honest with you.
That's alright. Just watch Jay Longbone's reaction to iPod's video. Much better experience.
Yeah, I could never make fun of him though. Like I felt like he was, you know what I mean? Like there's something about when someone is like down and they're already being kicked. I can't kick them while they're down. It's just too cruel for me.
You can watch with popcorn though.
Anyway, Nick Wolf. For real though, better filmmakers, CD Drinker or Doug Walker? Critical Drinker or Doug Walker? Doug Walker because it's more entertaining. Yeah, because at least you remember it. Like
Doug is at least trying.
Like I feel like the Critical Drinker is bad in a boring way. Doug Walker is bad in an interesting way.
I see the maestro in chat said, "Is the Sigourney Weaver story called Alien?"
It's Alien Resurrection. Yeah, exactly. Wow, Krim is full of hot takes today. Yeah, Krim has a lot of hot takes. You should watch Krim on stream when he has been. Krim has been embarking on a one-man war against Dominic Noble over Wicked for like the last like month.
And to be clear, Krim doesn't hate Dom, just disagrees with his opinions on Wicked.
Yeah, but like Krim's going all at it. Okay, so because I'm bored, Krim, can you sing a song for us? No, because I can't sing it right now.
No, wait, no. You should
Krim
make sure Krim is there's some latency. Make sure Krim is moving.
Like this.
It's not easy being red.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Kermit has sung
for
for
Krim.
us.
Thank you.
Thank
Beautiful.
You, Krim, can you say it's called a pork roll? No, we're not doing that.
Wait, is that one I might do? Hang on.
No, no. Not doing this shit. It's a New Jersey thing. It's Muhammad. This stream is so funny because they're saying the opposite of what they usually say. This is so humorous. Consider my ribs tickled.
Nobody is being funny here. We're being dead serious, obviously.
It's not a joke.
Yeah. Who would joke on April 1st?
Yeah, what are you, sick? Do you need to talk to someone on April 1st? A joke? It's the most serious day in the world. By the way, did you hear the announcement that apparently they're going to be making a new Batman v Superman movie with Ronald Reagan as Batman? Did you hear about that, Si?
Oh, no, I haven't. Are they resurrecting him to play Batman?
No, they're just using puppetry.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, panels, mediocrities everywhere. I absolve you all. Yeah, right? What? User 223 Why does it look like they're in a maternity clinic? Well, buddy, it's because they are.
They did just make a baby. Obviously, it was deliberate foreshadowing.
Exactly.
Obviously, this is a work of genius.
Pure genius. Because I'm bored. The God of War Extinction has the same level of careful thought as Psy's reverse pearl torture chamber in Switcheroo. I wouldn't be able to talk to that one. Sai, do you have any comments on that one?
That would be the one time I said, I have no idea what school.
Indeed. Vex Fidel. It's ABBA form, like a sonnet. It's culture. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
It's like poetry. It rhymes. Yeah.
Saw's awesomeness. Thank you, Super Chat. This is the rest of my day now. I'm fine with that. I'm glad you're fine with that.
Probably going to be the rest of our day, too.
Honestly, yeah. Though I probably will start editing Friday's video where I discuss Mary Jane and the history of Mary Jane in Marvel Comics. I'll have you know. Angels art and gaming. Backgrounds are hard. Who needs them? Yeah, who needs backgrounds? We live in the void now. We're all in the void now. Nick Wolf.
Obviously, it's character focused, so there's no backgrounds to focus on to distract you.
Exactly. Nick Wolf, The Last Gardevoir, my favorite Rankin Bass film. Yeah, who needs Peter S. Beagle's The Last Unicorn? That's not important. No. We need The Last Gardevoir. True artistry. It's Muhammad. Toriyama saw Poke Madhouse and came out of retirement just to go back into retirement because of how good it was. A masterpiece of visual storytelling. Yeah, that's true. R.I.P. Toriyama. Truly.
He definitely said that before his death, yes.
He said he was a fan of Madhouse. I know. I talked to him beforehand. Nick Wolf, if only Pokemon Madhouse took place in Generation 2. Cloning Pokemon is so easy with that game. All you need is a PC. I got so many Espeons and Master Balls. That's true. Also Gen 1 if you surf the...
there was a PC monitor there, so Lily predicted.
Maybe predicted or reacted. Who knows? Straws...
She predicted it retroactively.
Exactly. 15 years after it happened. Strawsberries. Detective Pikachu needs a drink after some cases. Well, he drinks coffee because he's not an alcoholic. He's an addict to a different drug.
Are you going to tell me there isn't any whiskey in that coffee?
I still think they should have gotten Danny DeVito for Detective Pikachu.
That would have been kind of amazing.
I love Ryan Reynolds, but like...
Pikachu!
Like, how could you not watch Always Sunny and think, you know what that show needs?
And it should just be... Don't even do CGI. It's just Danny DeVito in a Pikachu onesie. It'd be a perfect movie. With
like the little ears and everything and the big tail.
Yeah, it'd be great.
And just no one notices.
It would have 5 sequels by now.
Easy. How did that movie not get sequels? It was a good movie, I thought. I thought Detective Pikachu was good, I think.
It just kind of went down the memory hole.
It did, but it was a good movie. And, like, it got, like, nothing. But, like, Sonic has, like, a whole trilogy now. Like, give Detective Pikachu its love. Anyway. Bladed Fox, 14. What's science but without a little malpractice? Good science is what it is, actually. Nick Wolf, where does the clone's brown hair come from? There's actually
science.
There is no brown-haired character. Yeah, that's a good question. Striva, just because. Yeah, valid point. Back to live chat now for me. Okay, so this whole time I've been holding back on something really important. There's a lens through which I want to analyze CD Cal's brilliance.
CD Cal Orchard, yeah.
CD Cal Orchard. This brilliant video essay right here. About video essayists that reveals the truth. Now, Sai, I began mentioning this to you, but there's a statement here that I think, when contextualized with CD's greater oeuvre, umbrella of work, you gain appreciation for it. You understand, hey, through this lens, her success is merited. It's not just merited, it's expected.
Is this what convinced you that we were actually wrong this entire...
Exactly, and it made me realize that I should retire from video essays. This is the last thing I'm doing. Totally nothing else coming out this Friday, like a Mary Jane video about how Marvel has ruined her. Nor do I have other plans in the future either. Nope.
Definitely didn't mention that several times now, yeah.
Listen. If YouTube's taught me anything, it's to hustle always. Always be hustling.
What do you mean? We're not hustling right now. We're having a very serious conversation. And we apologize, and we're dummies.
Exactly. Like, for example, why I've showcased all the different cups here, and I realized I didn't pack a 5th cup, so I'm going to have to just reuse them now at this point.
You ruined it. You ruined the bit.
I don't think anyone realized it was a bit. No one mentioned that I kept coming up with new cups this whole time. No one appreciates my cups.
No one noticed because you're just not as brilliant as Lily Orchard.
No, 100% not. And this cup isn't even like, it can't even be dishwashed. I have to wash it by hand. Put effort into this.
You made that choice.
I chose to purchase a drinking horn made of actual horn. That being said, though, I might need another one of these.
Chadwick says you can't call out the bit as if we haven't done it several times
I
already.
know, exactly. It's terrible. It's terrible.
We're bad at this.
It's truly bad. We're not watching this whole video, just a little bit of it, but I think...
obviously we're bad at this because we're not as brilliant as
No.
CD Cal.
CD Cal is the best, obviously, and we really should retire based on Mahler alone. We can't even do that all right.
Oh yeah, no, I could never make a 12-hour video just talking nonsense.
Exactly. I could never talk about Jenny Nicholson for 12 hours straight at all, not even remotely. And I like Jenny Nicholson too, I might add. Anyway, back to this. It's going. All right.
Video essays are easy. There.
They are.
There it is. There's the core of the video. You can click on.
It didn't require
But
any
not
research.
easy. But it's not easy to be good at them like Lily.
Truly. And we're going to understand why Lily's so good at them by listening to what he's saying.
Yeah.
Truly brilliant.
Off now. A lot of people do that in the first 30 seconds. TikTok attention span, baby. I don't say this to be spiteful or judgmental, but I say this because in 2024, I have an immense amount of sympathy for actual creatives. People trying to make something new from the ground up. Something that requires an attention span and patience from the viewer, which is an increasingly short supply. It feels...
You know, that's the thing right there. Lily wrote a comic that required patience and understanding. How else would we be able to assess a comic with no backgrounds? Abstract word bubbles.
It's just the low attention spans these days. This is why people understand Lily's videos. Even if they're like 16 minutes long, she's just so in-depth that people don't pay attention.
Precisely. And quite frankly, you know, look at the comic we just read. There's no indication of who's talking at any given moment beyond vague implication.
It's very sublime in that way, yeah.
Truly avant-garde storytelling, I think.
Oh, yes.
And you know, the fact that the world building is abstract, it's not that it's poorly done, it's that it's intuitive. You're meant to figure it out. You're meant to see it and get it, you know?
It's meant to ebb into your mind, like everything ebbs into she experiences. She's just that smart.
Precisely. Truly brilliant, I think. And I think we don't give enough credit for that kind of world building. It's important to know. Dadaist, I'm seeing comments say. Yes, it is Dadaist.
Yeah, but it's, you know, she cuts the fat. You don't need all that unnecessary world building in a story. You just gotta get right to the point of you bumming around your house with your Gardevoir who you're totally not making out with.
Exactly. Like, who needs to understand how the cloning works, the legal system in the world works, if you're talking about the laws? No. It just needs to be an obstacle.
You don't need to know anything beyond something is illegal, and so therefore bad to do.
Well, consider this. What is the structure of the conflict? The laws in place restrict people from being who they want to be and living the lives they want to live. The reality is unimportant. The restrictions are unimportant. All that matters is the obstacle.
How our characters feel. Yes.
Like, Sai, why is marijuana illegal in the United States? You can't answer that question unless you know about the history of racism in America. But, you know, that doesn't inform your understanding of the laws at all, right?
The only reason we think things are because they're illegal. Lily said that stands today.
Exactly. It's basic understanding, guys. Can't believe anyone doesn't get it. But let's keep going.
Feels like a truly unfair time to be a creative. There's more people talking about things other people have made than there are people actually making things. God forbid you make one slightly mid-movie or game, because some white guy will have whipped up an 8-hour video essay on its shortcomings within 2 weeks, and that'll make
that's us
instantly
talking
more money.
about Lily, definitely.
Yeah.
All we do, we don't create anything new.
And that's why I realized we were the problem.
Yeah, we are definitely the problem.
We were the issue in the situation.
Am I cutting out a lot? I might be far away from my mic, sorry.
You were cutting out a little bit, but not too much, I don't think. But I think you could come a little closer to your mic. But no, we were the failures. All we were doing was being parasitic. Parasites on the underside of this brilliance.
We would be nowhere without Lily.
No, nowhere. We've never made any other content whatsoever about anything else. Ever.
No, never. And I definitely didn't have any art career before I started making YouTube videos. talk about Lily, and that is a
Exactly. I didn't write over 1,000 articles prior to coming on YouTube about anything but Lily. No.
we just popped into existence and started talking about Lily, and we were wrong.
Nor is my most viewed video on my channel not about her. No, yeah, exactly. Pretty wild how that works out. I really only have 2 videos criticizing her, but they're so, they've become a black blemish on my entire career.
And obviously, my entire channel is only nothing else.
Yeah, and it's not all a discussion, an avenue through which I can discuss other media like Pokemon, like movies. And the big writing video wasn't an excuse at all to talk about Last House on the Left by Wes Craven in a way that people would actually watch and click on.
No.
Not in the least. No way. I would never have that much foresight to figure out an excuse to get some people to watch a video involving Last House on the Left where I can use the trailer scene where someone goes, in order to avoid fainting, keep repeating, it's only a movie, it's only a movie, it's only a movie. And follow through my personal childhood trauma with everyone else. No, that wasn't at all. Anyway,
We never clickbait.
Never. Back to this.
More attention than your creation ever will. And sure, that creation was flawed and it had its shortcomings, but making it was infinitely more impressive than just picking it apart on YouTube. Here's a question. How many new movies have you watched in the past year?
In the past month, I've watched 8.
The hell was the most recent movie I watched? I don't even know.
Oh, you're the problem, Sai. You're the problem.
I'm so uncultured.
Yeah, no. For me, like I can name like about 8 or so movies in the last few months I've seen. I tried watching all the Oscar films before the Academy Awards started. I still have not seen Anora yet, though it is on Disney Plus, so I'll get around to watching it. Nosferatu was a lot of fun. I did see that. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that one quite a bit. Anyway, back to this.
How many new video games have you played? How many new albums have you listened to? In comparison, how many video essays do you think you've watched? Or consumed is the word we use a lot now. I'm old enough to remember when media consumption was hardly even a concept people talked about because you didn't have to consciously think about what you did or didn't watch.
Exactly, and here's where we're going into it. I'm going to skip ahead slightly because I want to get to that point.
No one ever thought about what they watch.
No one ever talked about what... There was never a big protest for a movie called Silent Night, Deadly Night because the trailer was enough to scare parents into thinking that movie studios were corrupting the youth. There were never any discussions about media that was a problem, rock music that was a problem. There were never any big documentaries.
Never before the internet did anyone ever talk about movies.
And no books have ever been banned because parents fear the influence they have on their children. Not once. Never. There's no banned book list. Don't look it up. And see horribly how many areas probably around you have banned books for absurd, ridiculous reasons.
No, it never happens.
Never.
Things, then sure, your answer is probably that you've engaged with more of these things than video essays about them, but for a lot of you, hell, even for little moments in between, all the important emotions you go through by engaging with someone else's work, but now you're up to speed. You're not in the dark anymore. You can be part of the conversation. You can engage.
That's really what Lily has been trying to do, is make people part of the conversation.
Lily exists entirely in the liminal space of discourse.
In the liminal space of always being correct.
Exactly. Because we only exist in discourse.
And she's never wrong. The universe just round because she's so correct.
100%. That's it.
My favourite. And I'm not saying that this is always a bad choice. It is often completely valid to skip a piece of media and just get the Cliff Notes version. What, you think I'm going to do the mental gymnastics?
That's what I did all throughout college.
Yeah, right. Now, that's the thing right there, too, that's so interesting. So, right here, the argument is that video essays offer an escape from having to experience the full breadth of a piece of media. So rather than say, watch a movie, read a full book, you can instead just watch a video essay, like what we do. a replacement.
Why
for text.
wouldn't you go to someone like Lily for that, who is so much smarter than everyone else? Just watching the original thing, you wouldn't even have any hope of understanding it on the same level as her.
But you see, here's where I found the brilliance of everything. Where it really picked up. So this argument is that the video essay exists as a substitution for the work in question. But what CD Cal does that's so brilliant is that she doesn't even experience the media itself firsthand. It's all secondhand for her.
She doesn't need to.
She doesn't need to.
She can just intuitively understand any art that she so much as glances at.
Mm-hmm.
She can just discern the entire story from the single first episode. She just knows.
She gets it.
She's just that smart.
And what's so brilliant is that she's able to discern information so quickly that she doesn't even need to watch the first episode. Sometimes all she needs to do is get an impression of something and then never digest any of it and never process what it means. It's like if you eat a burger and then you burp out the full burger and it's not even a proof you chewed it. It's almost like you unhinged your jaw and swallowed all of it at once without digesting anything in your system. It's true.
That is basically Lily's takes, yeah.
Exactly. Except when it comes out, it's not a burger at all. It's like, what if she ate a burger by unhinging her jaw and spat out a chicken McNugget instead?
A golden chicken McNugget. Golden crusted.
Let's not go that far. Let's not go that far.
No. She is that transformative.
She's discovered this philosopher's stone can turn lead into gold itself.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. That's some brilliant stuff right there.
You keep underestimating her.
I keep underestimating her. You're right. That's my fault. That's my sin. My egregious sin. I failed.
That's what we're here to repent for tonight.
You are right. And what is repentance if not growth? Continual growth. Growth over time. All right, back to recycling cups because I don't have another cup here. Pretend you never saw this cup before. Gotta pour myself.
Only Lily can gaslight her audience like that. You're just not clever or Machiavellian enough.
You're right. My fish did not runneth over enough for this. Back to brony tears.
You only have one fish, not two fish. It's horrible.
No red fish, but a blue fish.
Okay, but there is a blue fish. Okay.
Now, there is one part where this essay did call me out directly.
Crazy screamy guy I just killed in
Is that why we're
Dark Souls
watching
3?
this?
Fuck no.
Yes.
I'm gonna let Varty
Indirectly.
explain that shit to me. He's got a lovely voice. But we have gotten far too comfortable shitting on actual
the lovely
creatives
voice?
and lionizing
yes.
the people who don't actually make anything, who instead just sit there and criticize their work. Criticism is valid and important. It's also easy. Video essays.
Criticism is definitely very easy to do.
It's hard to do it correctly. You're right.
I have had quite a strange career trajectory in that I got my creative writing degree at university and then went straight into YouTube. To explain
I went
my
to
reasoning for
college!
this
I went to college
informing
too.
My own 40-minute Varty Vidya style lore video on my own real life, which I'm not going to do. I'd instead suggest you work your way through my entire 5-year backlog of videos and piece together my personal history from those. But when I was
Just like Lily.
going through academia, and in fact, when I first made the decision to pursue this degree, I had the same thing over and over again, that my creative writing degree would be useless in getting me a job. And let me tell you, my creative writing degree has felt far more useless on YouTube than anywhere else. Every time I've tried to get creative, actually spent a week or longer on the writing process, the video has underperformed. And whenever I do a video essay or any video just very overtly sharing an opinion, it actually helps pay my bills. There are, obviously, video essayists who are very impressive in what they do, whose research and editing and presentation is clearly a cut above the rest, who actually have something to say and who display some level of creativity and, I don't know, skills, and some I assume are good people. But mostly, all we do on YouTube right now is react to things other people have made, both in the literal sense.
Definitely like
and
Asmongold.
in the figure.
Yes, we ourselves have apartments filled with cockroaches that we spew our gum blood on.
You didn't name all of your cockroaches?
You know, I can't find them. It's almost like my house doesn't have them in the first place.
Don't have cockroaches? Come on, look at this loser over here who doesn't have cockroaches. How are you ever going to be a millionaire
Streamer without
build
cockroaches.
without cockroaches? Without a rotting rat alone?
Yeah, exactly. Also, I will say this: he directly calls me out
Let's
at one
remember
point.
what a video essay is.
Not directly, but
It's
indirectly.
just an opinion. It's just you stating your
I think
case.
everyone's
on something.
begging you,
we
Anthony.
Put on pedestals
It is.
people who literally just share their opinions on the internet. Often, those opinions deriding the work of those who are far more creative and skilled than them. Just a quick aside here.
Exactly.
Obviously,
It's like how
video
Lily is
essay
far
a
more
pretty
creative and skilled than we are.
Far more.
In writing, in directing other people to draw art, in video making, everything.
I could never do a comic like Lily's comic is. But then again,
Yeah,
neither could she.
my comic work pales in comparison to Madhouse.
Sai,
Obviously.
you've never made anything worth a damn like that work is. That's
No, you're
true
right.
beauty.
All of my comic pages, just with all those backgrounds and all those shading and stuff. It was just
Anatomy.
fluff to just hide how bad they are.
joints that move.
Yeah.
Forget it.
I didn't even have a cloning subplot.
Yeah, how dare you not have a cloning subplot? It's terrible.
nebulous term. There are many that are just stories about or deep dives into history or real events. These ones require a lot of strenuous research. I wouldn't exactly call them creative, but they don't need to be. They're generally pretty impressive and they ask quite a lot of the creator. You're under intense scrutiny from an ocean of people who couldn't make something original or inspired if they shit out Lego.
It makes
And while
sense,
we're on
right?
the term essay,
Like us,
by the way,
we're so
I speak as someone
uninspired.
who
Like
went
us.
through the university system in a literary degree when I say that an essay is not just something you typically fart out every week. It's something that whole modules and terms build
Oh,
up
I missed
to
it. 1 second.
system in a literary or inspired if they shit out Lego. And while we're on the term essay, by the way, I speak as someone who went through the university system in a literary degree when I say that an essay is not just something you typically fart out every week. It's something that whole modules and terms build up to, that you spend weeks immersing yourself in research and texts to prepare yourself for. H-Bomber Guy, one of the video essayists who I think is actually smart and interesting and has things to say, recently put out a video, I'm sure you've seen it, where he exposes plagiarists. Notice how a lot of these plagiarists, Illuminati and the like, were the weekly video essay types. That's because a weekly video essay is bullshit. You write an essay when you have something to say. You don't actively look for or make up something to say to write an essay. So I'll just say it. YouTubers who make weekly video essays, I suspect that you are all frauds. If you haven't ripped off a bunch of journalists and superior writers whose work will never get the attention and acclaim you leech off them, you are almost definitely full of shit in at least 5 of your videos. Also, if you leave in footage of you pouring yourself a cup of tea or coffee and drinking it during the video, I also hate you. That one's for petty reasons. I just think you need to get over yourself. You're not Socrates, you've just explained the history of that so relevant for 8
Socrates
hours.
definitely drank
Of course,
coffee
I
while
am
he
aware-
gave his forms.
Well, he drank something when he died. Was it hemlock?
But-
Was that it?
Yeah, definitely. When you're essays for academia in school, you're definitely not desperately scraping and clawing for something to write an essay on ever.
Exactly. No. Why would you? I also love the part where he's saying like, "You're ripping off journalists." I'm like, well,
Is this guy serious or?
what if like you were a journalist? What then?
Oh, I think he's flexing a little bit. What if you actually have a byline? What then, Sonny?
What if you wrote 1,000 articles for a content mill that was exploiting your talents for quick
What if you
clicks?
actually wrote for a website?
Exactly. So it's like, so obviously this genius piece has uncovered the secret as to why Lily is so brilliant, because she doesn't write and do a video essay every week.
No.
In fact, she
Her
barely does anything.
videos take time. They age like fine wine.
Exactly.
They surprise you. She doesn't have a schedule because she's too good for one, like me.
Exactly.
'Cause I'm not as good as her.
No, 100%. Let's take a look at some of her videos recently. So we got 2 weeks ago, a month ago, 2 weeks, 2 months ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, 3 months ago. Really,
it's definitely
every
not
couple of
weekly.
weeks. Every couple of weeks is a new video out. And you know
2
what?
weeks
2
is
weeks.
acceptable. Every week, not
No,
acceptable.
No way. No, God, no. It's not like I start my video essays a month before they come out and like I'm scripting, editing, recording, and then gradually build them up on a conveyor belt
nobody
simultaneously.
The buffer. What are you talking about?
No, God, no. It's not like people online have like a career and have to make a job out of it. And like, hey, throw everyone under the bus.
Yeah, it's not like having to write articles for like a paper or a magazine.
You cut out there entirely after magazine.
No, I said it's not like having to write an article for a magazine or a newspaper every week.
All right, so I've consumed so much fluid that I have to use the bathroom right now. Sai, take the wheel.
Okay.
Right back. I trust you, Sai.
I could read some super chats.
Yeah, read some super chats. Actually, that'd be perfect.
I can't see just the funding ones. I'm just gonna scroll back up.
That's fine. Yeah, read some super chats. I'll be right back.
I think we read that one from Bladed Fox. And where's the brown hair come? Okay, I'm scrolling through the chat right now, guys. Bear with me. It's not my stream, so I can't see. Let's see. Can Crim say Amelia Perez was snubbed by the Oscar in the Best Picture and had the best trans rep in the whole world the latest decade? Crim's not gonna move for this one, but it's definitely him talking right now. Amelia Perez was snubbed by the Oscars and is the best trans rep. Very, very good, Crim. Very good insight, Crim. Awesomeness says, I have cats for the rats, and if I see a roach, I smoke a roach to forget my regret. That was a good poem. Paige Lego says, Crimson Ender demands royalties. Hey, Crim's the one who gave us the puppet. You're not Socrates. I thought that was Crim. Neo Wolf says, in the immortal... I drank what? His last words. Yes, correct. Shad doesn't actually write down a script. He just makes up things about weapons he doesn't understand. I mean, did you see his video on the two-sided like longsword? I mean, that totally wasn't talking out of his ass. We obviously owe apologies to Shad as well. He does very good sword combat. He's obviously very athletic and very competent, and definitely knows how to move and armor and have a. No, CD Call does not draw. She directs other people to draw. She's an ideas gal, you see. So it's her brilliance feeding through these artists and influencing their hand. She doesn't need to be an artist to know how to direct people to make good art, you see. She's just that smart. Yes, and Chad definitely has a great jawline, really good hair. He dresses impeccably. Obviously, wearing medieval armor at a grocery store is something only a genius could do. Yes, Chad is also a renowned nunchuck lover, yes. He definitely had a very good video that was very accurate. He was completely correct about them. That's definitely not where I started to see the cracks in his content before the Super Mario freakout, yeah. Yeah, that's not Lily Orchard, it's CD Cal. Oh my god, I can't dead naming her. We should ban you from the chat. We're here to talk about how we were so wrong about CD Cal and how she's so much smarter than us. It's so much more talented than us. Crimson asks, Sai, can you pronounce Socrates for me again? They wrote it as Socrates, alright? It's a Bill and Ted reference, Crim. Of course Crim's here. Crim is right on stream with us. He's not gonna move right now. Yes, hello! I'm Crimson Ender! I definitely think Redo of a Healer is better than Evangelion! Oh, Crim, the bold statements on stream today, Crim. Bold statements. Yes, hello! Thank God.
What is Crim asking you to do, Sai?
No, nothing. Crim is talking about Redo of a Healer. Crim is talking about Redo of a Healer again, just taking stream as always.
What's about pronouncing Socrates?
It's pronounced Socrates, obviously. Like Bill and Ted. How can you guys be so uncultured? Yeah, Shad is a better artist than Jazza because he uses AI, which is the future of art. He's completely right about that. You're right over there, Anthony?
Had to drown my sorrows in the tears of bronies.
Well, yes, we obviously have to drown how stupid we are in alcohol.
Oh, those are tears.
Oh, wait, we got one more from Sosimus. The only Socrates I trust is the rat from Willard.
That's valid, actually. Willard is a great movie. Underrated.
I still need to see it. I was interested in it when I saw the trailer, but I never got around to watching it.
The original is also really
It's
good,
got
too.
Steve Buscemi in it, right?
The remake does, yeah.
Yeah, the remake. Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, that one's good. I like the remake quite a bit. It's you know what though? But the original also has the senator from X-Men who turns into a bunch of liquid goo.
Maybe I'll watch both.
They're fun, and the sequel has a Michael Jackson song in it. Ben.
Oh. Okay.
There's a song
Seems
Michael
old.
Jackson wrote for the movie. It's wild.
It was that long ago?
Yeah, it was back in the 80s. The original Willard.
Oh,
not
the original one. Okay.
Yeah, we're
don't
talking the
gaslight me.
70s,
Yeah.
70s
I'm
Willard.
still
Not
thinking,
like,
I never heard of the original, to be honest, so I'm only thinking of the remake.
Think the same movie, but with like 70s aesthetics is the best way of putting it. It's good.
That's one that's gonna go on my list.
Yeah, but
Actually, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick now that you're back. So I'll
Glorious.
be super quick though.
So chat, you're now mine for now. You were always mine, really. What do you expect? There's no way you could ever escape me entirely. That being said, though, I do want to draw your attention to one thing about Lily that's particularly interesting. Despite the fact she's insisted I watch all of her videos, most of these have nothing on them. I haven't watched most of these. I barely look at her content. Despite the fact she insists I'm obsessed with her, most of her catalog haven't even seen. In fact, most part, it's just things I've streamed previously, or my thumbnail, my thing lingered on too long, like this. Everything else is like, nope. No interest in anything you watch.
Well, see, obviously the genius Lily Orchard gave you too much credit and assumed you actually watched her things. But of course, you're a bad faith actor, so you've been talking about her without even watching.
That's just how brilliant I am.
Yeah, well, no, because you're not brilliant, because she's brilliant, and you're not even watching her videos, but because you're transphobic, obviously.
Obviously, that's definitely the reason why I haven't watched the vast majority of anything she's ever put out.
You just go after her because she's trans, because you definitely go after people just because they're trans, so that's why you go after her.
Actually, here's the funny thing. Sarah Z has criticized Lily before. I noticed some people in comments not noticing.
CD Cal, you're misgendering her. See how transphobic you are?
I think I choose a she, but go for it.
She did a long overdue call out on Sarah Z. She's had it good for too long.
It's not all like Sarah Z, just Sarah Z. I'm calling you Sarah Z. I'm not Canadian. That's not a Z, it's a Z.
You're misgendering or misnaming, whatever, dead naming Sarah Z.
No, I will not say a bad word about Sarah Z at all. Not even remotely. I think
not
she's
even
really
kayfabe.
Cool. I think she's really neat. Genuinely.
No, I like her too.
Yeah, I think she's cool.
For real, Sarah Z said an offhand comment about Lily.
Yeah, you cut out there a little bit there, Sai.
Oh, sorry. Why am I cutting out tonight? What the fuck?
I don't
Maybe
know.
It's the internet.
You gotta check your internet. Well, obviously, it's the fact that you're appreciating true talent. Your mic can't handle it.
Obviously, yeah. My new mic can't handle it. But yeah, Sarah Z gave an offhand comment about Lily once and was mad about it because, as she should be, because she's a misunderstood.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right, Mason. We're Z naming her. Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, no, and I know. Yeah, no. There's more I can say, but I don't think Sarah's a fan of Lily at all, and I think that probably after Lily sending hordes of angry fans at Sarah's way,
as she should have.
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone on Sarah's side particularly cares for Lily either. So just
obviously her and Lady Emily are transphobic.
Lady Emily, who is trans, is transphobic.
Yes, according to our genius overlord Cal.
Sure.
Because
okay.
she did a video with you. Obviously.
I'll be sure to tell Emily next time.
Inform
I talk to her.
her.
She's transphobic.
Yes. She needs to know.
Like, she sometimes watch these streams and be like, hey, can I butt in for a second? Like, yeah, sure.
Lady Emily's gonna watch this later and be like, why the fuck am I catching strays?
Yeah, no, she's gonna send me, I'm gonna get like a message at like 4 a.m. going like, hey, buddy, what the fuck?
Oh, CD Cal actually said that, though, that, like,
Yes.
Lady Emily streamed with you. Well, you know, some trans people will tolerate transphobe, etc.
Do you have the clip of that where she threatened us?
Oh God, it was in the audio I cut for the compilation, but
yeah, what was that again?
It's
That was
in that whole rant. It's in that whole rant somewhere. Actually, I have that uploaded privately. Actually,
yeah. So let's take a look at that real quick. I think we can really.
So maybe I'll slide that to you in the DM so we can appreciate how right Lily was.
100%. I want to really showcase just how correct.
Yeah, we need to show Lily's whole takedown of us that really made us realize how wrong we.
And I want to show you where I was when I read it too, when I saw it.
We are wrong, and sorry is all we can be.
Exactly, 100%. When you have the link, I'll plug it on screen.
I am getting a little drunk now. Oh, here it is.
I see. Well, I'm drinking the tears of bronies, so I feel totally fine because I'm invigorated by the tears of bronies.
And you can't get drunk on the tears of bronies because all they drink is Mike's Hard Lemon.
Exactly. By the time I get to it, it's already metabolized. It's almost like drinking water, really.
It's already been through their livers.
Exactly.
By the time you drink it,
it's almost like I'm drinking just straight up water.
So
it's crazy.
I don't know exactly where it is. You might have to look at the transcript.
Oh
but,
God, it's a long freaking video.
Lily called our asses out, and right, of course, and justified in doing so. It's 23 minutes in.
23 minutes in? Okay, cool. Let me go in about 22 then to give some context.
Yeah, we'll get some context because there's definitely context.
So, for context, this is a live stream she did. At this time, I was at the grocery store when she was streaming this, getting eggs.
But you had a feeling from the universe how realized suddenly grocery store aisle.
Actually,
how wrong you've been.
Actually, is Sarah Z non-binary? I
have no idea.
I don't know if Sarah's non-binary. She might be. I think she uses she pronouns, I think. I'll double check actually later. I'm not sure.
Call her Zed.
Yeah. By the way, no, this is okay. So Miss Jasmine, no. I got here late. Is that vodka Anthony's chugging? No. If I was chugging vodka, I would not be standing here. No, a lot of it is water.
I'm the one getting sloshed because I have nowhere to be tomorrow except my own stream.
No, all joking aside, I have work tomorrow.
I need some water.
Like, no, all joking aside, I have a day job. I can't get sloshed on a stream. You kidding? No way. Most of this is water. I'm just pointing that right now.
I'm a shut-in with no day job anymore. So.
There you go.
I am drinking sangria with a little butterscotch liqueur because I had a cocktail like that at my favorite.
Oh, Sarah's pronouns are ZZ.
Yeah, her pronouns are ZZ, obviously. But I've been obsessed with putting like butterscotch flavor in my sangria.
Which sounds delicious, I'll say right now. It sounds great.
It's oddly delicious. You wouldn't think the tastes would work together, but it's really good.
I'm going to try that another time. That sounds really good, honestly.
It's a little butterscotch schnapps in like some real Spain sangria. It's really good.
Oh, that sounds really good, actually. Butterscotch. Anyways,
well, this is actually butterscotch liqueur. It's Dr. McGillicuddy's Intense Butterscotch.
Dr. McGillicuddy.
It's
I think I've seen
it's 21% alcohol by volume. Wow.
That'd explain a lot, wouldn't it? You maybe should drink some water.
The sangria is only 7%, but I've been adding the butterscotch.
Here, Sai, you need some tears of bronies? It's totally filtered.
I have some filtered brony tears right here in a mason jar. Don't worry.
Good. I was gonna say, yeah.
Look, and I used to be a functional alcoholic. I know what I'm doing.
Valid. I've never been an alcoholic, so I can't speak to that one. But context on this one. So while I was getting groceries and disturbed by the extremely high price of eggs, CD Cal had got a message saying that her Tumblr was banned. For, what is it, the third time? Fourth time?
About the fourth time, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Unjustly. They don't appreciate her genius either.
No, and naturally, CD rightfully believed it was us, the people who had no idea her Tumblr was still up, that did it. Okay, we knew it was up, but we didn't, So basically, she went on this whole big tangent about how terrible we were and how all of her followers should report our accounts and everything.
And she was completely right.
Completely correct. Which is absolutely why all of our accounts are still up, and all of her reporting was very effective. Not a
Because
single video was banned.
YouTube goes out of its way to protect abusers, in the famous words of CD Cal.
Exactly. So right here we have this. So here's where this happens.
It's just something I've been doing since I was a kid.
And at this point, she's going through our channels to find videos that she can report and ban us for, all of which are not banned. So I don't think she's very effective at it.
Yeah,
But
YouTube unfortunately doesn't support, real restorative justice.
exactly, it's unfair. So here's where this all went south.
Just like Robot Poppy, Xena, and Star Giant. Well, I mean, people have already been coming out about how fucking Sai's a groomer.
Hey, Sai,
Oh,
did you know you're a
gosh.
groomer?
Oh my god. I must be, because she said it, and she is the smartest person on the earth.
It's got to be true.
I must
she
have
said
done.
it.
I must have done some grooming without realizing it.
You mean like combing your hair or getting a
Oh
buzz?
no!
or...
Right, I groomed dogs. Oh my gosh!
Oh
she's
my
so right.
god, the worst kind of grooming, animal grooming.
Yeah. Oh god, especially when they bite you.
Was that a common occurrence or?
Sometimes.
That's valid, actually. Anyway.
My own dog is a little nippy. Getting a bath.
Oh, I hate that. My family dog used to be. I'll say this and go back to this. She was like a little Yorkshire Terrier, and she used to like throw a tantrum whenever like you had to clip her nails because the paws were so small.
Oh yeah. Oh no, she's like that too. Yeah, Sadie's like that too.
Oh god.
I didn't know doodles were so like persnickety about being handled before I got one. But no, actually, for people in the chat, just breaking character. Again, but yeah, I was working at a dog breeder up until recently, and I left that job. So I did do a lot of grooming and breeding and taking care of little tiny.
The best kind of grooming, animal grooming.
Yes.
Anyway, back to this. See, the problem is I don't know if I unpaused it or not because she's quiet for so long of it. Oh, there she's talking.
I mean, it's the sublime cerebral effect of streams where she has long periods of deliberate silence to really make you what she just said.
I have to double check to make sure the play button's going on. I've unpaused this before.
It's to keep you engaged. She's so far beyond us, Anne.
But she's not talking. She's not making a single sound. It's been like a minute.
You're engaged because you're trying to figure out if the stream is even still going. Don't you see how brilliant that is?
I'm not even sure I can even pretend that was the case, but okay. Yeah, you know what? It's brilliant.
You're just not smart enough to get. I have ascended to the smarthood on the same level as Lily. I mean, CD.
It's like the movie Blue, where there's no visuals on screen, just the color blue, and just audio.
And then there's some talking. You know?
There's a lot of dialogue. It's meant to simulate being blind. Actually, Blue's a really good movie. Actually,
the dude actually went blind.
He had AIDS. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He had AIDS. It was to simulate the feeling of going blind from AIDS.
Speaking of AIDS, back to Lily.
Oh God. By the way, she has not talked this whole time we're talking over it. Like,
can you not hear the clacking of the keyboard? She is telling
I do them
her
too.
truth.
Why,
here you go.
especially when I'm in deep thought. Oh yeah.
Here you go.
Oh yeah, she was in deep
A
thought,
lot of us
and
do- a lot of us do that.
deep thoughts.
Deep thought.
Oh, Lady Emily did a fucking stream with this pustule. That's a shame. I liked her.
Oh dear.
Michaela jump scare. You're a pustule.
I'm a pustule.
Aunt. She's correct. You're a pustule.
Yeah, and it's not all like Lady Emily was
You're a
watching
living
the
pustule.
stream and asked to jump on because she thought it was cool. By the way,
We were cloned from pustule here a couple of years ago to
Exactly.
just torment Lily.
By the way, I have paused it right now, so there's no. That's
Have
just
you?
Oh, I hit my screen there.
I mean, duh. I mean, silence is a strong artistic choice in Lily's stream.
Well, I want to indicate that I've paused it, and it's not the intended effect of CD's stream. But no, like here's the thing I find funny. Why do you think if you watch the stream, you see that Lady Emily was like in comments saying, "Oh, hey, tag me in." I'm like, okay, here you go. You're on stream now. How do you think I did that?
You obviously gaslit and groomed and tricked Lady Emily into doing.
Well, no, it's because we're already friends and I added her to the conversation. That's how it is. Like,
It's like when Kaiser Shonen dragged me onto his stream.
Exactly. Like most people who I stream with, I'm friends with beforehand and know them, and like
You just pretend. You just made friends with a trans person. Hide how trans you are.
you
Obviously.
you were skipping
Tumblr anons tell me so.
you were skipping in and out of there. I could barely you
Am
kept
I? Oh,
yeah, your
God
audio
damn
was
it.
really. You want to try plugging in
I
now?
was saying you just made friends with a trans person to hide how transphobic you are because Tumblr anons tell me so.
Valid. I suppose that's the case.
Yes,
It's amazing how many people like will say like terrible things to people about like spreading rumors and stuff like that. It's really sad, honestly. Yeah. But anyway, on this note, so then Lily has some theories as to why someone who is reputable might want to show up in my streams and talk. Not because we're cool and we have a good time talking. It's probably because of this. This reason why.
You can tell she's thinking when she makes that noise.
Yeah.
She's about to say something brilliant.
You could really cut out all of the sounds and lose nothing.
No. This is all part of the ambiance.
Did she know who said pustule really is? I have no idea. Like, his transphobia has been pretty fucking well documented at this point. Like, the guy is a lunatic who just goes after trans women. But
All the
he's
time.
very careful to only target bad or, trans women that idiots think are bad or problematic. So it's possible. So, the unfortunate reality is there are a lot of trans women who will see someone being brazenly trans misogynist, but look the other way if it's someone they don't like.
That's definitely such a valid thing she just said about Lady Emily.
So is she?
True.
That's the thing I find funny. Like she's saying that like multiple people who happen to be trans women, who I happen to be friends with, ignore blatant trans misogyny that I do.
Yes.
Because it's the wrong trans people. And look,
because she is smarter than you, so she knows this. She knows her aunt.
and look, here's the thing, and I think Sai, you can agree with this too. You and I, as cis people, we're gonna make mistakes sometimes. We're gonna say something that's unintentionally.
Well, we made a mistake by ever insulting CD Cal, obviously.
Exactly. Well, I mean,
We are
even,
mistaken constantly.
but like even out of
We are Drek.
But even out of like KFAB, we're gonna make mistakes sometimes. We're gonna say things that just don't hit the right way, and like the only thing we can do is say, "Hey, we screwed it up. I'm sorry," and then learn from it. In general, and I'm talking about myself mostly. Like there's things I've said where I'm like, I kind of wish I didn't say that, or I said the wrong thing here and there. And
how dare you misspeak on the internet? Why can't you be more like our savior, CD Cal?
100%. You know, and there's gonna be occasions where you're gonna find things where one of us, myself especially, said that it was stupid, and it's like the only lesson you can learn from that is going, okay, hey, you said something dumb one time. Don't do it again. And that's all you can do. That's all you can do in life. And what people like CD do is they'll go through the history of what someone said the entire life on the internet and go, oh, here's the one time they said something stupid or didn't know what they were talking about, and then pull it out of context. That's the whole story. And they assume that no one else saw that one thing they found. They were the first one.
You see, though, CD Cal, such a...
Yep.
You know, she can judge us. She can judge us.
100%.
She can judge Lady Emily and claim baselessly that Lady Emily just ignores trans misogyny because she just knows. Because she is in tune with the universe. Because she's just that smart.
Exactly. And like, it really bothers me in this sense. I will say this: I have character. So I'm not doing pretending anything. We're being totally serious this whole stream. But if we were in character, if I were to break it briefly,
What character? We're totally serious.
totally serious entirely. But if I were to break character, I think it's deeply disturbing how some people look for things, and everyone screws up somewhere. You know, someone screws up along the way, and they say something. And I've been trying to be better with that with my last few weeks of content and streams and everything, where I try to like have a discussion, discuss, analyze, because I think that most people, when they feel attacked, they're more likely to make a mistake. They're more likely to say something they don't really mean, or say something in a way it's not correct. And I think by engaging in discussion and conversation, I think we really were able to go, okay, hang on, let's analyze this. Let's break this down. Let's figure this out. What folks like CD are doing is they're looking for the case where you are the most unfocused, the most desperate to get that next point in. And they kind of take it out of context terribly. I mean, I'm talking about specific occasions with myself, especially that I'm thinking back to that she's probably going to reference in a few seconds, but let's go with it from there.
See, it's brilliant though. You can tell the stream is still going because of
Clicking.
her little character in the corner with the head bobbling like that. It's like a lava lamp.
It is
mesmerizing. And the typing. I mean, we can hear
Hypnotic.
her putting her brilliant thoughts to text.
Oh goddamn!
And the hands-
Toro.
I literally be casually dropping then bomb.
Oh yeah. Sai says the N-word a lot.
So, do you say the N-word a lot?
Apparently. If
Apparently.
Lily said it, it must be true.
I'd never
She
seen you say the N-word.
definitely didn't type out the uncensored hard R because she was salty at Tyler the Creator's tweets about how cyberbullying is dumb.
Yo, yeah, she
Definitely never did that. Ever.
CD would never say the N-word in reference to Tyler the Creator.
No, never.
At all. Ever.
You shouldn't look that up to confirm.
Never.
She never did it.
She's never done anything wrong in her life, honestly.
She never called Tyler the Creator the hard N because she didn't like his tweet.
Never. And we're not just saying that because she did do it. We're telling you not to look it up because we're telling you to look it up. No, she's never done that ever.
We're telling you not to look it up. Do not go out and seek that screenshot.
Yeah,
that doesn't exist.
Never hold her accountable for all the numerous times she's done terrible things to people.
No,
publicly.
only her critics. Only her critics are the bad people.
We just don't get it though. We're just too foolish.
No, we're her critics, so we're wrong automatically.
Exactly. Like, here's the thing. Krim is wrong so often, we decided to give him an extra big ukulele.
I mean, yeah, Krim had to have a ukulele, because Krim has just been wrong this entire stream, you know? That's right, I've been wrong! See, he agrees.
Oh, delayed movement with his mouth flaps. That's something.
Yeah, well, he's a little slow sometimes.
I love that the ukulele has started to expand the more sins Krim has committed over the course of the stream.
He needs a bigger ukulele to make up for his needs.
Yeah, exactly. All right, what's the point I was going to try and
Like
find?
a lot.
Oh, here's somebody right here real quick.
Transphobic, as in who is he targeted? He goes after trans women who criticize him at all, and he likes to call them badals, which is a term that means effeminate men. And his excuse is that, well, a trans guy said it was okay for me to say. I don't.
That's definitely what
think
happened.
I need to explain to you why that doesn't work.
I don't think that's what happened, though, Lily. I think there might be some context.
No, it's definitely what
missing.
happened. You definitely went around calling people badals who call themselves badals, but it was wrong when you did it.
Well,
obviously.
I wrote the word once before I knew what it even meant or the history behind it, and then just avoided ever typing it.
It doesn't
ever
matter
again.
that there's a crazy online cult that calls themselves that. You can't say it.
Well, the problem was they reclaimed what they called a slur. And the problem is that the word was an Old English word, which meant it was
just
used
because
in
it
the year
hasn't been
900.
Just because it hasn't been a slur for like a few centuries doesn't mean you're able to say it just because they call themselves that.
It hasn't been a slur in 1,000 years. It would be like going to ancient Latin, taking a word that was a bad word and then using it out of context and going, here's a bad word. Nobody heard that word. Nobody knew what it was. So, in context, there was an occasion where I made a tweet that was poorly phrased on my part. I've referenced it a few times on videos before. I made a tweet about the Neil Gaiman situation that was poorly thought out, based on limited information at the time, and I realized after the fact it wasn't well written. I deleted it, said, hey, I didn't do this. This was a terrible take on my part. Wasn't well phrased, didn't communicate what I was trying to say. I'm very sorry. Here's all the information I'm trying to communicate properly. In any situation, I think I went above and beyond to say, hey, listen, I didn't phrase it right. This is a mistake on my part.
Obviously, that's not good enough on Twitter. They have to just skewer you forever.
You know, and there were a few people who were very upset and sent me a few thousand death threats. A group of them had this word in their bio. I'm like, oh, I guess this is the group they belong to. And I was thinking like, oh, it's you know, like Doylists. You know, it's named after like a person's last name or something. So I said, oh, you know, they're this group, and apparently it was a big controversial thing. I had never heard this word before. Multiple people who were like on my side who were trans saw the word and were like, I have never heard this word before. I don't know what it means. It's probably okay to say. Who cares? None of us knew what it meant. It was all like completely like, what is this word? What does this mean? And apparently, like, folks like Lily have taken that and twisted it into a discussion about how terrible I am.
Obviously, only very stable, normal, correct people would name themselves after an ancient slur and then get mad at you saying it. Clearly.
Because it's one of those things where it's like, if the worst thing you've ever seen me do is use a word that I didn't know what it meant at the time, haven't used since, and you can even search it up. I've only used the word one time in the history of my internet history. It's like, what even does this word mean? No one knew about it. Multiple trans people who I know read that word and were like, we have never heard this word before. It was the most baffling experience of my life. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not really on Twitter anymore, so that's one upside. I've kind of abandoned the site for like the grave. It's
obviously Lily, I mean CD Cal, obviously knows what Callie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, CD Cal.
All right, do we want to hear a little bit more of her wisdom in this video?
Yeah, let's take a look more right here. Then move on to something
First of
else.
all, trans men being trans-misogynistic is unfortunately common.
So true, Queen.
So true.
You definitely have no biases or bigotry against any other groups that aren't you, Lily.
Never. You've never said the
CD.
N-word multiple times in your history.
No, never.
No.
She's never been misogynistic.
You've never screwed
been
up
racist.
Once. Well, I mean, that's the
No.
thing.
She's perfect. She's beyond us.
She who is without sin can cast that first stone.
Yeah,
she is without sin.
She can cast the stones because, yeah, she's perfect.
And no one has ever brought up accusations of assault against her, ever.
No, and we were too stupid to see that, clearly.
You went back and updated video titles with your new username. Yeah. Because the guy is fucking obsessed with me.
No. I was told to change your name, and so I did it accordingly to make sure I got ahead of you in SEO.
That's obsessing, though. Come on. She said it. I mean, she's right.
Yeah, it took all of 10 seconds. It's very sad.
10 seconds is very obsessive in this short attention span TikTok era.
Yeah, you're right. That's basically like a whole lifetime, you know?
Yeah, see, you're having so much trouble accepting how wrong you are on the tree, man.
And it's funny is that I could never make something as brilliant as Pokey Madhouse.
No one could. It's peak fiction.
I'd include backgrounds.
And that would be your era.
That would be my era. And probably
I mean, I'm so
dialogue
bad
that
at drawing
logically
backgrounds,
follows.
why do I even try? I should have backgrounds, because they're not needed when you're focusing on the characters.
Hell, why even have coherent flow of dialogue?
Why even have establishing shots to establish where the characters are? No, you should be able to intuit it from the brilliant writing.
Yeah, Sai, why do you even have, like, character designs that are flexible, not just reuse the same body?
Why do I even put lines to tablet? Why do I even do that?
Ridiculous.
I should just put up a blank white image and expect everyone to infer my meaning.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
I should. Yes, you're right.
Terribly ashamed of yourself for that. But anyway, back to this informal information. I love the sounds of her just grunting slightly because I really get a sense of
That's her coming up with her genius. That is the genius bubbling to the surface of her being.
Mind you, she's only said 20 words in the last minute.
Because she's concise, because she knows exactly what she wants to say, and can say it in very few words, like a.
Oh, here we go. Here's more insults.
sign of
for me.
intelligence.
Oh, we got more insults. So I just she finally started talking, so I had to listen.
Because he's got nothing better. Yeah, his videos about me are the only ones anyone like. That's the kicker. These guys.
See, it
their
took her a
videos
while
about
to
me are
come
the
with such
only
a
ones
good
anyone
insight.
ever actually watches.
Oh, so my videos about Lily are the only ones anyone watches.
No,
right?
obviously your video on her Pokemon retrospective has all the views.
Yeah, you're right. Let's take a look at
Views.
that. You know,
100 views tops.
let's do that. Let's do that real quick, shall we? Videos by popularity. Let's do that, right?
And you're just trying to gaslight us into thinking your videos get views.
You're right. I am. So let's take a look.
You
right
have
here.
obvious look. See, all your top videos are Lily. It's right there.
Yeah,
The top two.
two
If you
of
ignore,
the
if you
four.
ignore the first one, your top videos are about Lily. How can you deny that?
I mean, they are both very popular. But then Harry Potter's right after that. Then
And what's with that shitty thumbnail on your
this one.
writing? So bad.
Some loser designed this thumbnail.
You
It was terrible.
you must have hired some amateur.
Pure amateur. But then right after that, we got Cyberpunk, YouTube critics. Oh, Lily's on that one too, so I guess it doesn't count. Because she's in like 2 minutes.
You're
of it.
obviously view botting. You only get
Really?
views.
There is actually someone on Blue Sky who like has sent like 20 messages saying, "Oh, you have bots. All your views are from bots." I'm like, "Oh, okay, buddy." Spider-Man, Magneto.
See, they're already driving you off of Blue Sky because they know who you are.
Terrible. Horror movie characters. Shad. Disney.
Shad. Who even heard of Shad?
Horror films. Velma. Diversity. Snow White. Oh, there's Lily again. So, of the top 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 3 are Lily.
If we just ignore all of your obviously botted videos, you only talk about Lily.
Only talk about Lily. That's all I talk about. Which is, well, let's look at CD's channel, shall we? Sort of by popularity. Well, she's got 2 big videos right here. Steven Universe.
And she was so right about Steven Universe, and I am just bitter because I can't stand when anyone criticizes that show. I never criticize it myself. I never talk about my problems with the writing ever because I'm such an obsessed sycophantic fan.
Never. So we got the big one, the big one, about 9 million views. Huge video. Undeniably
No,
so.
we could never compete with getting 9 million views in 6 years.
And then we get Legend of Korra, fewer or less, still 8 million. Huge video. But what are those dates? What's that, 6 years ago? 7 years ago? There's got to be something after that, right? Pokemon, complete retrospective. Oh, what's that?
Which you obviously just didn't understand, and you don't understand Pokemon the way CD Cal does.
That's probably why I have only a few more views than her. Like, what, she got 530.
You're too stupid to see how bad N is.
She's got 600. I got 645. You got 531. Okay, bit of a divide
Yeah,
there.
but you're botted.
Botted, clearly. Sibling abuse, that's 528. Okay. 465. Okay, so of your top 4.
And that sibling video of hers was the most, correct thing she's ever done.
Yeah, 100%. Skipping the redemption arc. Okay. Making fun of Sarah Z. So again, talking about relying on others' reviews. We got Sarah Z.
Can we watch
on
a bit
your
of the
thumbnail.
Sarah Z one to see how correct she is?
Let's do that. 6 years ago. Let's watch that.
And actually, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, but I'm still listening.
All right, cool.
Listening.
Let's take a look at this then while you're in the bathroom.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
Let's take a look over here. Sure, there's nothing bad going on with this.
Most popular videos of all time at almost 2 million views at time of writing, and it also provoked a sizable backlash.
Oh, 2 million views at 6 years ago. So that means that you got 1/4 of your views for the video in the first year of its release. Less than the first year of its release. Which means no one was watching it after that point. Curious.
From people who tie all of their identities to things they're a fan of. Most notably was Sarah Z, who lazily tried to dismiss all of my criticisms and paint me as some kind of
Aunt, didn't you hear her? It's one of the most popular videos of all time. She said it, so it must be true.
But that's funny though, isn't it? Because Lily said that she was a fan of Lady Emily, who wrote Sarah Z's videos.
Obviously, Sarah Z is also gaslighting Lady Emily. Poor Lady Emily. is just too stupid of a minority to understand she's being taken advantage of by these people.
I'm sure she
You
has
should listen to CD Cal.
I'm sure she has nothing to say about this matter at all.
You've definitely gaslit and taken advantage of Lady Emily. She's helpless. She can't think for
Sarah
herself.
Zed,
She's a
apparently.
minority. She's a minority. Of course she can't think for herself. She has to be guided by the correct white people.
I'm very sorry. I don't want to fucking insult you with that one.
I'm talking about Lady Emily.
Yeah, it's all joking in
wait,
that
no.
one. Yeah, she knows. She knows. This.
I am joking, and I'm a little drunk.
Yeah. We think
I really love your demo reel videos, Lady Emily.
It's really good.
I do.
Right.
I've watched them so many times.
Oh yeah. Anyway, back to this. So here's where, and by the way, I want to add some context that I do know.
Hang on. I have to read this one chat comment.
Go for it.
Peter, CD's here.
There we go.
Kind of vengeful bitch with an axe to grind. I'd meant to take a sledgehammer to her deranged nonsense earlier, but some shit went down and I had to take a break from crybaby little shits to recover from some personal trauma. But now we're back and getting right into it. So this video is going to be split into 2 parts. The first, which is considerably shorter as Sarah didn't put a whole lot of effort into this lazy garbage, is going to be me taking the big major criticisms of the Steven Universe video made by Sarah and correcting things she either got wrong or deliberately lied about, which is...
Oh, really?
Okay. Really? Interesting.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, I should
TD, tell us, and I will definitely keep in character, probably.
Now, I should probably mention this, but now I'll withhold it for now. I'll say it later if I remember correctly. But I'll say it right now. This video resulted in people harassing Sarah for months and months, if not years of real life time.
This was like baby Sarah when she was
a very
still
small
kind of
channel.
a new YouTuber.
At the time, Lily had
I remember going to watch this video. I'm like, oh my god, baby Sarah.
Not just that, but like you gotta remember, at this point, she had probably fewer subscribers than I do now. This was 6 years ago. So Lily had one of the biggest videos on the platform at this time, and she's punching down a creator. But it's so funny because 6 years later, she's saying, oh, she loves the co-writer of this lady who she harassed for a massive amount and tried to bully into like submission. It's funny how that works.
As she should have done, though, because she knows better than everybody.
Clearly. But it's just so funny how Lily's perspective on this changes when it's a smaller creator who she can bully and mock. But the moment that someone gets too big for her to insult, oh no, she's a fan. She likes their work.
Well, she definitely is aware that Lady Emily works with Sarah Zed. She is totally, absolutely aware of.
It's not like
I'm sure.
It's not like she gets credit in every single Sarah Zed video and was like there the entire time.
As we have established, Lily does not need to fully watch anything because she is just so smart.
That's true. Of course. My mistake. How could I be so foolish?
Really,
knowing
seriously,
what you're insulting requires watching it.
You can't even be repentant like we're supposed to be on this stream. It's a very serious apology stream.
And what's funny is, here's the thing. I've never covered accounts that were smaller than mine. Outside of like referencing like on occasion, but like not never. It's a couple of times, but like very, very infrequently. And I usually try to like.
Oh, what, you think you're better than them?
No,
you think you're better
but
you think you're better than people with less subs than you? You think you're better than me?
No. The problem is like I don't want my audience to attack them. Like that's the thing. I can. It's not like
that's okay. Send your audience after me. I can take it.
That's fair though. But the problem is, it's like with a certain point on YouTube, you realize like one day I woke up and realized I had over 50,000 subscribers. I'm like, wait, if I covered like a small channel, and like even 1% of those audiences attack that channel, that's like a lot. They can't handle that. You know?
You could send them to me. I like fist fighting people on the internet.
I've noticed, but it's like,
have you? I mean, I'm very subtle about it.
Very, but like Lily has just come off a success of a massive scale, her biggest success in her channel, period. And her next reaction is to attack a critic who at the time has a fraction of the audience she has.
Yeah, but Sarah said one offhand sentence about her, so obviously she had to respond.
Yeah. This speaks to everything right about Lily, because she understands.
Correct about Lily. Yes, absolutely correct to do so.
Because,
to
like,
attack a smaller YouTuber who doesn't know her place.
Exactly. Because, like, the bravest of people, she only punches when she isn't afraid of getting punched back. And that's probably why she hasn't responded to June at all.
That's a true sign of power, to only go after people who are defenseless against you.
Exactly. Or vulnerable. But you know what stinks is when the people
if they didn't suck, they wouldn't be vulnerable. Duh.
But it's very funny because, you know, you call me crazy right now. It's almost like she stops bullying them when she realizes the people she's bullying are actually liked and people want to see them. And they accumulate an audience over time and slowly become too big for her to push around. It's funny how that works, right?
Nah, it's gotta be a coincidence.
It's gotta be a coincidence. It's not like she's a terrible person who deserves to be criticized for her horrible actions.
How dare you ever say that about anyone?
And hasn't committed crimes that should
As
be
we
held
know,
accountable.
people, no matter what they do not deserve to be criticized for it, especially if they identify as transgender.
Well, the fact that she's trans is irrelevant. Those crimes are still crimes no matter what you do. And she's committed
what crimes? CD has not committed any crimes. She's just beyond human morality because
Yeah. But let's see what she did to a smaller creator who happened to become popular, who she never spoke about ever again.
Is all of them. The second is going to be me speculating way too much on the attitudes of performative allies with white savior complexes. Part 1. Let's be honest, it's just fucking
Lily,
lying.
that's
Let's
so
make my
right
thesis
and
apparent
not
right
you.
from the start. Sarah Z
Oh my
spends
god,
a good
she's such a baby. She's so
I told you it's baby Sarah. Look at her
God.
shitty camera. Look at her bad set. Look how young she is.
Oh,
She's
welcome to Night Vale. It's supposed to be.
so little. Look at her.
Oh, that's really sweet. Oh.
Baby.
She had no idea she'd raise
She's
over
probably like
100,000.
what? She's probably like 22 here.
Yeah, no, 100%. And she has no idea she's going to raise over $100,000 for trans rights in the year of our Lord 2025, just by virtue of playing video games online.
Baby Sarah, look at her.
Anyway, back to this
portion of the video flat out lying about me. So let's do this the easy way and go through each claim and correct the lie. One of the big things Sarah does at the start of the video is play all the parts where I end up either yelling or being incredulous all at once when introducing me. This is an extremely deceptive form of editing because she's highlighting the climax of a particular segment while leaving out the increasing escalation and reasons for that
highlighting all the
climax.
times
The part
you
where I scream,
yelled and
"Sugar, you are
insulted
such
a
a fucking
non-binary
creep," is
person, yeah.
prefixed with an increasingly ramping up of anger as Sugar's reason for portraying Stevani becomes so flimsy and borderline victim-blamey, making the claims that puberty causes you to suddenly have the body of an adult and the power it gives you, rather than the reality that some people are just creepy pedophiles who see nothing wrong with ogling and sexualizing a teenager. You know, kind of like exactly what Sugar does in the episode.
Exactly. Didn't she plagiarize that, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, no, of course
No,
not.
of course
She
not.
would never plagiarize anything, but that's definitely the point of this episode where Stevani fights Jasper. Definitely the point.
Exactly. And that's...
It definitely didn't have anything to do with Amethyst's self-esteem issues about not being a big quark like Jasper.
You know what I find very funny? Lily never tried this with us. She never actually went through our arguments and piece by piece broke them down as to why we were wrong.
Well, notice how in her brilliance, she's not actually playing what Sarah Zed said. She's telling us what Sarah Zed said, because she obviously has a better insight into what Sarah Zed meant than Sarah Zed does.
You know, let's not pull a Mauler. It's possible she might include the clips right now. Maybe we just paused too early.
Maybe we're just pause-andying, yeah.
Let's find out.
Complaining about. It's dishonest to only play the conclusion of that segment without everything else. Sarah knowingly and deliberately
showing two
cut out
different
the
episodes is
reason
very
I
brilliant.
was yelling. Likewise with me going, "Jesus Christ, Rebecca, are you on fucking Ambien?" This was prefixed by literally summarizing Coach Steven. There's a lot of deconstructions of racism going on in there, you know, the kind that Sarah should otherwise find enlightening. The same thing happens
yes,
with the remark
Coach
about whether or not I
Steven.
think Sugar's a Nazi. She plays that clip without...
Wait, didn't she just say that she thinks she's a Nazi?
Yeah, but she was criticizing Coach Steven, which has Sugalite in it, who was designed by a black man, but is obviously Sugalite is very, very racist. She's not showing the character on screen, so you can't ascertain that for yourself, that how racist that character is.
100%. 100%. I think I just missed something real quick. Let me hear that again.
Likewise, with me going, Jesus Christ, Rebecca, are you on fucking Ambien? This was prefixed by literally summarizing Coach Steven. There's a lot of deconstructions of racism going on in there, you know, the kind that Sarah should otherwise find enlightening. The same thing happens with the remark about whether or not I think Sugar's a Nazi. She plays that clip without the entire 20-minute talk about Steven Universe's weirdly accurate, yet disturbingly sympathetic portrayal of fascism. My words are being taken
Obviously, she should have played all
literally
20
out of
minutes of her
context.
video.
Yeah, because what happens when you play more of your...
Yeah,
in fact,
no,
this
obviously Sarah Zed should have played all 20 minutes of that section of Lily's video to be clear. And obviously, Sarah Zed should have been enlightened by Lily's very salient points that she didn't rip off from the grifter of the ARC project.
Hey, Sai, quick question real fast. What happened when you played all of her video in context?
I think I got copyright struck, as I should have, yes.
Clearly.
But unfortunately, YouTube protects abusers, so my videos went back up.
Because it's a reactionary content and thus transformative, thus fair use.
Yeah, I showed all of CD's points in context, but that was also wrong of me to do.
Exactly, because you have to show the right amount of context, just enough to so she doesn't feel justified copyright.
I can't show I can't show context that makes her look bad. That was very wrong of me to do.
100%, which is why I'll stop this video halfway through, so she can't copyright strike me. Because by her perspective, if you only play a little bit of the video, you won't copyright strike it because you.
And perhaps we could play a little music that might have revenue sharing turned on.
Yeah,
Might put
right.
a copyright claim onto the video, which may or may not stop somebody from making another copyright claim on the video.
That's true. That's very true. How do I do that again? Let me find the right. Oh, what we got here? License application. Let's see what they got there. That's not correct, actually.
Little background music for the stream.
Exactly. Where's the? Actually, I'm having a hard time finding the avenue sharing.
Just play like I like that Shabuzi song that sharing.
Shabuzi. Here we go.
Not bar song. That'll get you fucking copyright.
Yeah, here we go. I found one. Here we go. Some music to get some this right here.
Keep on bluffing, but I just can't win.
Nice.
There we go. While playing this.
To present me in the worst light possible.
No! Hey, you're doing that thing again where you take everything I say out of context. You're trying to make it look like I think Coolsville sucks.
That was relevant. Very relevant.
The intention, and this carries on throughout the video, is to portray me as some kind of shrieking banshee having a tantrum on the internet. This is punctuated by the fact that she never so much as plays
She
another
definitely
clip
called
from
you
the
a
video
shrieking
without the
banshee?
audio muted. I
Exactly.
want you to hold on to this because it'll be important. Next, Sarah claims that the complaints about the Steven bombs take up a large portion of the Steven Universe video. The complaints about the Steven bombs take up only 3 to 5 minutes of the 123-minute video. This is not a large portion, Sarah. Please go back to elementary school and do fractions again.
Of CD to not show Sarah's actual claims vocally,
it's
because
funny,
we don't
right?
need to hear Sarah Zed's own words. CD can just tell us for us because she knows better.
100%. Why would we want to know about anything? I love especially how she shows the time periods right here. Like, let me see the exacts right here. Sarah claims right here.
You're right, Pieman's Crown. That was Krim playing the ukulele and singing
from
for
the
us.
video
Yeah,
without
apologizing.
the audio muted. I want you to hold on to this because it'll be important. Next, Sarah claims
Right
that
here.
the complaints about the
Right here.
Steven bombs take up a large portion of the Steven Universe video. The complaints about the Steven bombs take up only 3 to 5 minutes.
So where's the example here? So we got here.
No, we just have to trust Lily's word because she knows better than us.
I realize that our faces are covering up the number. They say the reality is the Steven bombs take up 3 minutes of the video, 4:56. So I'm assuming it means 4 minutes and 56 seconds into the video. Let's take a look at that, shall we? It's the most popular video. We can find that pretty quickly. 4:56.
It's starting and before going But the world being fleshed out is Earth, which doesn't need fleshing out. The characters being explored are random bit parts who ultimately mean nothing, and they're
You're
not
right,
funny.
Earth doesn't
Filler
need any
episodes of shows are
explanations.
usually the fun, light-hearted episodes the writers use to ease off the tension of the main story, if they have one. Steven Universe doesn't have that need for easing tension, as the filler episodes outnumber the story episodes considerably. It almost feels like Sugar wanted to have a story about an intergalactic space war, but also wanted to just write fanfics about random people in Beach City and couldn't seem to pick one. And for a while,
it's
that
fan
worked for
fiction
her.
when you're
The
writing
fandom
about
at
your
the
own
very
characters in your own show.
Exactly,
It's
that's how it
definitely
works.
fan fiction when you do that.
We
Yeah.
seem to love all of this, and Steven Universe Circus Season 1 had an extremely critically undiscerning fan base. But everything changed when the hiatus is attacked.
You see, that's already wrong, because I thought Lily said they started at 4:56. We're starting at 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
But she's correct that when to a network and they decide to air it in a really stupid way, that's the writer's fault. Definitely.
Also,
100%.
wait a second. I think I'm misinterpreting something here. So it looks like the scheduling and pacing section starts at minute 169.
Maybe CD and her infinite wisdom meant it only.
But it's saying it ends at like after 18 minutes. But she said she only talked about it for 3 minutes. So at this point, we're starting at 4:48. If I click ahead a little bit, she won't be talking about scheduling, right?
No, obviously not.
If not better, if he wasn't hogging screen time. I need to stress that this is
She's complaining about Steven.
the thing the Crystal Gems care about more than anything else. There's a distinct lack of actual tension in the story. Nobody's stressed out. Nobody's worried. Wait, no, scratch that. Paradox worried, but don't worry.
Nobody's ever stressed out in Steven Universe.
Nope,
cluster.
never.
I actually forgot
Ever?
it was even a thing.
Well, it's almost like Sarah just looked at like a general time block as to the section you labeled scheduling and pacing and just wrote, hey, this is the time you spent on your own outline that you said.
Well, that was Sarah Zed's mistake, thinking that what Lily named the chapter is what the chapter is about. Lily is beyond that sort of structure.
That's ridiculous. That's crazy talk.
Yeah, I know. Isn't Sarah Zed so fucking crazy to believe that the chapter was about what the chapter says it's about?
How dare she take what Lily said at face value like that was actually what she was talking about?
I know, right? She should know when to believe Lily and when not to. She's just not smart enough to decide when it's which or which.
But like,
I'm
listen.
definitely making a lot of sense right now.
But listen, that's why we're the imperfect critics, because Lily would never go after her critics and criticize them for failing.
Even now, we're just flailing in the dark because we can hardly understand. We're like in the cave watching shadows. Lily is in the.
Exactly, which is why we can't come up with any examples to back up what we're talking about.
Definitely had to add a Plato reference on top of all the Socrates ones.
Oh, the Socrates references. Love it.
Socrates. Yeah.
Socrates. Love it. Love Socrates. My favorite poet.
Socrates.
All right, let me read a few super chats real quick. I feel like we've neglected them a little bit. Where'd you leave off, by the way, with Socrates?
Do you expect me to fucking remember?
Valid.
I can't see just the funding chats like because
I got you. So Adrian Parchment.
I think Sosimus, I think, was one of the last ones I did.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yes, only Socrates. Got here late. Is that vodka Anthony's chugging? No, it's not. Zorku, what fight did you win with to get those eggs, Ant? What eggs? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, Miss Jasmine, how dare Ant question our Lord and Savior CD Kal? Exactly. Zorku, obviously Ant's fishing for ancient slurs to upgrade from casual bigotry to competitive bigotry. Yeah, exactly. Bigotry is a fight, and I'm gonna win it. Vex Fidel, now you two are just parroting Sorfabuna on Reddit. First off, how dare you accuse me of taking anything from Reddit, aside from imagery that I've used in the stream? But yeah, no, let's take a look more of Sarah Z's mistakes here.
Of the 123-minute video, this is not a large portion, Sarah. Please go back to elementary school and do fractions again. Sarah.
Hey, Lily, show us how much of the video you actually talk about it. Show us, actually, Lily.
And she doesn't need to, because we just have to listen to her because she knows.
She's really bad at responding. I mean, she's really great at responding to her critics. She's
fantastic at it, you mean, yes.
it's not like she tried bullying a smaller creator who just happens to have become extremely successful because she was good at what she's doing.
Of course not. Sarah Zed clearly has no talent. Everyone who watches her is just.
It's not like she's extremely good at what she's doing and like successful because she's talented.
No, it's not like she's engaging and actually does research. Who do that?
Yeah, and even then, like, the worst thing she's ever done is, like, not research a topic as thoroughly as she could have. The worst thing, which is so much worse than the worst thing Lily's done.
I mean, she talked about the Onceler. How can you take that seriously? It's not like it's the best video she ever made.
The Onceler video. That's a good video, actually. It's like really... Her
actually,
her narcissist...
I'm kidding, but it's actually a really good video.
Her narcissist one was really good, too. Like, really comparing, like, Satanic Panic with, like, the recent narcissism, like, hunting. I thought it was really cool.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that one.
It's her newest... I think it's her most recent one. It's really good.
I haven't watched her in a while, to be honest.
It's worth checking out. It's a really good video. It's, like, talking about the TikTok trends of, like, pseudo-scientific examinations of narcissists.
Oh god, there's so much of that going on TikTok. All the conspirators went there.
Oh yeah, well, did you know that narcissists are secretly demons, like, in your body? Like, that's what they are. They're really just demons.
Are they body thetans? Is that what that is?
Basically.
Tested?
Basically, yeah. And it's basically her going like, hey, this is bullshit.
And they're gonna shift realities and talk to, like, John Wick or something.
You know, now you say that, it does sound a little Final Fantasy house-ish, doesn't it?
Oh god.
Claims that I put the responsibility for the hiatuses entirely on Rebecca Sugar's shoulders. In reality, I said that I didn't believe it was entirely...
Didn't do that.
No, you didn't at all do that. I said I didn't believe the cartoon.
No, Lily just understands TV production so well that she thinks that writers need to write around how the network later air their finished season. You know, they really should be able to predict that. If not, they're bad writers.
100%, exactly. Why would you think anything else than that? I
mean, obviously, animation is just done in a week because they're obviously responding to criticisms week.
How can we ever think otherwise, quite frankly? I don't get how.
Very few cartoons are broadcast live. It's a terrible strain on the animator's wrist, but, you know.
Exactly. It's really
don't discount it.
Cartoon Network's doing, but I had no proof of that, so I didn't expand on it further. Another point I made was that Sugar didn't do herself any favors by continuing to stuff the show with filler. 2 years of production is enough time to go, hey, we're running quarter-long hiatuses these days, maybe we should scrap some of this fluff. Sarah claims that I blame Sugar...
Well, Lily would know all about fluff.
Yeah,
Her comic has none of it.
Obviously, Cartoon Network told them ahead of time how long the hiatuses would be, how they would decide to air the show, how they would decide to just dump episodes in big clumps together. You know, obviously, Cartoon Network told them all of that, and they should have known while they were writing the show 2 years before.
100%. Like, she knows everything. She knows everything about
she doesn't have to work in an industry to know how it... Because she's a genius.
Exactly. And Krim agrees. Krim absolutely agrees with both of us on this topic.
Krim agrees with everything we're saying right now. Trust us.
And Krim also agrees with the fact that Asuka is the best character in Evangelion, right? I'll take your silence as a yes, Krim.
For creating concrete instead of its actual
Say nothing if you agree, Krim.
Yeah, say nothing if you agree.
R. Abrams. In reality, I explicitly said, Sugar didn't design this, but she seemingly did nothing about it. Sugar didn't design this, but she seemingly did nothing about its very existence, and it just sat there in the sketchbook.
Lily blames showrunner.
She definitely should have done something about
a rejected
a sticky note sketch that was done in a brainstorming session. She definitely should have done something about that.
Exactly. Well, let's hear what Sarah actually said, though, before we...
It's not like Lamar Abrams put up a post on Tumblr about concrete in 2017 or anything.
Exactly. Now, let's see what Sarah said specifically
about
here.
it. Sugar didn't design this, but she seemingly did nothing about its very existence, and it just sat there in the sketchbook.
Lily blames showrunner Rebecca Sugar for designing a contentious scrapped character.
Sugar didn't design this.
Lily blames showrunner Rebecca Sugar for designing a contentious scrapped character.
Sugar didn't design this.
Lily blames showrunner Rebecca Sugar for designing a contentious scrapped character.
Oh, what a liar Sarah Zed is.
Why does Lily stop Sarah, like, halfway through her sentence?
Because Sarah's so wrong, you don't even need to finish her.
It's obvious. It's like Lily cares so much about, like, Sarah's context, but seemed to neglect to let her finish her sentence.
Because she doesn't need to, because Sarah's just wrong, obviously.
That's strange. You would think like someone...
It's not strange at all when you're the most brilliant person on the planet.
Sai, do you ever consider we might be glazing the wrong person?
No.
No, you're right. What am I talking about?
No,
That'd be
obviously,
stupid.
Lily is always correct, and we're correct by glazing her.
Right, yeah, of course. It's nothing...
We're correct by proxy, by worshipping the ground. Look at her fans.
Yeah, but do you ever consider that we maybe... Sai, are we the baddies?
I think we're drunk right now.
Well, maybe speak for yourself on that one. I'm fine.
I know I am.
Are we the baddies?
Are we
no.
the baddies? No. No.
Sure didn't design this.
Lily blames showrunner Rebecca Sugar for designing.
You see, this is how you know that Lily is livid over 4 seconds of
She's obviously correct. Sarah Zed is a fucking liar. She put it in text over her face, so it must be right.
Exactly. Which is why Lily would never lie.
Well, it is. There
No,
are
look
a lot
at that
of trans
brilliant
women.
art behind her.
No, Lily would never. Lily would never lie.
Duel really is. I have no idea. Like his transphobia has been pretty fucking well documented at this point. Like the guy is a lunatic who just goes after trans women.
You are. You're just a frothing at the mouth lunatic.
Exactly. I have never. Lily has never lied. Ever. She's not a liar.
Of course. She's a perfect human being.
And she's not accused of any sexual assault or any lying or abuse or bullying.
No, she is the perfect being. How could she ever be accused of these things?
I wonder sometimes if maybe the fact, if you look at her videos, you highlight all the instances of her being deceptive and manipulative to her audience of young, impressionable fans that has led to people abusing others. And that by analyzing these works that she's put out, you see the extent of the cruelty that she's enacted on others. And by exposing this... Oh, am I thinking too deep about it?
No, you only think she's abusive, manipulative because you're just too stupid to see what she's really doing.
You're right. How foolish am I? I would never know better about this.
Know your place.
I gotta know my place. In the kitchen. I gotta go in the kitchen.
Yeah, get in the kitchen and make me a sandwich so I won't be hungover tomorrow.
I'll just make sure I send it up a few states to get to you.
Mail it to me. Get it to me UPS. It'll go overnight.
Didn't design this. Additionally, Sugar herself took responsibility for Concrete getting into the art book, saying that she neglected her job as executive producer. Sugar herself accepted responsibility for this.
She did the art book herself. It's not a third party that just goes through the production sketches and puts them in there.
Exactly. And I want to point out right now that I'm really
It's not like Sugar did the right thing and apologized even when she didn't to.
Exactly. And I want to point out right now that it's really brave of CD to talk about someone accepting responsibility and accountability for their actions. After all, she does it so much.
Well, she doesn't have to because she's perfect, unlike the rest of us imperfect human beings. We can't compete. We can't compare to her. She is just always right because she is an ascended being.
100%. Yeah, she's always correct. She's never been wrong. And her critics are always at fault.
She has never gotten anything in error. Never said correct. She has never pretended to watch an entire show and didn't even talk about the central characters. Never done these things.
She's never lied and stolen writing from someone else and cited it as her own work.
No.
Never.
And then just link it in the just later, pretend she's citing it. She's never.
Never. We won't finish this video. I think
even though she didn't draw it. Sarah,
I think we've seen enough to know that Sarah Zed is a liar and a grifter and terrible, and you definitely shouldn't go watch her one video, and it's definitely not hilarious.
You should not go to this channel right now and subscribe to her stuff.
Yeah, you should definitely not subscribe. You should definitely not watch any of her videos. Trash. They're definitely not very interesting and engaging and fun to listen to, and she doesn't have a pleasant sounding voice at all.
No, she's not all a really cool person. Nor
she definitely doesn't do any research, and she definitely doesn't know how to structure a video. No.
Wait a second. Sai, I'm seeing something strange here. She has multiple videos over 1 million.
1 million? She's got to be view botting. She can't be more popular than CD.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Sai, I'm noticing right now, she has consistently high views. Almost like people like what she's put out or something.
How could they listen to this person who has maligned the genius that is CD Callie Lily so much.
And even like her weakest videos are still extremely good.
Wow.
In terms of high responses, because
she definitely hasn't hit on any sort of. She definitely isn't engaging to listen to, not at all.
And insightful at all. No way. What is going on here?
Her videos definitely aren't fun.
And well written and entertaining and well edited. And
she definitely never puts on a goofy mask because she knows people. She gets screen to jump scare you.
Well, Sai, the guy on the internet said that if someone is drinking tea
was
or
that
coffee,
Jenny Nicholson that did that? I might get them confused
which one?
sometimes. One of them did that. They put on a silly mask in the middle of the video.
That might be Jenny Nicholson. I think that's
actually, I think it might have been Jenny Nicholson. I'm just fucking drunk.
Yeah, Jenny Nicholson's more the cool hats during a video.
She's more of the trolly one. Yeah.
Yeah, she's the one.
Look at all these ants. All these white girls look the same to me.
Exactly. There we go. Sorry. But like in general, like looking at this, like you ever think that CD might be jealous of someone like Sarah who like gets consistently high views?
How could she, an ascended being who is so much wiser and of us, be jealous of anyone?
Well, I just find it funny because, just call me crazy here. I'm gonna do a little math here.
Obviously, Sarah Z. Nicholson has done some kind of voodoo curse to steal all of deserved views. Yes.
I'm going to do little calculations here, right? So, Lily has...
Math? What are you,
540
some kind of bisexual?
Videos. Yes, exactly. Lily has 540 videos, right? So, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32...
So much untapped potential to be wrong about her.
36, 40, 44, 48... 52, 56.
Krim came back
60,
to check on us, even though Krim came back to check on us, even though he's right here on the stream to see that we're talking about Sarah Z.
72.
We're talking about how absolutely terrible Sarah Z is. Subscribe to her and how her video essays definitely aren't engaging and fun and amusing, and they're definitely not.
92, 96.
100. And her cohort, Lady Emily, is definitely also not talented and also didn't make some really, really fucking good videos on Demo Reel that I love.
By 440 equals, so 18% of her videos are over 100,000 subscribers, right? 18%? Okay. Now, by comparison, I have 178. 4, 8, 12, 16, and 18. So
you're doing math in your head. Who do you think you
are?
Mind
you, half of these are streams, but let's count even the streams in this number. Okay, so it's
the MLP vids are giving you flashbacks, shadow puppets.
So wait a second here. No, I got it wrong. 1 second. I just wrong.
What? Yeah, Krim is in the chat and on Scream. He can multitask.
Interesting. So I have roughly this, despite only being on the platform for a little over a year, I have almost the same number. I have a pretty close number of like over 100,000 videos in terms of percentage and ratios. Despite her having years to build up that number. Curious. Go back to school and have a few fractions. Yeah, my fractions are bad right now. I'm tired. It's been a long day. So, based on my math, I'm saying that Sarah Z has has a much more popular channel than Lily or myself do, and you should subscribe to her because she's cool. But that being said, though, yeah, all this is bullshit. This is all bullshit. This whole channel is bullshit. Everything here is bullshit. Nothing here is
I've been the people in my Discord just sent me.
Oh.
That you might want to look.
Do I want to look at this?
There's something interesting going on Brilliant Blue Sky apparently.
Oh my god.
I don't know why it won't let me save this other image here. But
oh my god.
Your links.
Okay, what is this?
Hang on. Wow, so somebody's talking about Kingdom Hearts again suddenly. I wonder what could have provoked that. I wonder what could have provoked that.
Obviously, it's because of the CD Cal video of Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely uploaded that today. It was her.
Did, right? This is. Wait, hang on. Sai, let's listen to this voice again. I want to make sure.
That's definitely CD Cow, right? Duck and Goofy Goof, it sounds just like her. I imagine Disney took one look at this
is her, right?
mess they had let the Japanese
Of course, who else could it
create, and quickly pulled their more lucrative Mickey Mouse Club characters out of their grimy clutches.
Sounds just like her.
Yeah, exactly.
She definitely didn't just upload this like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, there's no difference here.
Reason Goofy is a knight and Donald is a wizard. Donald Duck, the canonical war
This
veteran.
is her, right?
Yeah, of course. Only CD Cow could make a brilliant observation about Donald Duck like that.
Or like trans women that idiots think are bad or.
What are you talking
problematic,
about,
so
character Cosmic Cookie? We're not playing characters right now.
Wait,
Duh.
Sai, I want you to say, Donald Duck's a wizard right now.
Donald Duck is a wizard. Absolute mess they had let the Japanese
doesn't sound anything like me.
And quickly pulled
Not-
their more
That's what you're
lucrative Mickey
implying.
Mouse Club
I'm not
characters
sure.
out of their grimy clutches. For some reason, Goofy is a knight and Donald is a wizard. Donald Duck, the canonical war veteran.
No, CD Cow does a very good Donald Duck impression.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder something here. I'm wondering.
Are you saying that this sounds like the bass voice and speech impediment of someone you know? Is that what you're trying to say right now?
I don't know. Maybe. I'm questioning things now. I never questioned before. I figured it out. Lily's from frickin' Rhode Island. The monster. The liar this whole time.
She has been lying about being from Canada? That would explain all the talk about American politics.
And why she loves Family Guy so much.
Oh, yeah.
That's Boston. That's not Rhode Island. But still.
It's not Boston! We got Buddy Cianci Junior High and fucking Family Guy. It's a joke only Rhode Islanders will get.
Frickin' Rhode Island people.
Fucking leaf peepers, man. That shit actually happens. That shit actually happens.
I love it.
See, Anthony and I are short state neighborhood.
Yeah, basically. We're very close in terms of states, quite frankly. Oh, Quahog is Rhode Island? I haven't watched Family Guy in years.
No,
so.
Family Guy does take place in Rhode Island in a fictional town called
that makes
Quahog.
That makes
And
sense.
fun fact, Quahog is a Narragansett kinds of. That's why you only hear it here.
So wait a second. What you're saying? So back to this though. Wait, why is Utna and Anthe like hashtags on a Blue Sky post?
I don't know.
Why are they using hashtags on Blue Sky?
I don't know. Are they doing some kind of Utena reference?
Oh my god. They're trying to say that Kingdom Hearts is basically Utena.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Kingdom Hearts was a bit inspired by Utena, because Utena came
before
first.
And influenced everything. Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
But wait a second. Sai, are you questioning if maybe Lily's Lily? Are you saying that Lily only does things in response to like things that we do?
No, it must be a complete coincidence that she and her wife slave are talking about Kingdom Hearts today.
Well,
it must be a complete coincidence.
In that case, if you're
talking about the first game, which CD Cal hardly ever talks about.
Mm-hmm. Well, by that same logic, then, Lily, if you're watching my channel, I dare you to do a review of Dante's Inferno.
Also, goddamn it, Paimon's crowd. It's not pronounced Quahog. It is actually pronounced Quahog.
By that logic,
Quahog.
By that sense, Lily, if you're watching, I dare you to fucking review Dante's Inferno. Because I know you obsessively watch what I put out.
I would love to see Lily,
I would love that.
cover any literature, because she would definitely be brilliant at it.
Well,
just like how I totally didn't do a list of my own top 5 pieces of media to try to trick her into actually covering something with depth that she totally would understand and get correct.
I would love to see CD Cal talk about The Boys or Severance, BoJack Horseman, because she would absolutely understand every single piece of that media, probably better than me, because she...
I want to see her cover Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. I want to see her cover the Bronte sisters.
How about The Stand by Stephen King?
The Stand would be a good too. No, you know what I want to see her cover? I want to see her cover not Blood Meridian, because she'll just copy Wendigoon's notes. No, I want you to, even then that's just like a summary of the book. It's not really a deep analysis.
He really likes Blood Meridian.
Blood Meridian's a great book. I have it on my wall. Actually, it's been in almost every video I've done.
Oh, that's why you went after Wendigoon.
No. I went after this Dante's Inferno. No, it was the Dante's Inferno thing entirely, because I love Dante's Inferno.
Oh boy, people are doing CD Orchid fan art, who is definitely not a parody. It's just it's definitely just CD Cal.
I would be down for that. I want to see fan art of that amalgamation of critics. That guy seemed really cool.
Oh, you mean Crimothy Scribmuglia?
Yeah, that one, Crimothy Scribmuglia.
Yeah, Crimothy Scribmuglia.
Actually, it's Scrimulia. The G is somewhat
My bad. You know, I'm too stupid. I always pronounce the G.
You gotta get more Italian on me.
But that's how CD Cali pronounces it, so it must be correct.
Oh God, there's more imagery. I have to get the more of this out here. Okay, hang on. You gotta remember. I am blocked. Okay, what is?
Oh, yeah, so CD Cali is correct in saying that the brown man touched Raikou and converted him into homosexuality.
Listen, as we know, because Krim has informed us, Riku is absolutely heterosexual, so it all makes sense.
He was turned homosexual by Ansem, obviously. That's the message here.
Also, here's the problem I have with all of the... I mean, not the problem. The genius of CD Cal's persona is that she manages to go into a sense of like making everything cutesy when in actuality all she does is swear at people and yell at them and abuse them.
Well, that's the purposeful juxtaposition of the duality of man.
Also,
and of,
so I have a question for you.
She's teaching us.
I have a question for you, Si. When did Lily start talking about Doyleist and Watsonian literary theory?
I believe in just her recent video.
Do you think it has anything to do with the fact that I've mentioned Watsonian and Doyleist a few times in my videos?
I absolutely do not think that CD Cali started saying Watsonian and Doyleist because you said it in a recent video. I definitely do not believe that.
Because she doesn't know what those mean. She said that women are more...
I definitely did not know what they mean and got them confused. I'm some super guys.
Watsonian just means the logic internal to the story, and Doyleist means logic outside the story.
I've discerned that now. Doyleist is author, Watsonian is with the story.
Yeah, because like Watson is with Holmes asking for how he
I had a feeling it had to do with Arthur Conan Doyle, but I didn't really...
Exactly, and it had less to do with why when Sir Arthur Conan Doyle believed fairies existed and all that, but like I just find it very funny how she just started using these terms coincidentally around the time I started using them in videos.
Yeah, it's curious, but it's because she's so much smarter than you.
Exactly. Really, she foresaw me saying it and was cutting me off at the pass.
Oh yeah, she predicted that you would say it, and then she started saying it after. She gave you a chance. She was being charitable because she is a benevolent god.
I'm starting to get the vibe that maybe we were wrong about her.
Well, that's what this whole stream is about. We were totally wrong, and we're very apologetic, and we're very sorry for how stupid we are.
No, I mean, maybe we were wrong that she was ever right.
No, it's impossible. You're talking crazy right now.
Yeah, I must be.
No, you're just too stupid to get it. You have to accept that. It's all about acceptance, this stream.
It is.
I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards.
I'm sorry, I had to do this the third time.
How much subtext is in your novel, Anthony? You're a coward. You gotta go back and read.
I have to take out the subtext. Gotta take it out. Too much subtext in there.
You have to have your characters announce how they feel. Otherwise, that will make me feel angry.
All right, I think we should probably start wrapping up because I feel like we've
Oh, are we gonna look at another one of her videos, perhaps, or have
yeah,
we,
let's do one more. Let's do one more because
before we exhaust this
this joke. Well, I mean, joke we talking about? This is totally serious.
No, there's no jokes on April 1st.
No,
obviously.
God, no. Let's take a look at this. Let's look at this Magneto one.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, please support our videos on Patreon. The link's at the end of the video and in the down there part. Thank you.
Oh, it's her real voice. And that was her real voice.
I fully believe that.
She so rarely uses her real voice, and it's definitely not an affect.
Because I'm not gonna. That's a slippery slope with that one. I'll say that.
Ordinarily, I lean into the topic of the video and
but like this is the voice that she chooses to
Man,
use. Man,
halter top Lily was the best Lily. Why did she ever retire this one?
These things, but I don't have a way to lean in because it's kind of infuriating, but also darkly hilarious. So instead, I'm just going to show you this picture of Bonnie with a knife. Ooh, ain't she cute? All right, let's talk about some annoying shit. May the bomb give
Bonnie
you strength.
Is perfect.
So there's a sentiment among people that villains are always better when they're complicated.
Why is she using an image of friggin' from Blofeld from James Bond?
Oh, is that who that is?
He is like...
I thought it was Dr. Evil!
Blofeld is the inspiration for Dr. Evil.
Okay.
Basically, Dr. Evil... Yeah, you were actually very close. Blofeld, and specifically, the Blofeld as played by...
Can you tell I've never watched James Bond, but I've watched Austin Powers?
Yeah, you know, absolutely. But it's played by the guy who played Dr. Loomis in the Halloween movies.
Yeah.
Because only he was bald and had the scar in his face. But, like, he is the picture of uncomplicated, basic villainy. like Dr. Evil is more nuanced than Blofeld.
But obviously, this is what nuanced villains are. Puppies, and they punch you in the face, I guess. I don't know.
But, like, Blofeld had a pet cat. He didn't have a puppy. He had a cat. He's famous for having a cat.
A villain's got to have an evil cat.
Yeah,
duh.
Well, he pets the cat in every scene he's in. It's great.
Yeah, it's like Dr. Claw.
Exactly.
It's become a part of fandom's growing tunnel vision in that they believe...
Donald Pleasance, thank you so much, chat, for saving me.
There is one objectively best set of tropes for a story, and if they can find it, then their mere presence will make the story better. Fandom likes to believe that there is only one good kind of story to tell. They just need to find it.
Fandom ruins
They'll always respond to
everything and
criticism of a
dictates all
trope's
stories.
execution as if it's criticism of the trope itself, and almost always repeat the line, "It works if it's done well."
So stupid.
Didn't Lily actually say that when making her videos, like her writing list?
Well, obviously, it's nuanced. And when she says it works well, it works well. When anyone else says it, they're dumb.
Exactly.
But fandom doesn't really think in terms of done well. If the trope is present at all, it's done well in their eyes. Additionally, there's
Dr.
a bit
Evil
of a
didn't have a scar. Did I Mandela affect myself into thinking he did?
He has like a scar to make fun of the scar that Blofeld had. It's like a little down his eye.
Scar, did he?
It's a scar. Let me get this up. 1 second. Dr. Evil. Let me get this up. Dr. Evil.
No, we got to get this right here.
Yeah, he has a scar. I'm looking at it right now. He has a scar.
The Austin Power movies are obviously seminal classics.
Yeah, right here. He has a scar. There you go. Scar.
There you go.
As opposed to Blofeld, who also has a scar. I mean, back to this.
He doesn't have a monocle, though.
Ability bias in that
Blofeld
fandom will often say that they love complicated and sympathetic villains, and yet at the same time, where their actual viewing habits are concerned, their favorite villains tend to be far less complicated. I'm guilty of that too. My favorite villains are the opposite of complicated or sympathetic. They're very simple megalomaniacs.
The Lich King.
Wow, man.
The Lich King, yeah.
Oh, is that who that is?
I think
Xehanort is definitely, I guess Lily's saying. Lily's arguing he's not complex, which that's bold of her to admit.
Well, I would say Xehanort's extremely complicated.
Well, he is definitely complicated in that he goes around Nording everybody and has had, like, a time-traveling plan, yeah.
Yeah, and there's like 5 or 10 or 13 of them, basically.
I have a funny story. When my friend was streaming Kingdom Hearts 3 for me, because he has a PlayStation and I don't, so he just streams games for me. He was so tired by the end of Kingdom Hearts 3 when they were going to the final battle. All the Xehanort kept going, Newt, Newt, Newt for the Nords, Newt, Newt, Newt for the Nords. He was just so punch drunk by that point.
I hear you there. No, but the thing about like, but the thing I'm finding really funny about all this is that, what I find so funny about all this is that, like, these are both fairly complex characters with a lot of nuance. There's a lot of tragedy behind them. They're not sympathetic, but they're tragic. Also,
I guess Xehanort's tragic if you squint, I guess.
I mean, there's a tragedy to the characters in some sense, to a degree. But, like,
I miss when he was voiced by Leonard Nimoy.
Oh, 100% same. But, like, my favorite villains are complex. Like, if you look at, like, I would say one of my favorite fictional villains of all time is Javert from Les Miserables, a figure who believes himself to be entirely in the right, who pursues someone with a diligent...
Villains who believe they're correct? That's so boring and so bad writing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why would they ever think they're right and interesting?
Evil people in real life never believe they're correct. They just do evil for the sake of evil, obviously.
100%. 100%.
They're like Captain Planet villains. That's what real life bad people are like.
Actually, you know what? The sad thing about Captain Planet is how every day we find more people who are increasingly like the bad guys from Captain Planet.
I know. I wish they would fucking stop.
Yeah. Who have like
Please, guys. You're
$billions.
literally being a cartoon villain right now.
It's scary that Jeff Goldblum's like villain from Captain Planet, who was like spreading lies about a child who had AIDS to get a town into panic to control them better.
Was that fucking Jeff Goldblum in that episode?
Yeah, that was Jeff Goldblum.
I am too drunk for this information.
And somehow that's like actually happening in real life now.
I remember that episode too, for God's sake.
Because
it was so weird.
It's so weird, but then you like
it was
look
like
at real
around
life.
it was a weird period. It was like around the same time Magic Johnson came for being HIV positive.
Yeah, you're skipping out there a little bit with Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson's
Magic Johnson's all you need to know about that statement.
Valid. All right, back to this nonsense.
And don't have an ounce of sympathy in their dry, brittle bones. But I also have a documented dislike of stories that try to make their villains sympathetic. Why? Well, let's answer that question in an increasingly roundabout route for the sake of audience metrics.
Correct.
See, sympathetic villains are a double-edged sword, because you can only make them so sympathetic before their status as a villain starts to be questioned. Let's take my all-time favorite example of this backfiring. Magneto. Now,
Okay, we're gonna fight, because one of my most widely watched videos is, was Magneto right? So let's see how this goes. I've been waiting for this one, Lily. It's the ball's in your court. The ball's in your court.
Magneto is the main villain of X-Men, a story about the persecution of people who have a genetic mutation that gives...
Also, no, he's not. Humanity is the main villain of the X-Men, because humanity is the real big bad of everything.
And you're not sounding very CD pilled right now.
You're right. It's because we've crossed over into my world now.
It's almost like we're at the end of the stream and we don't care anymore.
Yeah, it's like the joke's worn thin, and now I'm just out for blood.
Gives them superpowers. It's a very dated metaphor for racism in the 60s, and the films...
No, it's not. It was not a metaphor for racist initially. Stan Lee and Jack Kirby
couldn't last the whole stream, guys. It couldn't last the whole stream.
Stan Lee and Jack Kirby made the X-Men because they wanted an excuse to give superheroes superpowers without explaining their origin, because Stan Lee didn't want to come up with a new origin every time he made a new character. The racism angle was implied early on, but it didn't become textual until Chris Claremont took over the book in the 70s.
Like it was written in the 60s and 70s or something when that
exactly
an issue.
Exactly. Well, that being said, Jack Kirby was extremely progressive in his views.
Jack Kirby had no. Jack Kirby wrote Black Panther.
Yeah, he did. Well, Stan Lee. Well, writing for Marvel is a complicated discussion considering the Marvel method of creation, which is a whole other thing. But
then, yeah.
Yeah, well, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby's creation involved in Black Panther. It's nebulous who wrote Black Panther more, but most people credit Jack Kirby with a lot of the creative direction.
It's nebulous how much Stan Lee downplayed Jack Kirby.
Yeah. Jack Kirby really got screwed by Marvel. Steve Ditko,
however, I will say, does not excuse the elder abuse that Stan Lee faced toward the end of it.
By no means. No. Stan Lee did a lot too, but like Jack Kirby getting screwed by Marvel, and Stan Lee being a major figure in Marvel's development, as well as a man who did not deserve to be abused horribly at such an old age.
No, I mean, he might have done some shitty shit, like, 40 years previously, but he was still, like, a poor, doddering old man.
And he did do a lot of good over time, too, Stan Lee.
He did.
People like to go, like, Jack Kirby did everything and Stan Lee
I
did nothing,
kind of like automatically fall in the... A little biased.
Yeah, you fall on the Jack Kirby. And listen, Jack Kirby did a ton and deserves
Jack Kirby was a cigar-smoking goat of an artist, and I respect him.
Jack Kirby's one of the all-time greatest. But I think like people tend to go like Stan Lee did nothing when that's also not true. It's like it's a middle ground somewhere.
No, he definitely was like the...
Yeah, they were both...
He knew how to like market shit.
Yeah, well, Stan Lee knew how to market an idea. He sold them really well. Anyway, the point is, though, we're getting sidetracked. The point is, though...
Yeah, we are getting sidetracked. We're getting sidetracked in our nerdery.
Yeah, right? Well, the point is that the X-Men were not created to be a racism allegory. They were created to be a convenient way to make superheroes. But they became an allegory because they lent themselves so well to it. That's the mistake people tend to make. It's a very specific nuance, but end result.
Yeah, because a lot of the times when artists go out to create something, they don't plan the theme. Kind of come organically as you write. That's like the best way to tackle. I'm giving some like impromptu writing advice right now. Don't go into something thinking this is gonna be my theme, because you're gonna write poorly if you're just trying to write around a theme. Just write and let the themes reveal themselves to you. Is my advice.
I think for a first draft, that's good. I think the second draft, though, you
your first draft is always gonna suck. Let it suck. That's my other piece of advice. Let your first draft fucking suck.
Yeah. I think it's also good not to force a theme, but to let it organically grow. But also, when you know what that theme is...
Yeah. I mean, if you have a theme in mind, vaguely, fine. But if like your successors must put across this particular message, you're usually gonna write something crappy.
And I think also it's important that with a more seasoned writer, usually they're better at like incorporating theme as like a core drive initially. If you're just starting out, don't worry about theme yet. It will come. The theme will materialize.
You might end up writing themes you didn't even expect to write, and that can be some of the best shit.
Exactly. All right, let's just keep going with this a little bit.
Am I still cutting out? Jesus.
Yeah, you were cutting out a little bit there. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I think it's Discord.
Yeah, it must be Discord. Check to see if your sound. It might be the Discord's cutting off like at a certain volume level. It's cutting you short. Try maybe lowering.
Yeah, let me check that while we watch the rest of this.
For LGBT youth in the 2000s, Magneto's whole shtick is that he's a Jewish Holocaust survivor who sees the impending discrimination against mutants as another Holocaust waiting to happen, and is determined to not let it happen, even if he has to get violent to do it. Now, your first thought upon reading up on Magneto's backstory and motivation is probably, hang on, why is he a villain again?
No, that's not the case, because Magneto is not really...
No, yeah, all the noise suppression and shit was turned back on after the update.
There we go. That was it.
I'm probably doing it. I probably should have checked this before stream. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, a little scuff's okay. Also,
it turned the notification sounds back on, as if the UI update wasn't bad enough for my autism.
Well, the thing also is with Magneto is that the problem is that he tends to take some very drastic measures that cause a lot of collateral damage. That's the thing.
I'm gonna say, I don't even like X-Men. But even I can understand that Magneto and Professor X have the same goals from different angles. And that's why they're still friends, even though they're on opposing sides.
Exactly. The real conflict with the X-Men is whether or not Magneto will align with the X-Men or not. And for the most part, for the last, 20 years, he has. That's the thing that people don't realize with X-Men. You can be a threat existentially, ideologically. Magneto opposes the X-Men in that his ideas are different, but it depends on the writer.
Well, there was someone who convinced me to watch all of the X-Men movies with her a while ago. So I saw a lot of them, and then she made me watch Logan, which was like, holy shit, this is really sad, but it was really good.
Logan's amazing. Logan's the best.
I had such a hard time watching Patrick Stewart acting like he had Alzheimer's, though. I was like, oh god, this is so sad.
It was heartbreaking. There was such that wwhole movie is
so fucking impactful. Real.
It's the best X-Men movie, I think. That Logan. It's so good. But that's the thing. Magneto is not wrong most of the time. He sees it as like humanity will never accept us. We have to fight for it. And it's like, depending on the writer, he's either a mutant supremacist or desperate. And
yeah, but him and Professor X, like, are both the different extremes of
exactly
fighting for your rights, basically.
And Professor X isn't right either. Like, does a lot of underhanded stuff.
They're both flawed.
Exactly. It's more Shakespearean. They're more tragic characters. The villains of X-Men are more like the humans. They're the overt villains, like Peter Geyer.
I do fucking love Sir Ian McKellen as Magneto.
Oh, he's fantastic.
Even in the bad movies, I was loving watching him just throwing flaming cars at people.
Oh, it's great. It's fun.
Great.
It's fun as anything. Magneto's great. And the thing also with Magneto is that when push comes to shove, he will work with the X-Men to stop a common enemy. Like, in a heartbeat. Like, throughout the comics, it happens. The real villains.
Oh yeah, like he's the guy who will do the right thing when push comes to shove.
Exactly. So already, Lily has no perspective of what Magneto actually is.
Was, for a very long time, a pretty fucking massive glaring issue with the comics. You have
No, it's not, because...
She sounds like she's never read the comics, and I say that as someone who has never read the comics.
Well, let me ask Lily this, and I'm sure she's going to answer this because she's so brilliant. Name a comic where this is a problem. Name a comic. Name one. Name one. Let's find out.
A Holocaust survivor seeing the signs of genocide creeping in and goes, oh fuck that noise, and is trying to stop it, and he's the bad guy. Now, while Magneto has been around since the 60s,
yeah, it's almost
this
like
wasn't
his
an
trauma
established
is
part of his
part of
character until about 1980, 10 years after the man who created him, Jack Kirby, left Marvel. And
okay,
Ant, is that accurate?
Yeah, it is accurate that the history of
she reading
Magneto,
off the Wikipedia article?
Yes, but there's some major context she's ignoring, as usual. The origins of Magneto were established by Chris Claremont, the person who's often credited as being the real father of the X-Men.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know more about superhero comics than I do. I mean,
yeah.
I know basic nerd osmosis as comic history because I am a sequential artist. I am a comic artist, but I've never really enjoyed superhero comics that much personally.
Well, the thing is, Jack Kirby and Stan Lee considered the X-Men to be a failure. It never sold quite well under their tutelage. They were more interested in...
That's surprising.
Yeah, the X-Men were not popular in the 60s. It was more the Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, the Avengers, Hulk.
Fantastic Four being popular really amuses me.
I know. So, all the stuff you know about the X-Men, a lot of it is credited with Chris Claremont's run, where he created all the main stuff. Like, a lot of the themes of the X-Men...
That is kind of the strength of superhero comics, though, is you can get these different writers who have different interpretations and different takes on these kind of classic characters who are written more like mythological figures than they are actual, like, narrative characters.
Exactly.
You know?
So, in comments, I'm seeing them say Uncanny X-Men 150 was the issue where they retconned Magneto. That issue is after the entire Dark Phoenix saga. It's after Days of Future Past.
Is it?
It's after a lot of major comics that you associate with X-Men.
Yeah, see, I am only familiar with the movies. You know, I vaguely know the comic storylines they're adapting, but I never read X-Men comics personally.
Yeah, so Magneto was not a Holocaust survivor until much, much later, and when he was revealed to be a Holocaust survivor, the story started taking a much different tone with Magneto. Immediately. But even then, Magneto had only
made him less of a one-dimensional villain.
Oh, much more. But he was always sympathetic towards mutant kind, but they didn't... It took a while for the dynamic. Because Stan Lee wrote him as like...
that one movie, though, where Mystique loses her powers and he's immediately like, well, tough shit, girlfriend, bye.
Yeah, you mean one of the worst X-Men movies? X-Men 3? Yeah.
The woman I was watching them with did warn me these were the bad ones. We just had to watch them for completion's sake.
They're important for the plot, but, like, they're not good at all.
No.
Anyway.
Yeah, it does feel like something that would have been made after Kirby had left Marvel, wouldn't it? Originally...
No, it wouldn't, because Kirby didn't care about Magneto.
Magneto was just
Kirby
kind of
was primarily an artist
as
well,
but also not. Again, X-Men was a dated metaphor.
Not that he didn't do any writing, but he was primarily an artist.
Yeah, and the Marvel method's confusing with... He was involved creatively with all the books he worked on.
Yeah, back then, they would start art with no script and add bad shit later, and it was just clown shoes, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
The
it
Marvel
worked for the
method.
time, but for me, that's just
bizarre.
Though again, I used to read Wendy Peeney's writing on her methods. Wendy Peeney is the artist of ElfQuest.
Oh,
It's an indie comic that's been running since the 70s, and I've been a fan of it since I was a kid.
ElfQuest is great.
And she would always say, like, sometimes she would write entire pages without really having the dialogue hammered out, and I never understood that until recently when I've been writing Switcheroo, and I've done that.
It's great, right?
Where I kind of just vaguely have the dialogue in mind and draw the pictures first and then hammer out the dialogue. But back then I was like, how do you even write without a script like that? How do you do that, lady? You know?
Well, what's crazy too is that Magneto, looking at with the Marvel method, they would have an idea beforehand what they'd write. Jack Kirby would use the visuals to tell the story entirely, almost like a silent picture. And then Stan Lee
like
would add
a
his stuff in.
storyboard.
Exactly. Oh, a storyboard, exactly. And then Stan
And of course,
Lee
silent film wasn't too far removed from these men who were working on these things at the time.
Well, they were alive when the silent era. Well, a lot of them were alive. Stan Lee was 40, right, when he made Fantastic Four, 42.
Yeah. So
like he was around, you know.
They were growing from that sort of era of entertainment where I think movies and comics have had a lot of influence on each other.
Who's rating right now?
Hey, we just got rated by Jet Black J.
Hey,
Thank
welcome,
you.
welcome. Come on in.
We're at the part of the stream where we've kind of dropped the bit and are just doing like media criticism now.
Now we're just throwing shade at Lily and Magneto. But like in general, like the thing is that, and this is what I love about these kinds of streams. We can actually discuss like the details of like.
I see my ElfQuest homies in the chat though. ElfQuest is still around, and actually you can read the entire thing on the ElfQuest website for free now. So no excuse not to read ElfQuest. Go read it. It's very interesting because, again, it's an indie comic made by a single woman. She had some help with the inking later. Her husband helped write some of the stories, but mostly it's just Wendy Peeney.
Yeah. Who's responsible for Gambit being Cajun? I forget. Gambit was much later. This is after.
Yeah,
Gambit
that was a
much
later edition for sure, right?
Yeah, Gambit was, I think, around the time of the Marauders. I think he was introduced when they raided the Morlocks and killed them all under the orders of Mr. Sinister. By the way, Sinister, Nathaniel Essex, he's a villain. Like, he's a capital V villain. Like, he is evil. That's an X-Men villain who's like a villain. Magneto? No, he's just a goof. He's just a complex guy. He's a Shakespearean.
He's just
character.
a guy. Yeah.
He's more Shakespearean.
Just a goofy guy.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing with X-Men villains. They're the evil villains, and then they're the guys they have to fight. Like Magneto, the Morlocks. They're more. You get what they're coming from. You get what they.
Yeah, Magneto's like one of those villains who's like a fair weather friend, though. That's always kind of a fun villain too.
Exactly.
I like that sort of villain.
Exactly. Agreed there. Apocalypse is a villain, but like also you kind of get where he's coming from. Like he still has ideology. Then you got the humans. They're the ones who are really evil. The bigots are the real problems. The Friends of Humanities, the Sentinel creators.
It's like man is the true monster. That's never been done before.
It's done very well, I think. Here, back to the
no, it is. No.
Well, let's just say
some of the X-Men films were very good, and like I said, I understand the relationship between Professor X and Magneto. I understand it on a narrative level. Even though I've never read the comics personally. I did like WandaVision, I'll say, and I know it was based on House of M slightly.
Yeah, WandaVision's great. I love WandaVision.
Oh, WandaVision was when it started crossing over the movies a little bit, it's kind of went a little downhill, but otherwise it's so fun and it's so well shot and it's
I find
great.
It funny how the show was at its weakest when it was the most traditional storytelling conventions. When it was like the most
when it was just going balls to the walls, like imitating different eras of television. It was so good. I was laughing my ass off when they got up to like Malcolm in the Middle.
Oh, it was great. It was fantastic.
And it's like they basically parodied the whole Malcolm in the Middle intro. It was so good.
It was fantastic. And
that whole, I actually liked the joke of them having the wrong Quicksilver. I thought that was great.
Oh, it was great. All of that was really fun. And also, I don't know if you saw Agatha All Along. Did you end up watching that?
I haven't, but I heard it was actually good.
It was really good. I was impressed.
Is it on Disney Plus?
Yeah, it's on Disney Plus.
Yeah, I'll have to beg my brother to get back into his Disney Plus account. He's been using my Netflix account for like the last 14 years. I gotta beg him to get back into his Disney account.
Gotta trade off on that one. No, WandaVision was like, Agatha All Along was really good. Did not expect it to be as good as it was.
I mean, I liked the actor.
Oh, Kathryn Hahn's great.
WandaVision. She was great, but I was a little skeptical about a solo show, but I heard it was really good.
You know what they do? It's not really about her so much. It's more about like the coven that she assembles, and they all have. Yeah. And again, it's
almost like you need supporting characters or something. But no, right? the actor wasn't like, and I didn't know about Agatha Harkness, so the twist did actually take me a little by surprise. I mean, I could tell something was kind of up with her.
You see,
but I couldn't guess it with comic knowledge because I had no idea who the fuck Agatha Harkness was. That was too obscure for me. So it was like, oh, neat, okay, cool. And then I looked at the character and I was like, it's cool how they adapted this. And I like to see how they translate things in these shows, especially when they do them well.
Yeah. You see, the problem, Sai, is you didn't read Fantastic Four, and you didn't know Agatha Harkness as the babysitter for Franklin Richards, the most powerful entity in reality.
I do not like the Fantastic Four. I think they're boring.
But the Thing is so cool. Also,
how? Why?
The Thing is great. He's just
they're lame. All of them are lame.
No. The Thing is a dude. The Thing is
I like the parody of them in Venture Brothers. Huh?
No. The Thing is the Thing is great. The Thing is just a guy. He's just a guy
made of rocks.
Yes, he's just a dude. He's just a regular guy.
I do like. Isn't he like usually like a New Yorker or something?
Oh, he is a hardcore, like he is New York, I mean,
that's
like,
pretty fucking funny though. Yeah,
he's not just a New Yorker. He's like
it's clobbering time.
He's like, hey, I'm walking.
Hey yo.
And again,
I'll hit you with my rock fist.
And
over
one of
here.
my all-time favorite comic book moments is a Fantastic Four bit. And I'll say it real fast because I think it's relevant to this video.
We're just spurging out now.
100%.
It's fine.
There's a moment in the Fantastic Four where the Spider-Man villain Sandman, he fought the Fantastic Four a few times, and he and the Thing get into a fight, and the Thing ends up in the hospital. And, everyone's like, they all go to check up on him, whatever. And after the Fantastic Four leave, he gets a knock on his like the hospital ward door, and in walks the Sandman with a 6-pack of beer. And they just talk about life, and that's the scene.
I mean, one's made of sand, one's made of rock. They probably have something in common, right? That's pretty fucking funny, actually. That's really funny.
Let me see if we can find it, because it's really, it's just a great little bit.
That's really fucking funny.
Oh,
no, like, I brought up, when I was doing the Shad react to his crypto bullshit. Oh, nice.
It's great.
I brought up like how I like, even though I don't read comics, I like how Clark Kent has this whole shtick of pretending to be clumsy. I brought that up. I know things here and there about superhero comics.
That's fair.
That is great though. They're both hot talking New York guys who were afflicted with being rock things.
And like and none of it is like, it's not like, it's a plan of some kind. There's no underhanded tactics. You just want to chill out with them.
Prototype says Psy not liking the Fantastic Four is not on my 2025 bingo card. Why is that so surprising to you?
Like the Fantastic Four are kind of
I clearly don't like cape shit that much,
If you don't like cape stuff, you're not gonna like Fantastic Four.
I like the boys. You can tell I don't like cape shit.
But like, I just love bits like this where it's like once like the villains, all that's
smoking
down.
in a hospital room had to be the 60s.
I think it was the 80s. I think
80s. Even in the 80s we had smoking areas in restaurants still.
There you go. Also, in the 90s they had that. I think it stopped like early 2000s.
Yeah, it was like pretty recent actually that we stopped having smoking sections in places casually.
And all of a sudden people's skin stopped.
It'll have to come back now that weed's getting legal everywhere, I say as I light up again.
They're not gonna have like weed smoking sections.
B Parker says the only problem they have with WandaVision and Agatha All Along is that they yassified and de-aged Agatha.
Yeah.
I don't know, because like again, I really like the actor that plays her. She's great. She's fantastic.
Well, I think it's the second Marvel supervillain that Kathryn Hahn played.
Yeah?
Yeah, the second one.
Oh.
The first was in Spider-Verse.
Really?
Oh yeah, she played the female Doc Ock.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, that's her. It's Kathryn Hahn.
Oh my
Yeah.
I love the female Doc
it's
Ock.
great.
That
She's
also
great.
took me by surprise when I first saw Into the Spider-Verse.
That one did
and I loved
too.
it. I fucking loved it.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Actually, my friends call me Liv.
Oh great, it's Liv. Which means Aunt May and her.
God, they know what I never gave a single fucking shit about Spider-Man. I love the Spider-Verse movies.
Oh,
They're
you see,
so
I love Spider-Man. So I'm
fucking
biased there.
good. And Miles Morales is my little son boy. I love him.
Love Miles Morales.
Like the character writing in those movies are so good. They endear you to him in like the first 2 minutes. You know,
immediately, 100%. Oh,
like he's so relatable, just so quickly, and they do it so elegantly.
100%.
I love those films.
It's so great how they can esteem you to
And
characters.
they fixed him. He's boring in the comics. Miles in the movies is great.
I wouldn't say that he's boring in the comics. I think he's
boring in the comics.
I think he's less interesting in the comics, but he's also.
I think he was a little younger in Into as well.
Well, he was 12 in the original comics. I think he was 12 or 13.
Oh, was he?
He's
okay.
He's like a preteen. I think the thing is that the Into the Spider-Verse did was it distilled the qualities that were so good throughout the run into like a singular package. Because
I mean, you start the movie with him like mumble singing along to one of his favorite songs, and going on his way to school, and you just immediately endeared to him.
I think also with Into the Spider-Verse they did so well. They really were able to distill the qualities that people liked about these characters into like a few minutes, because
those movies are a fucking masterclass in just writing and animation.
It's a masterclass adaptation because you could really take all the stuff everyone loved. It's fantastic.
Across as bloated as it could have been, I think they really balanced it so fucking well.
I still use my spouse still makes jokes about Across the Spider-Verse, like especially the chai jokes, because we have a lot of chai.
Well, the actor for Spider-Man India actually put those in. I think they were asking him for like Indian-centric stuff, and the chai tea rant was his idea, and it's like one of the funniest fucking moments in the movie. Should I offer you a coffee with a cream?
One of my friends is India. His family's from India, and the moment that the trailer showed that joke, he sent it to every single person saying like, "See, I fucking told you I'd do that." Basically.
Well, it's even funnier because it's a callback to Miles making fun of the ATM machine comment earlier in the movie.
Exactly, which is so great. ATM machine.
It all ties together. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
It's like poetry. It rhymes. All right, I guess back to CD Cal.
Between Magneto and Charles Xavier feels a lot like the rivalry that white liberals like to imagine existed between two certain historical figures. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Magneto's new...
No, Lily. Controversial take that I've actually said multiple times. Magneto and Professor X Magneto and Professor X are not based on Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. They're not. Because at the time, people thought that Malcolm X and Martin Luther King were both bad guys in the 60s.
I don't think Lily realizes how softened our view of Martin Luther King Jr. is now.
They were really racist back then.
He was a threat.
The FBI was stalking his house. They had like people like all around him. It wasn't like he was like.
It's not like the CIA killed him or anything.
No. If you ever cough, they gotta watch out with that.
It's only a random person that they just never found out who it was, unless mysteriously.
It's like people nowadays might see that as the illusion, but also Professor X is
fucking Martin Luther King gets like the fucking George Washington and Abraham Lincoln treatment of like just completely sanitized, babified versions of them that were taught.
And also very important. Professor X is not a saint. He did a lot of horrible things. Like the time he brainwashed an entire group of he erased the memory of an entire team of X-Men from Cyclops' mind after a failed mission and replaced them with a new team of mutants.
With both Magneto and Professor X, and again, I'm saying this is not even a fan of X-Men. They both kind of have that burden of leadership, having to make these tough decisions, and they're not always perfect. They're just people.
I will say this also.
I do think though that fucking Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart were the perfect casting for
at that time, especially. Oh yeah.
But the thing nobody else working at that time could have been them.
No. But the thing also is with Malcolm X. It's not without Malcolm X. With Professor X, is that
he's named Professor X, so he must be based on Malcolm X. Duh.
The thing with Professor X is that I would say in terms of personal betrayal of trust of his people, Professor X is way worse. Professor X has done way worse things to hit the X-Men than Magneto has, in my opinion. Like, way more manipulative and way more underhanded. And people aren't ready for that conversation.
He is like a fucking psychic, so like that temptation is there too.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and then there's Onslaught, which is a whole thing. I see people in comments saying like, because Professor X was attracted to teenage Jean Grey. That's not really the problem. It's more like Professor X harbored resentment towards humanity that he just controlled, and that Onslaught was that resentment made manifest, which is the whole thing. But anyway, back to this.
Ish backstory is pretty bog standard sympathetic villain fodder. Namely, heroes plead to the moral sensibilities of an oppressor, and trying to end systemic discrimination by force is a bad, naughty thing for meanie poos.
That's
Steven Universe mentioned!
That's not really. First off, Eric Killmonger never said that. That's a Joker line, actually.
No, she put the probably there, so it's fun to joke.
That's the Joker who said that, not Killmonger.
Except that's not fucking Killmonger's character at fucking all.
Yeah, no. Also, that's not the conflict between Professor X and Magneto. The conflict is Professor X wants to work towards accepting.
They're friends.
Yeah, they're
they just
friends.
happen to be on opposite sides.
Exactly. But like even that
they just have irreconcilable differences, but they're friends. And this is something that you might find yourself in when you're fucking older. You know, as you get older, the more gray shit gets. I'm sorry.
Well, that's just,
you know?
That's true, but also like Professor X, his belief is that they want to work with humanity to come up with mutually beneficial ideas. That part's true. Magneto, though, feels like that's just a hopeless situation. That there's no chance of that because humanity will never.
Well, yeah, because he's like, we'll never be equals. They'll never listen to us. We're obviously the next evolution. Fuck them. You know, and you can kind of see where he's coming from on that, especially with the addition of being a Holocaust victim.
And it's not like humanity keeps doing things that makes them think that this is impossible. But also, like, in the X-Men comics, as of this recording, this was 2 years ago, the X-Men comics were in the middle of the Krakoa arc, where the mutant kind just collectively went, you know what? Let's just leave Earth and go on a living island where we're functionally immortal. So, like, at this point in the comics...
If you go off and be immortal, who the fuck wouldn't do that?
Exactly. So, like, functionally, they had decided to create their own society. Also, Magneto tends to be more into creating alternate societies where mutant kind can survive. Like, Asteroid M, Genosha, Krakoa. You know, like there's elements in the comic.
Asteroid M, of course he named it after himself.
Oh, of course. It's a big metal ass. It was his villain lair that he turned into like a sanctuary for mutants. Along with, you know, but like...
Just ignore the skull with lava coming out of it. It's a sanctuary.
Exactly. But like, you know, like the thing with Magneto is that every time he tries to create something that's good and constructive, it gets destroyed. Like, so every time Magneto goes, you know what, let me try making an alternate solution that will be, like, not destructive. And the X-Men are like, yeah, we support that. That's a good idea. It gets demolished in a horribly cruel fashion. So it's like, well, shit.
Well, yeah, because we have to be able to understand his perspective. That's the kind of character he is.
Exactly.
He's challenging, Lily. He's challenging the Professor X idea. Wow, it's almost like they're a push and pull. That they're polar opposites who complement each other or something. Like, that's the fucking point. And again, I'm not even a fan of X-Men, and I understand this.
And I'm seeing people in the comments go, what about Age of Apocalypse? And in that storyline, Legion tries, the son of Professor X, tries to go back in time to kill Magneto so his father would never have problems, and ends up killing Professor X by accident. And Magneto founds the X-Men.
How the fuck do you manage that?
Because Legion's a mess. And because Professor X is dead, two things happen. One, Magneto takes over the X-Men and founds them. And two, Apocalypse takes over the world and conquers everything. So Magneto becomes like the ultimate protector of Charles Xavier's dream for a world that's at peace. The only difference is now he has to fight someone to get it. So it's like well-directed anger at the right
It seems
target.
like if he was like put in the seat of having to protect Xavier's dream, though, he would.
And he has multiple times. Yeah. Like multiple times in the comics, he's done it. Like without, like he's dropped everything.
Because again, that's the thing Lily isn't getting. They're friends. Even if they're tragically on opposite sides, they're still friends.
And their perspectives fluctuate depending on what the occurrences in the comics are. They're not static figures. They change perspective. Especially
wow,
Magneto.
You mean people actually have nuanced opinions depending on the information provided to them?
And that's not even getting into the parts when the X-Men just have weird continuity messes like...
Well, that's just superhero comics in general.
Like Zorn, which I'm not even going to get into because the Zorn
Again,
thing is ridiculous.
This another reason I could never get into superhero comics and I was more drawn toward manga. Just the fucking constant resets and continuity problems and nonsense. I just never put up with it.
I'm gonna run a story by you real fast. This is the Chris Claremont Zorn story. Oh, sorry, it's the Grant Morrison Zorn storyline.
Oh, Grant Morrison.
Grant Morrison. And this was retconned by Chris Claremont afterwards, which I'll include both so you get the full picture.
Okay.
New mutant comes to the X-Men Academy named Zorn. And he's like a big deal. He has like these interesting powers. He wears a mask so no one knows who Zorn is. And he's kind of like a weird nebulous figure. What ends up happening is Zorn turns out to be Magneto. And after the destruction of Genosha, he decides to reverse the polarity on the poles and just cause mass destruction. And causes the deaths of potentially...
Because he can just do that, yeah.
Because he can just do that. Hundreds of thousands of people, and he ultimately ends up killing Jean Grey, indirectly, and Logan kills him, I'm pretty sure. I think it's Logan stabs Magneto. And so Magneto is now dead. Zorn, who turned out to be Magneto, is dead. Couple issues later, in a different comic run that Chris Claremont's writing, it turns out that Magneto wasn't Zorn at all. He was chilling out on an island the whole time, and just happened to notice the poles going wrong because he was chilling on a desert island and noticed something going on and was like, "That's kind of funny. What's going on there? I don't know what's happening." Turned out,
did Zorn ever like unmask himself to reveal he was Magneto?
He did.
How the fuck did he explain that then?
So it turns out that Zorn was just a guy named Zorn who believed he was Magneto, and had his face shifted to look like Magneto.
Oh my god!
And Magneto was totally unaware of everything going on and was totally innocent and had nothing to do with it.
This is why I can't get into superhero comics.
But then it turned out that Zorn actually was Magneto, but then he wasn't. But then he was. And then he was a twin. And the other Zorn was the evil twin. And Zorn was good and actually joined the X-Men.
Again, this is why I don't fucking read superhero comics. This is why I hate cape shit. It's like every time they want to change something in continuity, they have to go through all this rigmarole. They have to have Superboy punch reality, or they have to have Peter Parker turn into a giant spider just to have natural web things.
And if you're asking how Zorn could shift the poles, don't worry about it. It doesn't really matter. They have
how did the poles shift in the first place if it wasn't magnetism?
Well, it was magnetism, but it wasn't magnetism. It's really weird.
Fuck off.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like
this is why I only read ElfQuest and Catwoman.
And the reason why was because Grant Morrison, they thought that Magneto's whole ideology was ridiculous and that it was really superficial and an excuse to hurt people. Chris Claremont disagreed. And unlike Grant Morrison, Chris Claremont got the last word in. So that's the story that they went with.
If this does not scream tacit support of the status quo to you, you're clearly not paying attention, and this framework has existed all the way up to the modern day, where even though Magneto has long since stopped being a villain in the comics, in film adaptations, he's still a Holocaust survivor, and still the bad guy for no reason.
At this point in time...
If you're a Holocaust survivor, you can't be a bad person.
At this point in time, he wasn't. Because Days of Future Past had come out, where Magneto decides to attack people who are designing weapons that are going to destroy humankind.
Yeah, because like the more forward in time we go, the less believable it is that he was a Holocaust victim.
That also is true, yeah. But like timelines are weird. But like in the films, Days of Future Past, he's the bad guy, quote unquote, because he tries to kill people who are going to make mutant extermination camps. So it's like, and the only reason they're trying to stop him is because it will just trigger the events that will cause the apocalypse, as opposed to stop them. As opposed to later films like Apocalypse, where he's an agent of Apocalypse and mind control.
Well, she's missing the entire point of Magneto, which is to be a villain who actually challenges the ideas of the good guys.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, First Class, he, at the end of the film, sees humanity as trying to hurt humankind, and attacks them back. That's it. Like it's like every situation. It's like, oh no, it's understandable why Magneto is acting in this way at this time. Like it's part of the tragedy of his character, and the reason why they have to stop him is because he's gonna cause massive amounts of destruction. Like it's not the status quo they're worried about. They're trying to fight the status quo of the X-Men. It's more that he's gonna cause a lot of people to die. That's why they stop him. People who don't deserve to die. You know, that's why they fight Magneto.
But he's a Holocaust victim, so anyone he says deserves to die must deserve to die, because victims can only ever be perfect good people who never do anything wrong, because Lily has to believe that.
No, I think I'll get rid of the ukulele. The ukulele is no longer needed.
Yeah, because we've dropped the bit by this point. We knew we would eventually.
Yeah, seriously, the ukulele's gone. It's just Psy and my good friend Krim.
Yes,
there
Krim
you go,
is totally still here.
Krim is
been
right
here the
here.
Entire time. I'm right here. Yeah, yes, you are, Krim.
Why does Krim sound like like that? Like CD Cal does.
What are you accusing me of only having one voice? It totally wasn't me.
I may be slightly accusing you of only having one voice. Yeah, that might be what I'm implying.
I'll have to go into the Olivia voice to convince you I'm a good voice actor.
Oh my god, I love it. That sounds more like Krim, actually.
This voice is actually easy for me to do. That's what a lot of people don't understand.
They think it must be really hard because it's all gravelly, but it's actually not that hard.
No, that's great. I love it. It kind of makes me think of like Goten from like the DVD.
Well, my fans started having me do a Jasper impression, but that was too hard to keep up, so it ended up like this.
There we go. I like that. It's good. I like that. I like that one. All right, let's do a little bit of this, then we'll close it off, because there's only so much I can take of Lily glazing over every film. Some of my favorite,
glossing over
some of my favorite superhero films of all time.
There are thousands.
See, now I even brought a Wani reference for you guys today.
There you go.
Isn't that nice of me?
Good, honest, innocent men. They're just following orders.
I've been at the mercy
Charles,
of
you
men just
ignorant
following
slut,
orders.
is kind of funny.
That is funny. I'll give you that.
I mean, that was his mood that entire movie.
Yeah, I'll give Lily that. That was a funny joke.
Charles, you ignorant slut.
Here we go.
Never again.
You know, never again is a real thing that real Holocaust survivors say all the time.
Yeah, I think that's what they were referencing, you fucking retard.
That's the point.
I mean,
Every
exceptional
3
individual.
into a declaration of villainy. I laugh because if I don't, I will actually kill someone.
It's not a declaration of villainy, though. It's a declaration of war.
It's the same fucking thing with them. They're friends, but they have opposite ideals, and that's their issue.
Yeah, it's not. She just
they sell the friendship in that movie so hard,
it's
dude.
so intense, and it continues throughout the entire series. I have no.
Because I've actually seen that one. I don't remember too much about it. I know Peter Dinklage was in it, but
no, he's not in that one.
Oh, no, he's in the other one.
Yeah, this is the one with
the
Kevin
next one
Bacon.
with those two actors. Yeah,
Kevin Bacon.
I guess those two movies kind of blended together in my head, which happens a lot.
Valid. No, but like, how? It's impossible that she's this dense. Like, it's not a declaration of villainy. It's a declaration of war. You know, they're on opposing sides. Does not mean one is a villain. It means that they're the antagonist. Magneto.
Yeah, they both have imperfect methods to dealing with this very complex issue of mutant rights.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like civil rights in real fucking life.
Yeah, and Magneto and Professor X is also ineffective at stopping this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he doesn't do anything to stop it effectively. And that's part of the point.
And then he gets paralyzed by getting a stray bullet in the back, which was a little stupid.
I love that. It's so like
it was so I couldn't take it seriously. I'm sorry.
I mean,
it was
like
dumb.
Listen, it's better than how he.
And then he's just walking in the next movie anyway because raisins.
It's better than the explanation as to how he lost the use of his legs in the comics.
Oh God, what is it?
It involves an alien named Lucifer.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, I'll take the bullet to the back. I'll
exactly.
Take it. I'll take it.
I thought so.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I thought so.
His big moment of turning to evil is killing a fucking Nazi. Actually, fuck.
You know that one ultra...
No, that's not. Why.
Was it a Nazi? What the fuck is she talking
no,
about?
no,
There were no Nazis in that movie.
No, they were. He's a Nazi.
Okay.
You know, he is actually a Nazi.
Again, I'm probably confusing the second and the first one.
Yeah, I think you're mixing them up. Kevin Bacon's character is a Nazi. No, that wasn't his big turn to villainy. The big turn to villainy was that the problem with that scene was that Professor X felt everything that Kevin Bacon felt because he had to paralyze him to keep him steady. So all the pain that he was putting his enemy through, he's also putting his best friend through. That was the part that was causing people issue.
She really doesn't understand this whole angle that Professor X and Magneto are friends.
Exactly.
Plus, tragic friendship, but they're friends.
Exactly. Plus, he wasn't a Nazi. He was technically a Nazi, but he was also more using them for his own ends. Like, it was more in the lines of
like the
convenience.
Major from Helsing.
Yeah, basically. It was in the lines of convenience, though functionally he was a Nazi. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, there's a distinction, but like at a certain point, why do you want to make that distinction? You know what I mean? It's
it's true. Why do you really want to split hairs when it comes to Nazis?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, technically he's not, but like at a certain point, once the goose stepping comes in, like, you know.
Northern Light in chat calls it doomed platonic yaoi.
Yeah, basically. Also, that wasn't his villain turn because, you know, he's still hugging Professor X at the end of the movie.
Yeah, and like even when he is like a full-blown villain, they're still fucking friends.
I think the closest he gets to full-blown villainy is the third film, where, you know, he leaves Mystique to like her own devices.
That fucking just made me laugh so hard. He's like, "Oh, you're no longer a mutant, bye, bitch."
That's like the closest he gets to like.
Like he just dumps her immediately.
Like not even a second.
Such an asshole.
It's like that's how you can tell they changed writers when that shit happens. Like,
yeah, it was a bit abrupt.
Yeah, that's what happens when you drop Solid Snake as your writer. No, really, Solid Snake wrote the first couple of
David Hayter?
Yeah, David Hayter was the writer, at least on one of the early films. I know that.
Oh my god, I didn't know that.
He was involved with the early X-Men films. I know that. But
that's funny.
Yeah.
Oh my god, can you imagine if David Hayter played Wolverine? That might actually even be better than Hugh Jackman.
I'm surprised he never voiced Wolverine, honestly.
Yeah, like he would be fucking perfect.
I mean, granted, he had to voice other.
It would just be Canadian Snake, but that's what we want.
But let's be fair, he had to voice more important characters like Tamahome and Fushigi Yugi, a role I'm never going to forget that he did the dub for.
Oh my god! I think me and you were the only two people in the fucking world who remember Fushigi Yugi.
Basically, yeah, that's about it. Wait, you mean my 5-hour video essay on Fushigi Yugi wouldn't be a success?
It used to be so fucking popular in the 90s and nobody talks about it anymore.
It's a shame because I think it's decent. I think it has some interesting ideas.
I think it's just we had so few anime back then that we took whatever we could get.
But there was a Colleen manga review video where they talk about the origin point from Fushigi Yugi to like My Next Life as a Villainess and like the creative through line to those different shows.
Oh, because they're all isekais, basically?
Well, they're all isekais, and apparently there was, like, a line of, like... Because that was so popular in Japan, even, they were, like, writers who
isekais have, like, waned and waxed in popularity over the last couple of decades.
I kind of wish they were waning more,
this new boom of you have to die to go to the alternate world where you get to be a cool hero kind of bothers me, but
I just think most of them suck is the problem. I don't think most
of
them
when you look back at stuff like Inuyasha and Escaflowne, nobody had to fucking die to go to the alternate world. It wasn't like, hey kids, if you die, you'll get to go to a cooler world where you're the hero. That's a great message.
Well, you know the thing...
in a country with a high teen suicide rate.
Yeah, the thing also is, I think that like the old isekai was like, oh wow, this world's really cool, but I gotta get back home because that's where I belong. Where the new isekai is like, nah, home sucks.
Fuck the real world. Fuck, this is great.
And it feels very like flighty for that reason.
Yeah, because like, even with Inuyasha and Escaflowne, they were trying to get home, or they would go home periodically, or blah blah blah.
Yeah, comments are right though.
The only one I can think of that's like a really good classic isekai where the person stayed in the world was 13 Kingdoms.
Yeah, 12 Kingdoms. Yeah. 12 Kingdoms.
12 Kingdoms, rather.
12 Kingdoms.
I'm thinking of I'm thinking of 13th Kingdom, which is completely different.
No, 12 Kingdoms is great. That one's amazing.
Yeah, I did a commission for a character from it for someone one time, and I decided to watch the episode that character was in, and I actually got really interested in it and watched the entire show.
Oh yeah, Twin Kings is great. That one I watched when I was watching Fushi Yugi.
It's fascinating. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's perfect, but it's interesting.
Well, it's high fantasy.
It's compelling. It was compelling enough for me to watch the whole damn thing, and then it kind of ends abruptly because I never finished the anime.
Well, you know what it is? It feels like fantasy though. Like it feels like reindeers.
It's like a classic, like late '80s, early '90s fantasy.
It's 2000s, I thought, wasn't it? Was it 90s?
But it has that. It feels
like
though.
90s, yeah.
It has that feel.
It feels more in line with Lotus War than.
Yes. That's the big vibe I got from it. Yeah.
Which is also another great one, I think. But Lotus War has the gain.
I know I watched at least part of Lotus War. I know I at least watched part of it.
That's like, I think we
way back in the day.
I think we've wrapped up all we can say about this. I think.
Yeah. We're getting off topic. We can tell we're bored of the video.
Yeah, no. I think we can wrap this one up. Back to the vaporwave and wrap this up because I have to go to the bathroom after this. I think. So final thoughts. I think that we have. I think Krim, can you sum up your thoughts for us right here?
I still think Lily was great and right and correct.
Well, Krim, I'm glad you think that. Krim, what do you also think about Wicked? You hate that book and like the musical
Wicked is terrible, and Dominic Noble is actually correct.
Good. I'm glad we agree there, Krim. Also, Krim, important question here. Best girl, and I'm gonna stop myself right there. But no, Sai, thank you so much for joining me on this.
This was fun. We probably have some super chats left to read.
Yes, we do. Let's catch up on those real fast.
Yeah. You can't leave them hanging.
No, 100%. Okay.
And Ant has to show off his cool animated desktop background.
Zorku, thank you for super chat. The eggs you got while CD whoever was talking shit. There we go. Adrian Parchman. Yeah, every show is like South Park method. Yeah, exactly. The so and but in the writing process where things happen as a causational result. Paige Lego. Krim says Fresca is yucky, actually. Yeah, Fresca is yucky. Krim, I'm glad you agree with me there. Sawesomeness. Lily should do the works of Hunter S. Thompson. Oh God, I cannot imagine.
Can you imagine?
I would be first in line to see that.
Can't stop here. This is Bat Country.
Bat Country. Dinosaurs everywhere. Adrian Parchman, CD and Wolfingter 66 are the master of representation and are not problematic at all, and everyone else are bigots. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, we're definitely bigots, and we're so sorry. We're so very sorry. This definitely wasn't a jape on April Fools. Absolutely
not in the least. Which is why we're ending it before April Fools ends.
Yes.
Zorku, bulging eyeball.
In EST time, the correct time zone.
The only time zone that matters. Zorku, bulging eyeball Lily, clearly best Lily. Agreed. Sauciness, the best villain is Robbie Rotten. Also agreed there. The guy 493, Magneto is correct, yet often morally wrong. That's a fair distinction.
Mm-hmm.
Sauciness, ever seen the underrated canceled 90s Fantastic Four? You mean the best Fantastic Four film? Yes, I have seen it.
Oh, the Lost Media one that was made just to keep the license?
That's the one they're talking about. Yeah, I've seen it. It's great. It's not lost. You can watch it very easily, actually.
No, I think it was lost for a little while, and then people rediscovered it.
Well, it was. What happened? You know what happened? The VHS tapes showed up at the convention mysteriously one day. Of like an early recording. Oh yeah, it's unfinished, but it's pretty great. Space Prince. Lily's lack of understanding of the Holocaust mystifies me as a Jewish person. Lily's lack of understanding of everything is a problem. So I don't know what to tell you there. All right, Sai. This was a good stream, I think. I'm going to wrap it up here as my vaporwave wallpaper gazes at everyone.
I think we've driven the bit into the ground by this point, 100%. And I need to sober up a bit. So
yeah, no, I gotta start editing my video for Friday about Mary Jane Watson.
Space Frog is correct. EST stands for Earth Standard Time. Yes.
There you go. Not Eastern Standard, Earth Standard.
Even when it's daylight savings time.
Exactly. All right. Well, everyone, thank you so much for joining us. We have a lot of people in chat, but don't worry. You can go somewhere else. Have a good rest of the night. Take care, everyone. Good night.
Bye-bye.